Boys, good morning. How are we doing today? Nin sniping the first and then going to work. Wait, where's Leon? Where's my goat? Puffsy. Good morning, my friend. Gary Mustang, Toasty. How you boys doing today? If I look extremely tan, extremely well taken care of, it's because I went to the beach today. I got the sea spray in my hair, the sun in my ass cheeks, and it radiated all the way up through. I'm feeling absolutely phenomenal, boys.
Apes together.
The tech is to pull up the chat prior. I feel like that's the Leon strat, but I'm convinced Leon may still be AI. Yo, Sir Owen, how you doing, my boy? Zomp with the first sub of the day, brother. Happy 2 months, much love. Much love. I hope you guys have had beautiful days. Today was a beach day. Carla hates the beach. Carla had a terrible time, but she got some nice pizza from it, so she had a good time. And didn't die of lupus yet, so that's a huge W. Me, I had a great time. It was like 96 out. It was wonderful. It was a good beach day if you like beaches. Carla doesn't like beaches. Carla's in Maine now? Yeah, Carla came up after the Vegas trip. So we went to Vegas, Kendrick concert, weekend out there, and then Carla came back up here. We went to Iceland, and then Carla's back up here, and then we have TwitchCon in October. So we're up tremendous there. She's been hopefully enjoying it, at least. We're making some pretty dope food, so even if she hates me, she can't hate the food that we're making. She literally called her family, well, her family called her when we were on the way back from my parents' 4th party. Party, used lightly, it was just like a get-together for lunch. But we're on the way back, and we had brought up some tacos that we made, and I was responsible for the meat. And I just had, like, a roast in my freezer that I, like, cooked up. And I pressure cooked it, let it sit in the juices in the fridge overnight. And then the next day, brought it up, and then put it in, like, a pot, heated it up, shredded it in the pot, basically combined all the juices back into the meat and shredded it, and then took it out to the Blackstone, the flat top, chopped it all up out there, added some fresh lime, squeezed that in. And apparently, according to Carla, that's barbacoa. And she was trying it, and she literally was bragging to her family about how fucking insane it was. So, at the very least, the food is slapping. Wrath, where were you when I needed you? I had to order T-Bell alone today. I was at the beach. I did not get T-Bell. And I haven't got T-Bell in a while. I will say, I've been clean. I've been trying to not get too caught up in that shit. Now, I won't even lie. When I was in EU, like when I was in Iceland, my stomach hurt way the fuck less on a daily. Like, it hurt way less. My stomach actually felt kind of fucking great. It felt phenomenal in Iceland. I got back to NA, and even, like, cooking at home, everything over here just makes you feel like shit. Like, over there, I was fine. I felt wonderful. Gut health was, like, a 10 out of 10, maybe even a 12. Dude, over here, I've been, like, fighting. Oh my god, it's been rough. This is for T-Bell order in 3 months for me. That's why I needed your help. Wait, did you get scammed or did you use the app? Local source food plus making things yourself. I mean, like, wait, what do you mean plus making things yourself? Making things myself? I did that in both places. Like, we didn't even eat out that much in Iceland. We tried to get groceries for the nights that we could, but like pasta? Oh, I mean, like, I've been cooking for myself since I've been back. It's just we've been making a lot of food. And honestly, I think it's even down to, like, the sauces and ingredients and shit like that. When I started making my own pasta and bread, I felt way better. So my mom makes the bread and sends it down to us because she does sourdough baking. And we always get delicious, delicious sourdough goodies anytime I go up to visit my parents. So we're stocked up for fucking millennia. Some families have multi-generational wealth. I have multi-generational bread, and I mean that in no euphemism for the word money whatsoever. It is quite literally multi-generational bread. I have bread in the freezer that I probably won't use for a couple of months. And that's if I don't get more bread. Like, it's a constant flow of bread. And every time I go up, she's like, do you need bread? Do you need eggs? Because she has chickens as well. And anytime that I say no, she looks so disappointed and heartbroken. So I always say I do, even if I don't, and I'll bring it home with me, and I don't have fucking space. I don't have space. I like Anakin hates sand. Carla hates the sand, she hates the sun, pretty much all of it. Now, granted, she does have a good reason for the sun hating, considering she has lupus. And lupus is essentially like 0 sun resistance whatsoever. It's like you are weak to sun type celestial bodies. If the moon's out, she'd probably enjoy the beach quite a bit. Honestly, a night beach trip for Carla would go fucking hard. She'd probably enjoy the vibes and the blissfulness of it. But like, if she goes out during the day, brother, we were sitting under the pier and she still got cooked. I use the app, but they have new stuff. Oh wait, hold the fuck up. Are you a Taco Bell like spokesperson or something? Why are you telling me Taco Bell has new stuff like I told people that Raid Shadow Legends had free shit for them? And that was a Raid Shadow Legends promo. What do you mean Taco Bell has new stuff? Hold the fuck up. Got yeast older than your children. The sourdough starter is young. It's okay. Well, not like Diddy young, but like, well, I guess it would be a Diddy prostitute, technically. Gravon, thank you for the 10-day streak. I appreciate you. Have I getting more Taco Bell recently? Why? Like because of the new stuff, or is everything okay? Like what's going on at home? Y'all straight? The new stuff. Okay, good. Good. Here if you need to talk. Alright, so what do they have for like new stuff? Making your own pasta noodles, tomato sauce bread, all that doesn't blow you. Yeah, that makes sense, because there are a shitload of preservatives in anything that's sitting on a store shelf. Like, even down to the regulations in EU being different for, like, every form of food. We had Ritz crackers, and they were entirely different over there than they are here. They're, like, more buttery here, and kind of, like, flakier. But over there, they have like this crispier, like, I don't know, lighter tan, cleaner flavor. And it still tastes fucking delicious. And I think it tastes better over there, and the quality of it just is much better over there. It was, like, I'm kind of sad. Want to buy house in Iceland? PM offers. Also, host, did you get your TwitchCon tickets already? I can't believe Big Hoofington is pulling up too. Wait, that's actually so hype. Are you gonna get the 3-day? Boys, who else is planning on coming to TwitchCon, by the way? Exclamation TwitchCon, if you guys are pulling up this year, tickets are on sale, and you guys can help me get my ticket for free. If you use my link, exclamation TwitchCon. If I get 10 people to use it, I get a free tick. And that confirms that we're gonna have at least 10 people walking around together. And we gotta make up for the fact that Stomps, who is supposed to be staying at the same place that I am, if we don't fucking throw him out on the street for his vagrancy, didn't use my referral code. And I used to call him a friend. Used to. So we gotta kind of like counteract that, and we gotta recruit someone new to come through. Use my code and I might have a place for you to stay. The stand in the sun, I'm mostly Welsh, somewhat German. Genes make my skin burn, then it turns into a tan. Oh wait, yeah. I'm the same way. I burn like once a year like a motherfucker. And then I turn, not like incredibly tan by any means. I wouldn't even call it like tan. But like less burned and more, well, we'll say less burned, less pasty. Because I don't want to say like more tanned or anything, but was incredible golf club tan line? No. No. I mean, if you're getting out there enough to play, then good for you. But have you ever considered raw dogging it to not look like a fucking nerd? Speaking of nerds, what up, Pac? How you doing, goat? What you up to today? I'm in the wrong motherfucking node again. God damn it. I got baited by this yesterday on my way over, and I got baited by it today. I gotta go over here. Chat, who wants to come farm some basilisk skin toony woonies? They're gonna drop like crazy today. Absolute hotcakes. I've consulted with Intrepid. I have not consulted with Intrepid. I've consulted with Intrepid, and they have confirmed to me, they did not confirm to me, by the way, that we will be getting BIS drops today. So if you guys want to come through, pull up. Get some certified absolute banger W Fortnite Victory Royale ass loot. Boys, we're here for it. It's time. I have the white male sock tan line. Wait, like ankle socks and cargo shorts that come to just below, or yeah, just like above your knees. Like the longer than mid-thigh, shorter than knee length cargo shorts. Is it ankle socks or is it like long Nike socks? Because either way, ankle socks, okay, I wear a lot of ankle socks, but I also wear a lot of pants. So I don't necessarily think that I have an ankle sock tan line. Hold on. You guys thought you were gonna see feet. Fuck you guys. I got slippers on. I don't think I have an ankle sock tan line despite, I don't know, wearing ankle socks. I think we're chilling. And granted, I don't have much of a tan line because it's just like uncharted area out there. It's essentially the fucking Mariana Trench of legs. But I wear shorts sometimes, actually. I do like wearing shorts. It's just I don't like it when my legs get sunburned. Because when your legs get sunburned, your kneecaps typically get more sunburned than the rest of your legs. And your kneecaps being sunburnt is fucking terrible because it's just such an inconvenience. It doesn't like hurt like, ooh, ow, this is awful. I mean, I guess unless you get a really bad sunburn. But like just a mild sunburn on your kneecaps, when you go to shower, you're just like, oh, what the fuck? Like as soon as you shower and it hits your kneecaps, you're cooked. Use lotion. Why don't you just fucking spit on it for me, dumb bitch? Yo, Wanted over on YouTube. How you doing, my boy? Vine Breach is adding the anvils. Anvils are the next one to be added. So we're gonna be testing those on the PTR soon, TM, as well as dynamic gridding, which will be exciting. And then we're down in the June Dark right now, heading over to Hecriba. Either way, we're rolling through the crib. And we're gonna go over to the Gorgon Pocket Dungeon, or the Basilisk Pocket Dungeon, sorry. Not the Gorgon. Basilisk Pocket Dungeon over here. And we're gonna try to farm a chest piece that is Basilisk Skin Tunic. So it has like 750-ish max HP on it if it drops as green. And that is it's a large amount of HP. So highest HP chest in the game currently. A lot of people are using alternate chests just because they're good options for like fizz power and magic power, but since I play a tank, I'm kind of between like a mitigation chest piece or a max HP chest piece, and the max HP chest piece would scale, in my opinion, better in terms of the effective HP because intercept and my absorption field both give out shields to allies that are dependent on my max HP. So I go up to about 8k HP, I throw out both of those abilities, I'm putting out about 2,000 health worth of shield to everybody that's getting hit by both of them. Now, it will only be one target getting intercepted, but it's gonna be some pretty large shields going out in an ideal world. And once you get to a certain point of tankiness, it's like if you get hit, people will just ignore you anyways, and most people won't even hit tanks until later in the fight. Now, the downside of that is that I just get CC'd like a motherfucker out here. I swear to God, there was a fight last night where I caught, I kid you not, about 2 seconds of actual uptime, and I was just chain CC'd on rotation from their entire group, and it was I just watched everyone die around me. It's literally it's the treatment, man. Once they run the CC rotas on you, it's rough. Me too? Yeah. I think that I'm too quick with my CC break. I think that's just something that I'm overusing a little bit for situations that aren't really dangerous. And I went back and watched a lot, and I don't really think I'm getting value out of my CC break. I'm interrupting first CC a lot of the time, so they'll be able to just re-CC me for free. I'm not waiting for a CC plus a burst to come in so I can get more from my Shake It Off heal. So I can like eat the burst, negate the burst, get out of the CC, change the fight with a reflect, whatever I'm doing. There's a lot of value that I'm leaving on the table with my Shake It Offs lately, even in like 1v1s outside of group play. And I want to make sure that I am in a spot where I'm taking advantage of my abilities and using them in the best way possible. So, yo, Master Chief. How's my double GM? How you doing, brother? Wait, how many GMs is it at this point? Because it's a lot. I was actually talking about you the other day. Because they have made so many changes to the gathering, refining, and crafting process, brother. If you haven't heard about it, you're gonna be excited. So in terms of gear, they're introducing 3 sub-tiers to the tiers themselves. So in the lowest sub-tier, that's gonna be like your lowest quality gear in that like gear tier. So like, you know, your novice gear, your apprentice gear, journeyman gear, whatever. 3 sub-tiers, and at the start of the server, that first sub-tier, that lowest novice gear, will be acquirable through very accessible crafting. So they're starting crafters up on a good leg with the ability to get stuff, sell stuff, and from day one start on your progression. 3 sub-tiers to each one of those kind of like, you know, tiers, as far as we know. And with that, I don't know like how long it's been since you played, but everything has shifted already towards player to player side. They removed pretty much everything from vendor acquisition. So it is very, very, very player to player driven. Between like consumables being taken out, baseline gear sets being taken out, a lot of shit. So if you play 2.5, you probably saw the player to player shift where like a lot of the vendor acquirable goods were yoinked. In terms of gathering, they now have experience gain on gathering. So like they had a little bit of it before, but gathering, refining, and crafting all have experience gain associated with them right now. So I'll chop this down and it may actually show how much experience did I lose. So you'll get your lumberjacking experience, and then they also significantly increase the amount of adventuring experience that you get, depending on the tier and rarity of what you harvest. So from that one chop, I got 325 XP. So it's by no means like, you know, the craziest, but if you're leveling day one and your goal is to get super, super, super far ahead in terms of the, you know, gathering crafting progression, which we have a lot of crafters that are going to want to get extremely far ahead as well, this is going to be the play. It's a nice mix between the two. Questing has actually also received a lot of love lately. So the most efficient loop for about level 1 to 12 is actually now a questing loop. Now, it's not like a linear main story quest, but essentially it was just parsed out, and everything will continue to change as they revamp like this first time user experience, and the anvils come out for that first time user experience on that side as well, because anvils up here will be the second starting zone. So everything will continue to change with that, and with opportunity cost associated with like spawning the riverlands versus spawning the anvils and having a, you know, more free time despite it being slightly less optimal, I think that there's a lot of like opportunity and kind of like player agency decision making in the future to be had. When's phase 3? Phase 3 starts on August 4th. One thing that I also wanted to say is that on July 1st, they gave private test realm access to all playtesters. So if you have like access to the testing environment, you have private test realm access. So right now it's Tuesday, Wednesdays that it's up, and then July 14th to August 3rd, it goes up 24/7, so they can prep 24/7 server uptime, like for August 4th. Then on August 4th, we go to our phase 3 server. That server is going to last a very long time. My guess is probably upwards of 2 years, just in terms of like what they want to get in. But with more technology coming their way, with system upgrades coming their way, tool upgrades, like they could very well start pumping out content at a rate that we haven't seen yet. So my bet is 2 years in terms of like how long P3 lasts, but the frictionless environment to hop in and test on PTR, because you can just make a character, level the character, and get all set up there, right? For free on the PTR. You don't have to invest anything. And if you wanted to, you could legitimately just hang out and chop trees and shit during the PTR testing sessions and live your life. So I like it a lot. Effusive, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful one. I just helped a noob who didn't realize he couldn't have a journeyman and 5 apprentice artisans. He said the armor is another issue that feels bad right now, and I explained this exact change to him. Pock, did you have the graphic? Because if you didn't, exclamation crafting, and that'll get you the graphic. Hope all's well. It's beautiful. I got back from the beach today with my mom, Graham, and Corla. No, not that graphic. The other graphic. There's a helpful graphic. Exclamation crafting chat. Someone hit me with it. I'll run through it real quick, just in case we have any new players that are curious. So basically, open image in new tab. Boop. There's the thicken. We love that graphic. There are 22 professions in total. All of them start as novice. 5 can become apprentice. 4 apprentice can become journeyman. 3 journeyman can become master. 2 master can become grandmaster. which leaves you with the final results of, I should probably do this. There we go. Which leaves you with the final results of 17 novice, 1 apprentice, 1 journeyman, 1 master, and 2 grandmaster. Absolute fwickin' banger of a graphic. That helped my dumbass understand. It's wonderful. So Strag, hear me out. If I go through and I just, like, I pull all of the mobs and you only hit the boss and then I reset all the mobs, we should be able to just get the boss. In worst case, we just reset. Also, chat, we need more people out here because I want my Basilisk skin tunic tonight. Motherfucking piece of shit. I hate these mobs. I'm already mad that I'm out here. Alright, we're fine. Everything's fine, chat. This is the best time. I can't even reflect it. There you go. At least I'm locked out now, so this is good. Zagrazu. Please. Okay, this might not be the worst. We may actually be fine, boys. Marking, and it's my target, if you want to get it. Okay. Now we just keep bringing these guys down. And if Streg just grabs Zagrazu, then I should be able to reset these guys real quick. And then once these reset, which should be right around here, I go up. Strag, bring it down towards me if you're getting cooked. I hope they don't go on Strag. No, I don't think they are. Oh, we're so up. Wait, we're so up. This is beautiful. Message Strag for invite. He invited me. Oh yeah, this is beautiful. We're actually so fine. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay. Went back to safety in West Texas oil field. 105 hours a week. Oh my god. 105 a week, brother? God damn. That shit's like dangerous too, right? So is the danger associated with like the work itself, or is it the fact that people are so tired that mistakes happen due to how tired people are? Because either of those would make sense, honestly. I would understand. But I guess like a little bit of A, a little bit of B probably. Invite my tank. I need the chest off that guy. Motherfucker, is this your alt? Or are you maining your tank this phase? How many characters do you have this phase? Explain a good enough video graphic. This is my, yeah, that's a beautiful graphic. I don't even have a tank this phase. I was like, motherfucker, when did you get a tank? I can't keep up. What are mods so they can build a PC? I'm wondering who. I'm trying to think off the top of my head because we don't really have like a lot of mods here. I won't lie. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a VIP, maybe like Nin or somebody would kind of like be able to cook up solid build, if I had to guess. It is both, and you didn't bring up the stupid factor. It's the most dangerous thing. Yeah, I mean, stupid people exist fucking everywhere. God damn. God damn. Did we get it? I feel like we deserve it. Nope, there is no God. There is absolutely no God whatsoever. The good news is we know what to do now, so that's nice. I like that a lot. I gotta lurk for a bit. My BG blood glucose, because you're diabetic. I thought he meant Baldur's Gate at first. I won't lie. I hope you feel better, Toasty. Get some I don't know, whatever gummy bears. Are gummy bears your go-to? Why do I feel like I remember hearing that gummy bears were your go-to? So they right, but most can't kill you. Third party. That's fucking crazy. We let too many people have goddamn licenses, I will say. I know a lot of motherfuckers driving cars that should not be driving cars. And that's not even counting the people who are too old to, like, walk around Walmart. There's a certain level where it's like, we gotta start doing a, I don't know, like a physical for driving. Like, make a motherfucker run a mile or some shit. Because what if your car breaks down, and then you have to run a mile to get to safety, right? I feel like we can warrant this. And if you can't hoof it a mile, you can't drive. Very, very simple. You can even walk it like it's gym class. But if you physically die from moving a mile, then you're not allowed to drive anymore, also because you're probably dead. Because once you start the test, you can't get out of the test. So if you want to drive, you either pass or you fail forever. I should be a curriculum designer. Can you imagine what my 8th grade math policies would be like? Multiplication test with a little bit more on the line, lads. You cull the weak, and then your state-mandated test scores go through the roof. It's a no-loss scenario. Less on lunches, higher test scores, better pizza. Papa John's. No, that's fine. You can just go fuck yourself. I'll literally just jump off a bridge in-game. It's fine. I didn't want any loot whatsoever. That's fine. Stun me. That's fine. Just give me one more on the way out. Just one more little ditty kiss on the cheek. Just a little bit there. Level 25 tanks in both P1 and P2. Aren't you like a big alt guy though? Not like a big alt guy, but I feel like you're more of an alt guy than me. I'm like omega focused on one thing for some reason. It's a go-to. Nice. Nice. I don't know why I remember the things that I remember, but like certain things just randomly get ingrained into my memory. And at this point, it's like gaming stuff and yapping with community stuff. Because we talk so much over the course of a stream that I feel like, I don't know, a lot of communities you go in and it's strictly yapping about the game. Oh, did we invite Zop yet? Strag, invite Zop. Oh, wait, /P, invite Zop. I think Zop also needs. That'd help. But I feel like a lot of communities just kind of like yap about the game that they're playing and shit like that. And then people would come in here and they're just like, hey, Dusty, what do you do today? And then we just go off on a tangent about something that's not even related to gaming with the game in the background. And it's kind of cool. So I don't know, I feel like when things like TwitchCon roll around, like I went to TwitchCon last year and I solo traveled my first time flying. I thought I was gonna get sold because I'm freaking adorable. It's a legitimate fear. Airports are scary places for people because especially like with how tall I am, no one would believe me if I was like, help, I'm being trafficked. Because they'd just be like, haha, wow, what an idiot. So like I'd be cooked. So I was always scared to solo travel. And basically, I made it out. And a lot of people that, you know, were parts of my community and people that were other content creators were out there as well. And I met a few new people out there that also vibed very well. But the people that I had already known that had like come into my community and shit like that, it was like way too much known about each other before meeting. It was not like in a weird way. But we pulled up and it wasn't like a first time meeting thing. It was just like, oh, what's up? So it was chill. I think anyone that goes to TwitchCon this year is probably gonna have a very fun time, man. TwitchCon is so fucking good. I think it's such a good opportunity to just hang out with people in a very chill environment. Like, saying hi to streamers is super fucking fun in my opinion. Like, and not even going up and just being like, hey, can I get a picture? But like going up and just saying what's up and then like talking to them about their channel and streaming in general and shit. It's just cool to kind of like get their takes on it. Because some people are very, like, business-like about it. And then you have people like Summit that are just like, yeah, have fun. And, like, Summit's funny as shit to talk to. Because he ended up, like, just asking about my channel more than he wanted to talk about his or anything like that. And I asked about his because at the time, like, everyone's dabbling in Deadlock and shit like that. And I asked him about Deadlock, and he was like, I may play more, I may play less. And he's like, so what do you play? And just like instantly off at Deadlock. And I was like, okay, here we go. But I think like small conversations like that are really fucking cool. On top. Excuse me, am I drunk? Am I on the fucking goofy juice? What is going on here? Apparently my fucking Bolski before stream was laced with fentanyl and I'm seeing all wacky. My pulverized moves me to a target, but I got my fucking ankles, knees, and titties all snapped off all at once. I got some bad directions from the GPS on that shit. I trusted it too much. I sent the left turn when it took me off the edge of a cliff almost. Surely we just get like a random epic drop, right? I don't know, just something juicy. We're not gonna get a single thing. And the mob's gonna be an asshole. Yep. Nope, that sounds about right. Sounds just about right. I hate this game. Chat, you ever just wanna like... Not... Wake up. Anyways. In-game. I missed the PTR. I was much less worried about gear in the PTR. Everything on the PTR that I have is plus 20. So I don't need to worry about it. I don't need to worry about it at all. Out of basic, I ran an 11:36 2-mile. There's a dude I saw slow down after 1 mile, tried to encourage him, and realized he was lighting his second cigarette because he smokes about 6 minutes a mile. Wait. The cig was his pacer. Bruh. That's fucking absurd. So this man was just out vibing. But wouldn't that much wind flow impact the smoke? Like, quality and everything? Just craft legendaries? We can't craft this in Lego because we need tailoring, don't we? Or is it weaving? That's not weaving. Yeah, weaving that's needed, right? Because you can't get the threads. I mean, you can get the threads, but you essentially have to sling Bussy to be able to get threads. I heard this is a Gritty Fan Club stream. I want an Ashes stream to go up and their starting soon screen to just, you know, be up or whatever. And then it goes to the live. And it's just Steven grittying through the office. And then it ends. And they don't say anything else for like a day. And then they publish patch notes that just say implemented dynamic grittying. I would fucking lose my shit. It'll never happen. They wouldn't throw up a dev stream for it or anything like that. But my fucking god, it would be the most legendary shitpost of all time. Because this is like potentially an industry changing system. If implementation works any way, shape, or form like they want it to. Which it probably won't at first, but there's a chance. And hopefully with more testing it gets closer to it. But like, if they just shitposted their way through this, I would love it. I would love it. I have to take samples of H2S gas, methane gas, explosive generic gases. While wearing basically a scuba tank on my back, hoping an idiot doesn't walk up. Wait. Surely people... I mean, I guess people are probably just chain smoking cigs in oil fields. But that seems incredibly unsafe. Shouldn't they just like do like chew tobacco or something instead? Or like, wouldn't quite literally doing heroin be safer? Like if I were to just take a guess, like galaxy gas would probably be safer in an oil field than ciggies. Some do both. Yeah, I'd assume 105-hour weeks. Red Bulls aren't really going to cut it at that point, huh? It's probably, Actually, I've streamed 105 hours in a week before and never did heroin. Granted, I'm not, like, wrangling oil from the earth or anything. But like, the last time I streamed too much, I almost lost my voice and I sounded like Jojo Siwa. And it wasn't very good. Heroin requires fire too, though. Does it? Alright, well maybe it's the galaxy gas canisters. I don't know, man. I've never fucking been on the H train. I don't even know what that shit's called in the streets. I try to avoid the streets. It's not my place. I try to stay here, stay comfy. I was at the beach today, that was quite nice. We're in the druggies out as quickly as we can. Well, I would assume because they would be extremely inefficient and probably literally manslaughter somebody with a pipe. Like, not out of their own, you know, free will of smacking somebody, but like, something comes loose, goes flying, bada bing, bada boom, somebody's missing a head. And I feel like that's a less than ideal scenario. I feel like that's a very, 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 very less than ideal scenario. Boys, who else needs a basilisk skin tunic? Because I do not want to have to cheese pull this all night. And this shit's scary. I will say. This is an incredibly terrifying thing to try to do with 2 people. I mean, even with 3 people. If one thing goes wrong, we're cooked. We got super lucky that the basilisk wasn't patrolling in the hallway when I pulled the last mob. Like when I pulled Zakrazu the last time. Because if we have to pull that basilisk and reset that as well, one singular gaze goes out and cooks both of us. All 3 of us, if it hits all 3 of us. Because, like, Zomp is not going to be the tankiest lad. Alright, wait a second. I don't think the respawn's up yet, but we can check it out. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be up yet, though. Basilisk is... That's not the basilisk. Where's the basilisk? Someone forming the basilisk? Huh. Where the basilisk at? I'm shocked that I haven't seen it. Fuck you! No! I worked so hard to get here. And come on, Keith, message Shrag. I appreciate you, dog. We can absolutely go cook something else too after. This is the last piece that I need, and then I'm just down to farm whatever for whoever needs it. And in terms of like gathering and crafting high rarity shit, I'm gonna probably wait on that. I don't know if the time that I would have to put in at this point to get my gathering up and then get the mats themselves and then get them all refined and taken care of. Cause like when I left for Iceland, we had no journeyman up or close. And in that 2 weeks, a lot of journeyman cooked. So like, I didn't have that 2 week gathering time to kind of like get squared away. I thought that I was going to play a lot more in Iceland and have time to do like, you know, just gathering and yapping streams. And we did not have the capability for that. We simply did not. So I essentially just had 2 weeks of like non-playtime this phase. And then a weekend of non-playtime in Vegas as well. Which isn't the end of the world. Like, this phase dies in a month anyways. But definitely do this P3 but chilling right now. Oh yeah, absolutely insane. I'll be like very, very, very excited to do it P3. But I agree. I'm trying to vibe right now. I'm trying to save myself, in a sense, keep myself holy for P3. I don't want to like burn out on the loop and then just hate it if I have to do it now and then have to do it later. And realistically, I won't have the higher rarity gear long term enough for, I don't know, any meaningful testing. And if I want to test stuff that's more powerful, we just have the PTR for that now. And I think from that standpoint, people just go to the PTR, they get their enchanted shit for free. You can go over, you can level all your shit, you can go gather whatever you want. So I don't know. I think most people will probably just be getting their like high output stuff on the PTR. And this server is going to be probably a wasteland. Maybe some new players will come in here, but recruitment over here could probably be good. But Cats will be looking for scrims once PTR's up soonish. Yeah, I mean, shit, hit us up. I'm playing on the PTR like all day when it's up, and I have stream up the entire time. I'm just not showing the PTR gameplay. So like I'm always cooking it. And we had a lot of people over there last time. We were trying to get PvP going, but we just had small scale shit. So yeah, absolutely hit me up. I think casuals will be here. The sweats will go to PTR. See, I actually kind of think that it would be a little bit of the opposite, because casuals will be able to have a frictionless environment to level 225 and test a baseline gear set or even enchant it for nothing at all. So from a casual standpoint, like, yes, people can level without competition and whatnot over here, but people can level for free over there. I think the reason that casuals would be over on the alpha environment instead would probably be more so due to like a lack of knowledge that the PTR environment is available for testing. On that side of things. So I think it's more because they don't want another reset. What do you mean with PTR? I mean, PTR is not really a reset though, because you just instantly level up your character if you want to level it up. So once you spawn into the castle, you just run outside of that castle, and then you have the gear vendors that have a level 15 book, a level 25 book, all of your trade skill books, like gear boxes that you can buy. So it's like the fastest way to get any form of targeted progression. And there's not really a worry of reset there, in my opinion. Like, a lot of people have had their characters for a while. I think it's just sometimes they have focus tests where it's more along the lines of, we'd like you to test this early game system, that early game system. More so than just like, oh, we're testing, you know, the end game raid content. I don't think that that's the vibe of a lot of stuff, but with that being said, I don't necessarily think that that would even be a full reset at this point, because a lot of people still have rewards from old siege tests and shit like that. It's going to get reset eventually anyways, but I also think in terms of something that is going to get reset, having a free like leveling experience, 0 time to level, 0 time to gear. The longest part of it is enchanting your gear set and figuring out like what sets you want to buy the box for, in my opinion. Wonder why gasoline costs so much. I can give you much insight. The waste of money here is amazing. Wait, like y'all just be throwing oil on the ground and shit? I mean, I do feel like shirtless oil wrestling nights would be a big morale booster to like the 105-hour a week work weeks. I don't necessarily think that that would be the worst thing. And my gasoline doesn't cost much at all. I drive a Civic. I get like 35 miles a gallon in that hoe. And I don't have to drive a lot, thankfully, because, well, I stream in the same place that I live, so. But yeah, Knock, in terms of scrims, please hit us up whenever. We're needing more reps, especially in the form of just getting like comms set up and everything there. I most definitely think we need a lot more scrims. I think the biggest thing with group-based stuff, because people can be comfortable in 1v1s and press the correct button in 1v1s, but in group-based stuff, you've got to like be able to calm and sync up your thoughts with other people all at the same time. And with that, that can be something that takes a lot of like comfort, because people are like, oh, well, I don't want to override the main caller. But in Ashes, there isn't really a main caller. It's a lot of people calling, like, yes, someone's calling targets, but everyone has to call the targets that, you know, that are out of place. People have to call their abilities. People have to, when they have an initiate and they're in a spot to take it, call out that initiate and communicate it, so that way we can get burst set up, we can get pulse set up, we can get support set up for those initiates. And in terms of like reps and comms, I really feel like that's a large part of any group-based PvP. Obviously, if people just don't press their buttons properly, then you're gonna lose, right? But if you have people that can like hold their own in smaller scale and it's just a group-based organization, then that just means it's calm stuff, it's people being comfortable with everything. And I think that's just through reps primarily. Starlink system costs $165 a month for service. 3 on location are being billed at $50 a day each. Wait, what? Well, isn't the $165 a month for a Starlink Mini? Wait, where's Hoofsy? Hoofsy, Starlink, Tesla, Robo Taxi, Stonks, electric vehicles. I don't know what all the rest of his keywords would be, but I feel like that's enough. I feel like that would probably be enough. Oh no, someone's watching an ad. They're super mad about it. Hoofsy will be here in a minute. He can educate us on the Starlinks. He's a knowledgeable Tesla lad. And I don't know all of the deets about it. But we were actually talking about a Starlink Mini, funny enough, for the IRL stream setup. Because there were some things that we had to do in Iceland to kind of like make sure that we could stream. And it was by no means a Starlink. And it cost more than a Starlink would have to set up. So I'm kind of thinking about like, what if we just get a Starlink Mini in this hoe? And just put it in the, like an IRL backpack. And then just stream wherever. At all times. Carl also said we have the capability. I mean, we had the capability to do like, yes, more Ashes content than I did, right? But it would have been so hard to do most nights anyways. So I figured the 2 weeks was probably best spent recuperating my mental health. And it was pretty well done. This Dr. Peppy went slightly past room temperature into warm. And I don't know how I feel about it at this point. Because, like, room temp Dr. Peppy is phenomenal. But there's a little bit of, like, a 2 room temperature point. Where it goes into, like, okay, it's bordering on hot, but not hot. And it's just kind of like this awkward in between currently. And it's there. I don't think it's the worst, but 165 is for any portable Starlink, mini or full-size home. Oh, word. Okay, cool. So how is the actual connectivity for them? Because I know people that have tried to stream off of Starlink before and have said that it fucking sucks. I actually tried to stream off Starlink at one point out at my oldest brother's place because he lives in the middle of fucking nowhere. And the stream kept dropping. So, like, what is your upload and stuff? Because in my experience, and from what I've heard, in terms of the upload and in terms of, like, streaming and, like, outputting to stream and shit like that, it can be pretty rough sometimes. But, I mean, it would probably also be better than the alternative of what the IRL backpack has. Because if we go Starlink Mini and have the encoder, then it'd be kind of cool. Up is low. It's great for users, not streamers. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So, in the future, is there something that can be done to, like, increase the upload speed? Or is the upload speed slow because it's, like, quite literally a fucking satellite? Yes? Okay, that'd be nice. But, I mean, I'm assuming for an... The fuck? Who let you over here? That one's in the wall. Just don't go near that wall would be my recommendation. If I had to give you guys one piece of advice, stay the fuck away from the wall. But the boss should be up at this point. Don't hit anything other than Zagrazu, please. If you pull aggro, you're tanking the aggro. I gotta wait a second until Ironhide pats out, but I'll be fine. I just gotta kind of like follow him up. And if I can avoid it, then we're fine. Oh, fuck me. What if you licked my nuts? No, I got 2 diddlers. Alright, someone get me out of here before that basilisk comes back. Oh, fuck me. Alright, come on. Alright, we got it, boys. We're on our way back. Alright, nobody hit anything except for Zagrazu, or you will have aggro. I'll take everything else with me and just reset it. So if you guys have anything on you, just full run and reset it. Oh, what the fuck? Somebody's got to grab Zagrazu. But just grab Zagrazu. The reset point is down to these tree roots. Just don't aggro the basilisk. Like I might have just done. No, we're good. All right, there we go. And then we go back up. Go down to like right down where I was. And then it should reset. Zombie should have Zagra still. Oh yeah. Okay, we're good. Oh fuck, where are you coming from? Alright, I think we're good. Good shit, thank you, Zombler. Somebody's gotta do it. And I think we're back to normal. Yes, okay, Biss. Crazy to think that people were, why can't I get LOS from there? That tree was just blocking my LOS. What the actual fuck do you mean? Bruh. I'm getting cooked by that tree. What do you mean? That's fucking absurd. Yeet. Alright, this is the drop. We're working hard for these already today, I believe. I don't think we got shit, huh? Oh. Man. Fuck the stone cutter. Dumbass sword. It's actually kind of a cool sword because no one's gonna have like necrotic mitt. Strag wasted his roll. RIP Strag. Poor Stragma. Yo, Phoenix, how you doing, my boy? They have a commercial service. $2,000. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. 2,000 to buy, and then monthly is 500 or 250. Holy shit. Like, that's cool, but I don't make that kind of money streaming, especially my IRL streams that 20 people show up to watch. So, like, we'd have to have a little bit more of a budget expansion or something. But if we ever get to that point, we're good. That's kind of why I think, like, with an encoder and everything as well, because we already have the encoder. We just weren't able to, like, set it up for Iceland. We didn't set it up for Iceland. Basically, we should be able to run very efficient streams off of our setup. Like, very, very crisp looking streams. And a lot of people thought the Iceland streams looked really good, like, just given the setup already. But it's gonna look much crispier. This shit's gonna look beautiful. What are brass pulls and mirrors? I was hitting it. So we found a few poles, not like stripper poles, but just like random poles in Iceland. And I don't know why, but I was sober and bored. So I was just like fucking hitting the moves on them things. And it was, I was more talented than I thought I was. And that was without the poles even like rotating, like the true strippy poles. I was kind of going fucking crazy. I would do well over there. Chad also always tells me, in the event that everything else fails, I should just sell feet pics. Apparently that's a very lucrative thing for people to do right now. Because I always thought the chat was going to be like, oh, Dusty, make an OnlyFans, make an OnlyFans. And I'm like, I have a small dick, I can't make an OnlyFans. Like, I'm 6'5", and that makes it look even smaller. And chat was like, no. Like, feet pics are the way. And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, you just sell people pictures of your feet. I'm like, do I have to do like weird shit like crack an egg with my toes? They're like, nope, just pictures of your feet. Dirty or clean, they sell. See, that's crazy to me. Like, I could just be vibing and like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, these little piggies are ready for the day, and someone will pay for that? Like, how much? Because there are a lot of people that hang out that don't even T1 sub, which is, you know, it's perfectly okay. But like, if I cross-reference the list, and I get somebody in chat that's not T1 sub, but that's buying feet pics, that could be a good indicator of who the fucking freaks of this community are, and where the priorities lie.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
This is business math. It's a different type of math, effusive. This is one of my specialties. People pay for farts in a jar. What you mean, of course? I have a friend with a stupid addiction to feet pics. He drops $1,000 a month minimum. The fuck? Like, does he do like dude feet or like And is he taking new clients? What the fuck do you mean? $1,000 a month on toes? Doesn't he realize he could just like go to a beach and get that many toes for free? Now, granted, it'd be weird to take pictures of people's toes, but he buys the pics. Well, yeah, I get it. I don't think he's spending $1,000 a month on literal feet, but like, what? DustyWhy might be a banger foot channel. That would actually be wild. 1 toots a day keeps the sad vibes away. And instead of like a foot picture meta, it's a toe picture meta. And we come up with a story. We build like the, I don't know, the toe verse. And with the toe verse, we got a whole lot of different lineages that we go down. We got backstories. We got like trauma, tragedy, excitement. We had the people with good RNG spawns that grew up in a beautiful neighborhood and never knew any adversity. Toes in different area codes? Wait, that would sell like crazy. Wait. What if I went to a state border hoofs and I spread my toes over the state line? You know what's crazy? If I did that at like the Canadian border, that shit would sell. And a man from Canada. It's been nice. It's been a good time not being banned from Canada until now, but we're down horrendous. XNXX. So like, I feel like that's like saying my favorite social media is MySpace. I feel like that's a very like, I don't know, I feel like that's like still listening to the radio station. I will say. I feel like there are better alternatives that have aged much better. I don't know, like The Hub, for instance. But either way. Fupo! How are you, my friend? We're discussing, well, toe bean pictures. And honestly, I know as a cat, people probably try to get bean pictures from you too, quite frequently. So, I tune in to hear Canada and toes. I'm not afraid at all. Yeah, you don't have to worry about anything here. It's fine. It's fine. We were just discussing the old fallbacks of like, you know, say stream didn't work out and stuff, or say I needed some extra money. Because we were talking about how like Starlink mobile systems had potentially bad uploads, so bad for streaming. But a Starlink Mini for the IRL setup could be really cool for like consistent access to internet, providing it's capable of streaming. And then we were talking about like the Starlink business package or whatever that's gonna have like, I don't know, it's like 100 megabyte per second upload or something. So that'll be cool, but I'm assuming that would be hard to carry around with me, and also would probably be expensive. And like, fuck me. Nobody look! So the expensive part is the hard part. So then we got onto the discussion of like, well, how could I make more money? Because I'm not gonna stop streaming Ashes and stream something else. And then I was like, well, Chad always tells me if I just sold like foot pictures, that'd be the most lucrative thing I could do. Like, better than a potential rap career. Better than trying to be like an influencer, cryptocurrency scams, anything. And probably more, you know, palatable morally in the long run. So, shouldn't be the worst. Commercials like 2K to buy, so not too bad. Fubo, listen here. We don't all have a Mercedes-Benz litter box. We don't all have the fucking Maybach cat trees. Some of us are still on that great value shit. Bro, 2,000 is like a... Honestly, with this being a very down month for Ashes, 2,000 might legitimately be more than I make this month. Is it write-off? Yo, I do need to get better at write-offs. Yes. Because I try not to buy anything, but literally everything that I can buy almost can be used for, like, write-offs. because anything I can just like use it on stream and then it's a write-off. So like, obviously some things I can't unless I stream on a different website, but like a lot of things can apparently be written off. I need to work with a tax man this year because I think I cucked myself on my taxes last year, and I'm not very good at taxes. So I'm near certain that I fucked up a little bit. Crows also, hello, caca. Doss's fucking addictive gambling pushed you off. Crows, it's good to have you back, brother. What you been up to? Why don't you simulcast? What, like multi-stream? I do Twitch and YouTube. But I don't have any desire to put content on like Kick or anything like that. Because it's Kick. I think I would rather not have viewers than have the viewers that Kick brings in. There's a certain level where it's like the communities over there are over there for a reason. And like, there's a certain level of content creator where you do everything that you can for more views. And then there's a certain level where you're like quality over quantity, right? And I'm very much a quality over quantity person, which is why I don't really care that Ashes is in a lull. I don't really care that, you know, the player base is down until P3 hits. You know, viewership's down until P3 hits, anything like that. So, solves the income issue. I think Kick streamers make significantly less than Twitch streamers. Personally. Unless you, like, sign an exclusivity deal to get, like, some form of salaried. But I think Kick subtotals are much less than Twitch subtotals. Now you have the higher split over there, but maybe the ratio works out. But I feel like even the largest Kick streamers have like mid to small large like sub bases over there, but I think the only ones who are making more are political streamers who are getting ad sniped on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, especially if they do like casino and like gambling ads and shit like that and crypto ads, they're probably like their ad revenue is probably good if you're in that realm of things. But yeah, I don't necessarily think that Kick would do well for this channel anyways. There's a certain vibe of content that people go to a website for, right? And it's like people on Kick expect a certain type of content creator, a certain type of, you know, vibe to the stream. So I'd just rather not be kind of like over there. Asmon and Tectone have posted their incomes. Kick is doing them very well. Correct. And Twitch was also doing Asmongold very well without ad revenue. So depending on what very well is over there. Asmongold made 300k this month on Kick versus 30k from Twitch. Correct, because all of his ad revenue is gone, but Asmongold also would get 10k ad revenue a day easily at his viewership size. Like, those are the political streamers, like Doss said, who are getting ads cooked over here and have no ad revenue that they're receiving. And someone my size isn't enough to generate ad revenue in the first place in a consistent manner. Until you get to like 200 average viewers, you're not really getting any form of like consistent ad rev. We get a little bit a day, but it's nothing wild. So, like, I've had times where streams were popping and like the ad rev for that day was like $100 or so, but it's nothing wild by any means. But once you get up into the 1,000+ viewer range, your ad revenue alone is going to be your largest percentage of income through Twitch. But if your ads are getting cooked because your channel is labeled as a political channel, you're streaming political content, but you're in political directories, whatever it may be, you know, your revenue is going to get cooked. So, does Asmon get subs on Kick? He was only ever on his alt here, where I'm pretty sure he's still... No, I think they made him partner on his alt a while back. I think Zach Roar's partnered now, or at least affiliated. Problem is it's much harder to scale streams up to the numbers they're at with gaming, though. Oh, yeah. The days of gaming streams being like Ninja having 100,000 viewers playing Fortnite each day are gone as fuck. Those are absolutely cooked. I think that the days of gaming being at the top of Twitch are gone for a while until a game kind of like has that transcendent effect again. Yo, Derek. How you doing, my boy? I've been creeping over there on the Valheim stuff. Looks kind of fun. I'll watch while I poop sometimes. Boys! Welcome in. If you haven't been here before, my name is Dusty. I appreciate y'all coming through. I do stream Ashes every single day, most days starting around 2 p.m. EST. I did get back from 2 weeks in Iceland recently, sorry, wrong R word, but a good one to mix up. Recently got back from 2 weeks in Iceland, so I've been settling back in. Stream schedule's been a little wacky, but I stream a metric fuckload. Today's day 738 in a row with not missing a day, not taking a day off. Most weeks I stream 70 plus hours. I am quite frankly addicted to pretty much everything. Over on the Ashes side of things, we've got the private test realm access Tuesdays and Wednesdays right now, and then on July 14th it goes to 24/7 PTR access. And while you can't stream visuals from that, you can still have your stream active while you are playing that. You just can't show your visuals. We found workarounds that allow us to ethically stream PTR stuff without showing the PTR, and it allows us to talk about it as it's happening while we're playing it. So, really good time for players to hop in kind of like, you know, at their own free will, with a very frictionless environment to gear to do pretty much everything. Boop to you. Thank you for the 6 months, Mr. Derek. My God, wait, 6 months is a new banana. I appreciate you, dog. Welcome to come hang out with the servers. Hey, I appreciate that, dude. I'll bring the ship back around Vero when P3 drops. P3 is going to be amazing. I'm very, 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 very excited for what P3 is going to bring. I will say. I think PoE 2 really popped off on Twitch, but it just didn't have staying power. Yeah, PoE 2 is also a weird thing because ARPGs, in my opinion, are very, like, not frequently community-based. So, I am someone who very much enjoys, like, community-based content, right? I like playing MMOs where I can play with my community, where I can make content with my community, where I can hang out with the community. ARPGs, there's a certain extent of that, right? But it's very, 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 very light. Unlike the multiplayer thing, right? So basically, in terms of like, in terms of the content that I like to create, PoE was fun to play, but not fun to stream. I feel the same way about MOBAs. Fun to play, but not fun to stream. And a lot of that is because I can't yap with chat. I can't just chill out, hang out while I'm doing what I want to do. It's more of like a constant lock-in instead of a, you know, a lock-in for a little bit when you need to, and then have a lot of time where you're just yapping and hanging out. There's a lot that goes to it. PoE 2 is good for clips, but wasn't very good for viewership on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, if PoE 2... Also, Leon, thank you for the hydrate, dude. Hope you're having a good day. PoE 2, I think, offered some people the opportunity to grow their viewership, but a lot of it was also the current PoE streamers, right? So, you were either a larger streamer coming in who brought a large amount of viewership with you, or you were a PoE 2 streamer who received some of the residual viewership along the way that fall off from like the larger streamers and the new people in the directory. So with that, it's kind of like Ashes. When P3 happens, the people who will be the largest will very likely be the streamers that come in from outside of the directory. They will bring in their large communities. And then you will have people that are your Ashes streamers that have been here and that have been, you know, talking about Ashes present in the directory, that the people who are going to be streaming have silently lurked, silently checked out, whatever it may be, right? And from there, you're going to have a level of like trickle fall down viewership from that. And that is how your Ashes streamers, outside of just people coming into the directory not following a streamer and coming in like organically with the, you know, the hype of the game, whatever it may be, that's how those streamers will grow. People like me, the other streamers that are hanging out in the directory, the other streamers that will come back that have had a lot of, you know, a lot of time in the directory. We are kind of dependent on other things like outside forces bringing people in. Whether that's hype around a new phase, new patch, new class, Whether that's a new streamer that comes in, and then when they end their stream, you know, out of their 5,000 viewers, 300 go elsewhere to check out some content. That alone is going to boost the Ashes directory as a whole by a shitload. And I don't think anything like that is very too far-fetched in the long term. In fact, I think it's near like guaranteed in the long term with Ashes. So I think that it's quite large in terms of the future here. Yo, Oracle, thank you for the RDC. I appreciate you. Derek, thank you for the combo, brother. Much love. Did you hear about Apogea? Apogea? Applebee's. I got some new community members from that game. They're good people. I don't think that I saw gameplay or anything from that. I think with a game like that, you need to go ham on the guides and info. Otherwise, you're just lost in a sea of people doing the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. There's got to be like something to set you apart and grow you in that directory. And very frequently with ARPGs, your knowledge, your guides, your stuff like that that actually get traction are not coming from someone new in the directory. So it's like when those viewers come in, whether it's PoE 2 and bringing new people in there, whether it's Phase 3 bringing people into the Ashes directory, there's going to be a level of like people looking for someone to watch, and they're like, why should I watch this streamer who I've never seen before? And if you don't have something that is immediately drawing people to you over the other streamers, then you're going to miss out on a bit. And that's why like large streamers can go game to game to game to game and can succeed. They bring the viewership with them and they plant themselves at the top of the directory. So when someone comes in, they recognize the name and they're instantly just like, oh, I'm going to check out this person. Snowball effect, right? If you're already at the top, you stay at the top. And if you're at the bottom, then it's much fewer people that are actually getting down to the bottom of the page to look at you. So with that, as a smaller streamer, mid-sized streamer, whatever it may be, you've got to be kind of like aware of the directories that you're going into. If you're going into something that is massively hyped, you're trying to trend hop, you're trying to do the next big thing every time there's another big thing, you're probably just going to lose all your momentum that you do have starting your snowball and getting that cooked up. So, like, I'm very fortunate that I always did not factor streaming being a full-time thing that would ever work, and it just kind of like worked with me playing what I wanted to play in the first place. So I'm excited that I get to be over here in Ashes making content that I want to make, and it just happens to, you know, at least for now, work out. But I think that a lot of people, like Daw said, just kind of like get lost in the sea of people doing shit, right? So I'm excited. I'm excited. I think Ashes provides a lot of opportunity for people to stand out, for people to kind of like find their lane for content creation, and there are a lot of different opportunities for people too. A lot of different types of content that can be put out. Ashes has a lot of potential at launch. I think as a multiplayer and competitive element is more entertaining to watch regular IMO than say an ARPG. I'd also imagine the drama aspect is magnetic for some people. Oh yeah, it's absolutely an element of like a social dynamic to the game. It's like a soap opera once you get good server storylines too. And that's one thing that I really hope Ashes is able to do well with some of the organized PvP as well. Making that semi-regularly accessible and not just this infinitely giga rare thing. I know a lot of like dynamic spin-up PvP is really cool because you can jump people, you can get the edge on people. But I think that overall, in terms of people investing in the storyline of the server, investing in like, I'm on this guild side, I'm on that guild side, really stems from that long drawn out build up. The, you know, we have this big PvP event coming up, we're going to push you for it, we're going to organize for the siege, we're going to do whatever, right? And on this day, it's us versus you, even if it's like 2 days from now. Everyone on the server knows that. Everyone on the server shows up to see what's going to happen. And it's like a big hype event, right? So I think that there is a lot of potential to that. The castle sieges and lead up to those. Oh yeah. Yeah, sieges are going to be fucking nuts. Castle sieges, I'm so excited to test. When's the new update? New update is going to be August 4th, but every playtester has access to the private test realm starting back on July 1st. So we are kind of like getting previews at things that could potentially be brought in for the August 4th update and beyond that early on the private test realm. Every playtester has access to the PTR, started back on July 1st, where everyone got in. And then on the 14th, so 8 days from now, PTR goes up to 24/7 accessibility until August 3rd. And then on August 4th, you have the new server starting up. So this one will wipe August 3rd. August 4th, we log into whatever the fuck they call it. And that'll be our 24/7 uptime phase 3 server that'll probably be lasting for, I'd say, a year and a half, 2 years. Want to play some Deadlock? I would rather probably take a toothpick, start walking at a wall, think about you and get bricked up, and then place the toothpick direct. Anyways, you get the idea. Deadlock's cool, but I'm gonna be real. I don't think a single techie, thank you. I don't think a single game cooked my viewership as quick as Deadlock, because I'm such a community-based streamer. When I'm not doing community-based stuff, it's not the same stream. So I don't know. It's not that it's like not the same stream and there's no good content or this or that, but like with me trying to incentivize so much like community-based stuff, I don't know, and just yap with chat all the time. Games like Deadlock and like other MOBAs and shooters and ARPGs and shit like that, like it's tough. It's tough. Hard to yap with chat playing MOBAs. Yeah, and with MOBAs, like, there's a certain element that you can yap, but I'm also, like, not that I'm a fucking god tier former pro MOBA player or anything like that. Like, I played in some amateur Dota tourneys and shit like that with some now very good players, but I was always, you know, above average, not amazing. And with that, Deadlock hit, and I was really fucking good early. I was one of the highest win rate Mo and Krill players for a while. I was cooking Mo and Krill builds out. Now, I wasn't posting them anywhere, but I was doing shit that people weren't seeing on that hero yet. And despite, like, you know, having the full, like, you know, 65, 70% win rate, like, this streak going on right now in chat, like, hyping it up as much as I physically could, there just wasn't enough, like I was talking about earlier, like, name pull to actually get people in. Like Drewski said, there were a lot of massive streamers that were over there at the start of Deadlock, and it becomes a level of, well, why would I watch DustyWhy when, you know, Summit's over here, when Shroud's over here, when, I don't know, fucking everyone was over there, right? And you've got all of these, like, Mount Rushmore levels of streamers over there doing something at the same time. And if they're not getting clicks from every viewer that's coming in, how the fuck are you being me, going to get clicks? And that's the thing that a lot of small streamers just like don't acknowledge. They're like, well, I can't grow my channel. I stream Call of Duty 9.5 hours a week, and I don't know why it's not working. And I'm like, brother, you go to your Twitch analytics and see how many impressions your channel gets. Because like impressions are a direct like feed in to clicks, which are engagements, which turn into your views. And if you're streaming and you have no impressions, then that means that people are not seeing your channel at all. Whether it's because the director you're in isn't drawing people in, whether it's because you're in a director that's drawing people in, but they're getting into other streams before they have the, you know, the knowledge that you even exist. It's tough being the little streamer, man. It really is. But a lot of people also just like expect to press go live and then instantly be at 1,000 viewers, not realizing that there are probably, if I had to guess, fewer than 500 people globally who average more than 1,000 viewers right now. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I feel like it's fewer than 500 people globally who average more than 1,000 viewers. You are in an extremely high percentage, small, like, omega club if you average anywhere above 100 viewers, realistically. 1% of streamers? Oh, less than that. Less than that. So, just for reference, because of the, like, down month, this month, viewership has been down here, like, almost 50% over the last, like, 2 months. Just because Ashes with this server has kind of been like down. That's perfectly okay. But just for perspective, this was with the Iceland stuff too. So 7 days, just under 60 average viewers. Last 3 months, 134 average viewers. So just to show kind of like where we're at with everything. This is like the end of P2, the start of P 2.5. And with 2.5 falling flat, this is probably not the worst drop that a lot of streamers have seen. So keep in mind, I did go to Iceland for 2 weeks, and then I went to Vegas as well. I went to Vegas for a weekend, then went to Iceland for 2 weeks. So like, in the past like 30 days, you know, I didn't have the craziest thing either. But even coming back for the Ashes streams, it's also been tough being in Ashes. Like, a lot of people are out of it. But keep in mind, oh wow, hi, all of you guys. I have my viewers hidden all the time. What? Jesus Christ. Guys, what the fuck? I appreciate you guys. Anyways, even at 68.6, so 69 average viewers, I am in the top 0.31% of all of Twitch. And that is at 69 average viewers. When I was at like 3 months ago, when we were at like 130, 150-ish over here, it was top 0.0x%. It gets very, 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 very scarce very quickly. We are the 9,789th highest ranked English channel in the world. Just for perspective, at 69 average viewers. A few months ago, this was in the top couple thousand. It gets thin very fast in terms of just like raw average viewership. And I think a lot of people don't understand that there are really not a lot of summits, not a lot of shrouds, not a lot of, I mean, fuck, even like pirate softwares and shit. There are not a lot of streamers that ever make it past 5 viewers. And Ultra was saying earlier, like, you can't break character and talk, so we'll chill at 5 viewers. Brother, honestly, 5 viewers without talking is more than I had for years of streaming with talking and with a camera and with everything. I'm gonna keep it completely a buck. I spent a shitload of time yapping to myself, talking to myself with nobody in here. And that's why even when, like, you know, people are just kind of chilling, people are hanging out, I'm always just fucking running my flaps. It's because it's so easy now with, you know, people actually showing up to these streams to be at least somewhat conversational. Grab boss. Wish I could, boss. Bad things are happening. Alright. Strag, you take that. I'm gonna go reset this guy real quick. Zombie, come down to this tree root to reset. Run down to me here, and then you'll reset. And they should snap once you get here. Perfect. Was trying. Oh, word. Bad movement. Get better. How's the PvP? I'm permabanned from New World. Bro, what do you... Wait. No, hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. We're not just going from, hey buddy, how's the PvP? I'm permabanned in New World, to an actual discussion about the PvP. Talking shit. No shot they got you on a verbal permaban. What did you say? Bruh. What the fuck do you mean? Ayo, Master Chief. Thank you for the 4 months, brother. Much love. I appreciate you. It was a 30-day suspension, so I appealed and they changed it to a perma. Wait. What did you say in your appeal? What the fuck do you mean? How in tarnation did you have a 30-day get changed to a fucking perma after appealing? Nothing rude. What? What did you do? What did you do? Yo, Eska, hope you're having a beautiful day. What the fuck? Pirate has really fallen off the positive attitude streamer. That's why I started watching him and quit. Yeah, I mean, so personally, a lot of people have always said that he's very condescending, but I think his reputation was good enough in the past for people to assume that the condescending comments were more like out of a place of confidence instead of trying to be condescending and demeaning. And then over time, people just realized he was genuinely an asshole. And all of those moments of like, is this funny roasting or is this, you know, him trying to make someone feel bad, turned into, okay, well, he's definitely just trying to make people feel bad. And I think that's when a lot of people noticed that the positive attitude that he had over there wasn't actually like a positive attitude. It was like moments of positivity that were highlighted by Microsoft Paint diagrams that really didn't make much sense, and mine were much better. That led into a crash out that to this day has not ended, and he is now arguing with random people on Twitter. And I'm pretty sure Stop Killing Games is going to reach its signatures if it already hasn't because of him nearly alone. So, how's Iceland? Dude, Iceland was fucking phenomenal. Oh my god, it was so fun. I hope that someday I get to go back. Like, Iceland, everywhere you turned was just such a... like a surreal landscape. Everywhere that you went, it was like seeing for miles. It was these beautiful contrasts of flat areas, lava fields that were sculpted by literal fucking magma, glaciers shaping areas and carving out these massive valleys and fjords and everything. Oh my god, dude, it was unreal. Unfucking real. And the fact that there weren't really bugs or like ticks or anything out there. It was great, like, hiking as well. It was actually like absurd. Also, Leon, my weekend was great, dude. I had a beach day today. What do you get up to today? Pirates be kind of becoming a lolcow. Genuinely curious how many people hate watch him at this point. I mean, when you're that large, it kind of does make sense, because if he draws ad revenue in any way, shape, or form, that's a significant amount of money. So I guess when you're a certain amount of large, like, any view is a good view to a certain extent. But I've never believed in that in the first place. I think that that's very taxing to carry the weight of, like, bad viewers, so to say. Not like bad viewers in the sense like, oh my god, you're not doing exclamation donate, shame on you, honk Tua. But like bad viewers in the sense of like you're condoning toxicity, you're going back and forth with the trolls to try to get like entertainment out of it, and you're not really willing to stand your ground, stand up for yourself, or do like whatever, right? Do you really care his volume? I would, but that's also just me. I very much take pride in the fact that the mods here gamble in chat more than they actually mod. Everyone comes in here and just kind of like puts away their personal biases, their political biases, like whatever it may be. And everyone just comes in here and hangs out. And a lot of the time, whenever somebody does bring weird vibes in here, holy shit, wait, what the fuck? Kando exists? Oh my god. Wait, are the mods even here right now? What the hell is happening? Oh my god. But like, I've always really appreciated that this community, no matter the size of it, has always been a very welcoming and accepting community, right? And I think that if I were to have a ton of toxicity every day, I would look forward to streaming a lot less. I think it would take a lot of the fun out of it, genuinely. I don't like when people try to like rage bait, drama farm, whatever it may be, even if they're doing it for like a haha funny clip. Like, I don't really care for that style of content. I would rather have fewer viewers but enjoy what I'm doing more than just kind of like be a spineless lolcow for viewers. And some people are okay with being a spineless lolcow for viewers, and some people are okay with being a spineless lolcow and losing 66% plus of their viewers. It all depends on really like what you want to do and how much you really value that status of being the super cool elite streamer that everybody knows, where you walk to a con and you're the highlight. People are inviting you to shit. People are sending you stuff. People want to be around you. I get it. That's cool. Like in Iceland, a lot of the natives thought that it was sick that I was streaming. They had no idea I was fucking relevant or irrelevant. There were a bunch of people that kept coming onto the stream and like saying what's up, and I felt awesome. It was such a cool feeling. And I kind of get that. Like if you're so used to that and that's like the highlight of your life, right? And you go somewhere and you're showered in adoration, and then that starts to change, I get it. But also, I feel like at a certain point, you're going to be showered in random people's spit at events if you get a certain amount of hated. So people have to be careful. Kronos gets some assault charges going. Coombs, hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. Mods asleep post Dusty W booty. Yo, the Dusty W booty is condoned by the mods here. It's not just condoned. Brothers, they encourage it. It's insane. Okay, so chat, do we find Basilisk Skin Tunic on the next drop or no? Because me personally, I'm thinking a yes. I just feel like lolcows have an expiration date though, because eventually they're... Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Lolcows always have an expiration date, but you also have to remember they're one-hit wonders that made so much money that they disappeared into the void and never did anything else with their lives and have enough money to say fuck you to anybody who comes their way. At a certain point, if you make generational wealth during your time as a lolcow and then stretch it a little bit to just have a trickle in that you live off of, then you're kind of good. Because even a lolcow's like downfall, right? Like, and not that Pirate Software has even reached like lolcow level by any means. Like at this point, his most viewed content is clips making fun of him, for sure. I get that. That's pretty like close to lolcow. I get it. But he still has a lot of viewers. Now he did go from like 15, 16K average to like 5K, 6K average. But like he's also holding on to that 5K, 6K average because he's dying on the hill. Now personally, I think if he would have just not died on the hill and been like, yo, my bad, I wiped the group. Yo, my bad, I pulled that ocular. Yo, my bad, I can be a dick sometimes, I'll work on it. Then I feel like he'd have double his viewership right now. But that's not the route that it went. And as a result, we're in the current state of affairs. Time to play the Horse Girl game. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Chat, what about a hobby horse stream for a sub goal? Y'all know about that hobby horsing? I have to set up like a track and I have like one of the horses on the sticks. And I gotta like run through the track as if I were on the horse. It's like a safer, more ethical way to ride horses than riding horses. Hobby horse sub goal coming soon. No, it's fucking not, by the way. Go fuck yourselves. Do you think hobby horse sub goal is coming soon? It's, I don't know. How? Add bong rips? To the sub goal? Chat. Chat. 1 Twitch Prime. Or T1, T2, T3. We go bong rip. Surely somebody has Twitch Prime. You just afraid my horse girl would be yours? Brother, there's no fucking shot. Like, normally I'm like tolerant of fucking idiots. But if you think your horse girl has any chance against my horse girl whatsoever, brother, you don't even want to know.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Ban him. Get him the fuck out of here. We got enough people in here today. Ban him. One leaving won't matter. Cook his shit. I'm going to take bong rip anyways. Boys, I'll be right back. I need to get another Dr. Peppy too. Chat, do I get another Dr. Pepper? I'm out of this one. I think it's time for another Dr. Pepper. I'll see you in a second.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
Or needs self heals.
Please help me!
Chat, Carla's taking bongies tonight. What is this? Holy fuck, boys, it's a full girthquake. Oh my god. Guys, holy shit. My good gracious. That shit just... I mean, we might not want to talk about this right now, but that just triggered an off-coast punami that is headed somewhere to wreak some havoc. Oh my god. Boys. Boys, that is a girthquake if we've ever seen one. Are the vibes back? Is the ashes hype back? Have I held out long enough for you motherfuckers to believe again? Boys, we're so up. PTR testing, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll be here. Phase 3 launch. We'll be here. Every day in between now and then. We'll be here. I'm not fucking leaving. I'm not going anywhere. You guys don't have to worry. You don't have to fear. Meta. Thank you for the hydrate, brother. Chat. Easy question. Hoofsay! The 5 gifties, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Raven, Santain, Vaztec. Good night. Povis. Congrats, gang. Hoofs. I appreciate you, brother. Much love. Much love. When's phase 3? Phase 3 is on August 4th. So until now and then, you have the phase 2.5 server that started back on May 1st, or every playtester also has accessibility to the private test realm. The private test realm is active Tuesday and Wednesday this week, and then starting on July 14th, the following week, it goes, Streg's the group leader. Yell at your fucking boy toy, not me. He's your goddamn secretary. Anyways. The PTR on July 14th until August 3rd goes 24/7. So the private test realm is visually NDA'd, so do not share visuals, don't share like screenshots, anything like that from it. But every key holder gets that PTR access now. Everyone that has access to the testing environment. So with that being said, there are already a couple of core changes that we're testing over there. New movement system. Changes to momentum carryover. Movement abilities, things like that. Some things over there are going to be sorted out. Hopefully implemented upon further. The Nakua and the Pyrai, 2 new races, are already active over there. We tested those last week. Rumor has it, we may be testing dynamic gridding on PTR as soon as this week if everything goes well. We won't know until PTR patch notes drop, but you guys will be knowing as soon as I do, because I'll be here. We'll be playing Tuesday, Wednesday, all day. Because boys, if we're testing dynamic gridding, oh my fucking god, give me the gritty gooses. You guys know that we need the gritty gooses right now. If you guys have the gritty gooses from the hype trains, that's got it. That's a hype train emote, yeah? Yeah, that's a hype train emote. Boys, if you've got the gritty goose emote, we need that shit. That is such a good fucking emote. You guys are gonna be spamming that at TwitchCon as well. Oh, emu. Hi. Wait, if you become a streamer, you could just have a bunch of emu-themed emotes, and then you could just call them emotes. I feel like that would be fire. I won't even lie. I might have just given you a marketing idea. Because honestly, you have the 7 as well. Holy shit, you're a genius. No, don't fucking flatter me. A broken clock is right twice a day. You just kind of like, you know, hit this time. So we'll have one more of those bangers before the end of stream. It's just kind of like a spin the wheel and somebody gets a good idea for the day. And then everybody else just gets like shots in the fucking dark that may or may not be good ideas. So take those at your own discretion. But I will say, emotes are a fucking banger. Shout out to me not being able to talk in one language and people in chat knowing like 6. Cheers to you guys. It's Dr. Pepper time. My comp is going to outer space this week. You about to fry an egg on that shit. Wait, what do you mean? Your comp, your computer? Or your company? Wait a minute. Because as much as we may yap, if you guys remember computer, oh shit. If you guys remember Radar Ranger, his member Cats was very, very active in P2 and then kind of like took a break around this phase. Dude makes literal fucking like satellites that go up into space and shit. And his company has satellites that like launch up regularly, and they just went up on one of the launches with a couple satellites. Like, motherfucker is a literal genius. And was also one of the nicest people in the entire community. He was always like so fucking like gentle, asking to join groups and stuff. He was always like, hey, do you have space please? And stuff like that. Like, he was such a nice guy. I hope he gets to come back and play, but yeah, he's apparently been launching shit into space quite literally. So I thought that was kind of cool. Hoopsie, that shit's so good. The hype train emotes go so hard. I think I might need to lock Carla in the room and tell her to Photoshop some animated Dusty emotes. I really can't talk right now. The beach is weighing on me, boys. Is the PTR up? Am I up? Because although I am, the PTR is not. The PTR will be up Tuesday, Wednesday. And then on July 14th, the PTR goes 24/7. So we'll get PTR access, what's it say, Sunday? Is it God's Day up in this hoe? Yeah. It's God's Day right now, Sunday. Bless up. God did. So Monday we have our last day alive. And I swear to fucking Christ Almighty himself, if I do not get a Basilisk skin tunic by the time the PTR goes live, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll fucking gift 25 subs myself or something. Well, I'm gonna be furious. I'm gonna be furious. I'm just gonna farm another PTR instead. And then I'm gonna just like get a first drop. He said he was gonna lock you. No. I said I was gonna make you do things. And not like that. I'm thinking about some animated emotes. Because Gritty Goose is Gritty Goose is kind of a fucking cook. I won't even lie. Gritty Goose goes incredibly hard. And I'm upset that we don't have like a monkey Gritty, you know? Or like a... Wait, you have such a clean cutout of a Dusty Gritty? From the scenic canyon overlook? Like when we were at the lake and I had you take the landscape of the lake and I just grittied through the frame? Nah, chat, we might have prepped for this. I can do that. Yeah, you just have to like cut out the me. And then we could have a different emo for the canyon, because that was also a cool vibe. I can do either. I feel like just a Dusty Gritty through the frame, because it needs to be like clear enough that people know what it is. Chat, what do we think? Do we just go full brain rot with our Dusty animated emotes? Because right now we've got Dusty W booty. The dance goes hard. The dance goes hard. That was a Carla classic. That's an absolute classic. Yes? Carla has the source material already. We can make this happen very easily. The danger dance is sick. Is that a hype train one too? Wait, why are the hype trains so good? The hype train emotes go so fucking hard. I think they added more recently as well. I don't know, it's hard to keep up with it. I still don't know what the fuck a combo is. I feel like when you guys were asking me what a combo was, you ever have somebody ask you a question at your job that you just don't fucking know the answer to, but you're supposed to know the answer to it? Like, there were times when I was running my Starbucks store, for example, but I was new to the organization, right? Because I was like an outside hire. And people would ask me questions related to like just full spec and stuff, and I'd be like, oh, reference, you know, our material, like we have binders, we had, you know, material all out along the bars, like all along the line to help people learn that shit. But really, that was me saying, I don't fucking know, please go check, because I would also like to know. And then I'd have them come back and tell me what it was, so that way I'll learn. But genuinely, you guys were asking me what combos were when those first came out, and I was like, I didn't even know those came out. Who's over here? Someone through the trees? Or am I tripping? Full brain rot is my vote. So like, how brain rot does brain rot go? Gotta have some nonsense ashes ones too. I know, we if you guys have clips that you would like, by the way, for ashes related soundboards to be added in, We're trying to get everything all cooked up before the start of P3, because P3 is going to bring a lot of people in. And having some fresh shit in the channel for them to come back to would be fucking phenomenal in my opinion. So I'm just putting that out there. If anybody does have clips that they want turned into soundboards, the best thing that you could do is get the sound file from it and then like just post the sound file in the Discord itself, like in the discord.gg/DustyWhy ! Discord. And we're looking for more sounds because a lot of them were New World based. And we haven't really added much since coming over to Ashes because I've been just streaming all the fucking time. And then the times that I haven't been streaming, I've been in Iceland fighting for my life. So it's been busy times. But I'm sure some exist out there. Wait, Hoofsy, what the? Wait, what is that one? Oh, it's a hug. Oh, I'm polluted. China's air purity is cleaner than my mental process, apparently. I thought that was just like the weirdest like thruple kiss for a second. I was like, what intonation is that? I don't know why I thought Twitch was getting freaky with it for a sec, but can't rule anything out, man. Especially if it was fucking ferrets. So what else do we need for like the full brain rot emotes? Dan Clancy, known freak. I mean, I shouldn't say this. Didn't Ray J get like a streaming start because of Dan Clancy through T-Pain or whatever? And then admitted to viewbotting, and Twitch hasn't done anything about it. I hate viewbotting. I really... Did you take your ring out of your pocket? Yeah, I put it back on my donger. Thank you for the reminder, it tickles. We're good. So, does Pac just have like the dirt on everybody? If we had to nominate one person to be like Ash's historian to chronicle all of the drama and shit like that, but only through clips and like, you know, video moments in Ash's history, who has the biggest compilation so far? Because in New World, there were people that just had screenshots of everything that we had ever done. So we'd talk about an event, and then they'd be like, oh wait, I was here, I remember this, and then they would just post a screenshot. And we're like, you weren't even here, how did you get this? And they'd be like, oh, I got it from this person, they were there. And it was kind of weird to a certain extent, but I feel like Pac has a lot, but I also feel like there do be some random clippers in the chat as well. Wait, good God, Ash's moments would be fucking absurd. Yep. Is there an Ash's moments in the channel right now? Is Ash's moments in the room with us? Because that motherfucker finds everything out. Everything. Golden Feather Tavern has been here since 2019, but they're pretty drama-free. I know, when I went on TGFT for a, like a podcasty type thing, it was the Tank Summit. My entire mental repetition was don't say fuck, don't say fuck, don't say fuck, don't say fuck, don't say fuck. And I didn't swear one fucking time. Not once. It was awesome. Like, the most proud that I've been of myself in a fucking while, boys. And, yeah, I plan to go back on. And I plan to be equally as scared when I do. Because I understand that it's not hard to be, like, family friendly all the time. It's actually quite hard to do it at any point in time. I mean, shit, my content's not really friendly to anybody. I don't know why any of you are here right now. Or to me, though. Twitch Prime. But I was terrified to say the wrong thing. Excuse me, choo-choo, nobody hit these mobs. Somebody grab Zagrazu, please. Stragma, you know the deal. Nobody hit these mobs. Nobody get aggro or I'm gonna fucking hate you. Somebody hit the cross and then keep it over there. All right, as long as somebody has aggro, somebody needs to keep cross over there or it's gonna reset. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Back up. No! I got fucking diddied. Why? Goddamn fucking diddy ass snakes. I hate this shit. They put a 30-second poison on you that just like periodically stuns you. You just like randomly get a little diddy dart in the butt for a sec. Where did my name mob go? Hooligans. All right. Meta, run down to that tree and reset that mob. I'm gonna grab the named mob. Strag is going to just hit the named mob. Nobody AoE or anything like that. And we will be perfectly fine. Oh, thank God that didn't hit me. I thought I just got diddied into the gaze. And that would have been absolutely terrible. Yo, Buff8. How you doing, my boy? Does the game still run bad? So, in terms of a lot of people's experience, now, there are, of course, outliers who just have a shit PC. People who have had random crashes for, like, weird reasons on a case-by-case basis, right? But in terms of, like, what your experience of, like, this is running bad, this is running good, whatever it may be, if it was related to the longer your game session was going, the more your performance degraded and became choppy, like the memory leak is all but solved. It turns out that a lot of people had the memory leak. It was cooking a lot of people's like fluidity of their game. It was making it feel extremely chunky after like going over certain server worker boundaries, just going place to place a lot. And memory leak, more or less, just very, very bad for things feeling fluid. So the memory leak was actually attributed to a Windows issue with Unreal Engine 5 games that Windows dropped an update for. And since that Windows update went out, the memory leak, at least in my experience, has been non-existent. Through phase 2.5, like the May 1st to August 4th server that we're on right now, they've also added in a lot of server worker infrastructure. So like the resources dedicated to running areas. The server that we're on right now is essentially beefed the fuck up in terms of the amount of server workers that we had previously. Zag in the wall. Oh, do you have a target on him? He might have reset. But where in the wall did he go? So with that being said, like server infrastructure wise, runs much better now in my opinion than it did at the start of the stress test. And then in terms of like memory leak issues, in my experience, in my experience, those have been all but solved. Seemingly, anyways. Oh, fuck me. You can't do it with your mount. You gotta jump roll off of it. You know, sometimes charge them too, but... Oh, fuck! Okay, wait. If anybody initiates on us from this side, I know the craziest flank. Hold the fuck up. Cyrus, in 10 seconds. Hold on, wait. Can I get your uppies? This is for science. If this works, I will cry. Cyrus, do you have uppies? I don't know if Cyrus can hear me or not. But if Cyrus has uppies, that jump roll would have killed you on the PTR. Oh, wait till you see what we're about to do now. Wait till you see what's next on the agenda. I personally, I think we might go all the way back to the Riverlands with this one, boys. I miss the PTR movement, I will say. I know a lot of people have their complaints about it, but really, I think like, this movement's fun in, like, the way that driving a go-kart's fun. But I wouldn't want to drive a go-kart every day forever. And the PvP, in my opinion, did feel better on the PTR movement system. I think that it's still far from perfect. I think that it absolutely needs some things tweaked, but I really don't think that it was in a really terrible spot. All right, Zyrus. Zyrus, give uppies real quick. If we hit this, we're so up. I want the uppies. I need them. I demand the Uppingtons. Uh-oh, Cyrus is gonna die. Fall damage is kinda nuts. The fall damage was fucked. He's setting it up. Huge. Kind of nuts is like, I don't know, a bard finisher damage with proper res dump. Fall damage was far beyond kind of nuts. Oh shit. Hold on. No, we're still going. We're still going. Man, I am kind of going to miss this to a certain extent. But like, that should not be possible. That should absolutely not be possible. Holy shit. I think we might be part of the reason that this is nerfed, boys. Movement enjoyers may be the death of the movement systems. And I apologize, but no! Just came up short. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. So, RIP to being able to do that. And now I have to run back over. The B-hop at the end was like the cherry on top. Just throwing that in there. Oh my god, fucking poetic. Fucking poetic. How do I get back over here? Did I come down this entire high ground? I think I got up through here, right? But yeah, bro, PTR fall damage was legitimately like, I tripped, fell, and on the way down to the ground, I took my entire life in fall damage. It was, I'm willing to say excessive. It felt a little rough. A little unrefined. But overall, I think that it has a lot of potential. What's going on in here? What are you hoodlums doing? Shall I... Are we pulling the basilisk? Because if we pull the basilisk and die to it, then that's your guys' fault. I mean, we have a full group of 7. If we die to this basilisk, then I think we just, I don't know, fucking disband or something. Maybe we just don't get cooked. Or we just kill these first. That's also fine. All is well. Because I can pull Zagrazu without getting the basilisk. If the basilisk passes away, my broodling's gonna die. Please. No. Please don't diddy me. I'm trying to unsummon. Thank you. I'm hoping it didn't die during that, but we should be fine. Over here. Oh, no, that's fine. It's fine. On the way to the ground, Steven cut you 1,000 times. Yeah, Steven is literally, like, on his solo leveling shit. Just full Rogan Viz, killing every player on the way down to the ground, and we don't even notice it. The fall damage isn't even punishing in and of itself, and everyone's trying to figure out why the algorithm is cooked, and Steven's just added his own measures. Honestly, I feel like that would be the IRL equivalent of being able to just make cars crash on your command and nobody gets hurt from it in the long run. Just like for your entertainment. It's like, it's by no means chaotic good. I'd be willing to say it's honestly like villainy type shit. But I'd believe it. Some GM just follows somebody around. Maybe like spawns in an extra respawn or 2. Cooks their shit while they're in Viz. And they don't know what happened. Do we think it's happened or not? Like, not ever once. Because not that I'm applying for jobs at Intrepid. Because, but if I had the power to, like, I don't know, maybe go invis, teleport to a player that was being annoying as shit in Discord or whatever, if I was an Intrepid employee, and then just kind of like nuke their shit. I'm not saying that I wouldn't utilize that advantage. I don't know many men that, you know, wouldn't use. What in the Sam hell did I just bounce off of? I don't really know what's going on, but since that last jump, apparently I'm now just bouncing off of everything. My pulverize just sent me flying after the impact like it was a fucking big booty reverb. Alright, no basilisk, no basilisk, basilisk. We're about to get fucked, boys. Careful. Strugma, turn away. You don't want to see what's happening. Strugma, no! Protect the Strugmadin. Alright, we're good. Oh, God. Oh, it's always the gaze that gets Strug. That sounds terrible to say. We were getting cooked by it yesterday, though. We've been here already. And honestly, some people got some big XP debt yesterday from us trying to figure this shit out. Me being one of those people. We wiped with a medium to large size group. Careful! Oh no! Yeah, so that's not good. I'm gonna call it spade a spade. That's less than ideal. If I had to describe that in any way, I think it would be that. Careful. Nice. I'm gonna move them over to here, so that way there is no risk of them CCing you all for 30 seconds. And then I might be able to pull Zagrazu. I can. Okay, we're up. And if we don't get any more ads, then we're set. The Basilisk wants to try to get fucking height over me or something, man. He is being incredibly aggressive at this moment in time. Any drops? I might just give up on this one. I might just go fuck off and do something else. We're having awful luck with Basilisk skin tunics. I've seen a one drop. Like, we are down fucking horrendous in the BST game. And I wish that we weren't, but... because I'd really love to have one for testing. And it's not even like... it's this massive pivotal upgrade for me or anything like that. It's just like... it's more HP. It gets me to a point that I feel very comfortable with my shields being more impactful on the group, with my base HP pool being very large. I think it's an overall good switch to make, and then I pass my mitigation chest down to somebody else that needs the mitigation chest. But there's a certain point where I'm just like, is it worth it? Does it all matter? What does it all mean? What is the bigger picture? If I was selling insurance, would I be in a more, you know, secure state right now? And sometimes, well, honestly, once every 20 minutes when I don't fucking get a drop, all of those things hit at once. And it's like, would my drop rate on selling insurance be this bad? What if I did real estate? I could probably sell a house. I don't know much about houses. But I feel like there are many, like, you know, entry-level positions that are just person to person that still provide a solid income. So we'll figure it out. Yo, Blotto! How are you, my boy? Any drops? Do you think that I've received any fucking drops? Just as a question. Oh, just for frame of reference, the Predators have a threat drop mechanic. So they kind of just like fuck off and do whatever they want to do once the threat's established. They're very weird. They're like a very invasive species, so to say. Very Diddy-like. They don't give you much choice. Nope, I'm chilling though. Yeah, no, bro. I can't even get a grapple off against this guys. The drops have not been in our favor recently, I will say that. Like, it took... God damn! It took a while to get the brines. We saw multiple drops in one day that I lost rolls on and then finally fucking won it. And then I tried to help. And no more drops for the boys. Feel that negative 20% Dusty drop rate. I know! I just wanted you to relive it with me. You had to, if I had to. But yes, I am convinced to this day that there is a GM that is assigned to following me around and just like reducing drop rates and like, you know, rarities in my area. The drops guy's on vacay until P3. Well, no, even last phase. Like, keep in mind, I was a Grandmaster Lumber Miller and I was Journeyman plus Lumberjacking. Like, on my way to Master. I found one Lego Braidwood. All of P2. And at a certain point, it's like, Dusty, that's just a conspiracy theory. There's not a dev that's following you around, lowering your drop rates and rarity rates from gatherables. And then you realize that, like, I started every stream doing 2 to 3 hours of Braidwood hunting. And I would find a lot of Braidwood, but nothing. Nothing Lego. I'd get epics out the ass. I had a lot. It's because all the wood on P2 was on a timer. But they couldn't be at all the timers all at once. And eventually you had to stumble upon one. And motherfuckers in my guild were stumbling upon them like crazy. Like, we had a shitload in the guild. We were crafting... This is actually going to probably be painful for some people to hear. But we were having people crafting Lego long sight bows. Like the Carfin bow. Because it was a chunker and it looked cool. People were going crazy over that shit. So we had like a lot that was available. I didn't find shit. And also item choices back in P2 after the gearing restructure concerned me. I will say. Found 3 Lego braid on my own. 3's good. I mean, I found 1 tree and it was an Addo tree. So we didn't even get the full 5 wood from it. It was so sad. I found more higher rarity Joshua tree than Braidwood through harvesting than a single high rarity Banyan tree. Wait. So you're not finding the Banyan trees? Is that just like a banana tree in a different language? Like, is that just banana? What's the difference between banana and Banyan? Because I feel like we can just call that a banana tree. Or is there an actual banana tree? We need someone smart to weigh in. Any arborists in the chat? I know there's always a chance. Banana trees are herbalism. Oh, so there's actually a difference. Okay, that makes sense. If there's actually a difference, then I'll let it slide. So you're not getting any epic or legendary B words. Is what I'm gathering. Bananas don't grow on trees. Bananas are actually berries. They grow on bushes. Wait, what? I thought, like, in Survivor, people were always chopping bushels of bananas out of these, like, high trees. What the fuck do you mean? Not even heroic after about 5 hours of chopping plus 2 hours of maps. Oh yeah, get fucked. You're just cursed at that point. It's like being the boy who lived, except instead of just having, like, the lightning bolt scar, he kind of, like, took away your arms and your legs and your dick and just kind of, like, left you there. You're essentially Patrick Star without the appendages. What are you guys rolling on? What are you guys doing? I had to get the timer to the guild every time. Bro, anytime I would find one on stream, I would instantly run away, and Chalk or somebody else would just be like, well, anything like heroic plus. Chalk or somebody else would just take the location and they'd be like, yeah, I got you. It's my timer now. And that was fine. That was perfectly fine. That's what I wanted them to do, so I didn't have to go back, but... Regardless, it'll be banana tree on my head. Like, is it a banana bush or a banana tree? I'm gonna Google. Banana tree or banana bush. Bananas grow on what are technically herbaceous plants, not trees or bushes. The trunk of a banana plant is actually a pseudostem made of tightly packed leaf sheaths. While often called a banana tree, it's more accurately described as a large perennial herb. A banana shrub, on the other hand, is a type of magnolia, scientifically known as Magnolia figo, that is known for its fragrant banana-scented flowers. So does that mean bananas are not berries? Are you lying to me? Huh. Well, that's interesting. So Magnolia figo just has banana-scented flowers. Huh. Is banana weed? Most notable things during growth are leaves. You get little yum-yums that hang off the leaves. Yeah, banana might be weed. Like, do you mean weed or like, do you mean like a weed? Like, is it like a garden weed or is it like a weed? Because honestly, kind of similar in both processes, no? Must be a weed. Must be weed as well. Yes. Yes. I'm expert. I'm not gonna roll around calling it a banana herb. I actually have Tropicana banana herb right now. Funny enough. I believe that it wouldn't be... I mean, is an herbaceous plant an herb? Or is an herbaceous plant like a different category, like a subcategory of herb? Do bananas grow upside down? Wait, what the fuck? That makes sense, actually, because the stem would be connected to the tree. But do they grow up? Like the curve goes up so they can get more sunlight? Why did I always assume they just grew, like, down? Interesting. Interesting. Nin, thank you for the hydrate. Vegetables don't exist? Please don't trigger me right now. On our Iceland trip, we had some people that didn't eat vegetables, some people that didn't eat meat, some people that didn't like fish, some people that only ate like chicken tendies and fries, and they were actually one of our better eaters in terms of trying things, and I'm still so proud of them to this date. But we essentially had one person in the group that if you combined it all would just be like a super person of, well, I don't eat anything, and then they would just starve and die. Or they would get french fries. Like, we had people who vegetables literally didn't exist to them. Did you tell them to eat a dick? No, Carla and I ended up going on like a little 2-person date ski to the restaurant that we really wanted to go to, Skull, because they did not want to go because it was too expensive. A few of them had just gone bar hopping the night before and bought drinks and stuff. And it wasn't an experience. It has a Michelin star and is voted like 4 years in a row the best restaurant in Iceland. Anyways, it was an absolute fucking treat. It was an experience. They were just doing a new menu, so the entire staff was doing tastings. The head chef was coming out to deliver the like dishes to us and explain the dishes to us. Like, it was fucking phenomenal. It was absolutely unreal. So yeah, we like at one point did the equivalent of telling them to eat a dick, because we were like trying to explain Skull to them, and one of them was arguing that it was like too expensive, it just looks like seashells with a few vegetables, blah 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 blah, and it wasn't going to be worth it or anything like that. And so Carlo goes, okay, we're going to Skull, you guys get whatever you want. And we went to Skull and did that for about 2 hours, and would absolutely go back in a heartbeat and do it again. It was phenomenal, absolutely unreal. They got waffles, and they were happy about their waffles, so good for them. But Carla and I legitimately had like life-changing food, like palate-changing food. My fucking god, it was insane. It was absolutely ridiculous. So it was just everything that you got was so good. I feel like eating when traveling is the best part, trying new things. Yeah, it was Iceland. So in my mind, it was try the local cuisine and go outside and do shit. And a lot of people wanted to like stay inside at Airbnbs or sit in the car for no reason and not spend money on things that you could only do in Iceland and spend money on things like alcohol and going bar hopping and stuff. And like to each their own. Like if they want to spend their money that way, then you know, good for them. I hope they deemed it a good spend and got some good memories of it. But like I can buy a bottle of alcohol in America. I can go bar hopping in America and listen to live music. They're playing the same live music that would be playing at any bar in America. It wasn't anything like Icelandic special. I get wasted at home. I'd rather go eat something or experience something I can't at home. Yeah, that was my entire thing with it. Like, there were like moments where they were like, oh, we should get an Airbnb and turn up. Woo! And like, on my birthday when we were at the Airbnb, they were all like drinking and stuff like that. And I was just like chilling, going outside, looking at stuff after the birthday stream and shit. Like, there were so many times where we'd go to an area and they'd kind of like explore for a few minutes and just be like, okay, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, I haven't even started exploring yet. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? And I don't know, it was an amazing place. It was a beautiful trip. Carla and I already talked about going back like with a smaller group because we went with 7 people. And there were some people that weren't like the most vetted in terms of, you know, hiking experience and stuff like that and preparation. There were some definite lapses. So traveling with a lot of people stuff. Yeah, considering it was also like you know, mostly an internet group of friends, you don't really know how everybody is going to be IRL in terms of like the first time meeting them and how people interact in social settings and stuff like that. So it's always a little bit of a gamble. I would say overall it was really a staunch success, and Carla and everyone did a really good job of like improving wherever we could to find things that were applicable for everybody and viable for everyone. And Carla worked really hard to make that trip happen at all. So, despite everybody wanting to do different stuff, I think it was still a very fun trip. I had a blast, but yeah, the moment for me where I was like, y'all are fucking crazy, and just kind of like shut up for the rest of the trip was when Carla and I were talking about how the prices on Skull would be like slightly more expensive than the prices on the KFC that everybody insisted that we stopped at, unless people were legitimately getting like 5 dishes to themselves. Like Carla and I got legitimately what, 5 dishes in dessert, 4 dishes in dessert, something like that, like 5 or 6 dishes while we were there. Left at the point where we were so full that we didn't even want to look at food, but extremely happy because everything was so ungodly delicious. And it was like 120, right around there. It was not bad at all, and that was for like both of us for our entire experience, and that was with drinks too. I had a drink, and then I had a pickleback that was we had 2 picklebacks to chase the beef tartare, because they called it the pickleback run, where you drank your pickleback shot through the bone marrow, through the bone that your bone marrow was served in with your beef tartare. It was absurd. Skull was life-changing. Yes, Skull was actually like palate-changing food. Genuinely an experience that made me think differently about types of food. Yes, it was fucking unreal. And like, Maine has no Michelin star places, Earth at Hidden Pond, and Kennebunkport. Kennebunkport's nice. I think Maine has like a lot of much less like super fancy, upscale-y places, and a lot more of those like mom and poppy type places. So one of my favorite places in Maine is State Lunch right now. State Lunch is up in Augusta. It's a newer place. but they have a rotating menu, and everything that I've had there is just absolutely unreal quality. That's kind of like a nice go-to, like, you know, sit down, good vibey lunch or dinner. Sedgley Place, a lot of people aspire to go there for like an upscale-y type dinner. Sedgley's pretty nice. I have gift cards to a lot of places. But like, in my opinion, the best Thai food in Maine is a place called Pad Thai 2. And when COVID came through, they stopped doing like in-person seating and went to takeout only because COVID. And the takeout only was so good for them that they literally just like never put the tables back in their restaurant and are still takeout only to this day. And it's, in my opinion, the best Thai food in all of Maine. I've had a lot of Thai food. But there are a lot of really fucking good places up here. I think it's just a lot less of a focus on, I mean, certain areas will have much more of like a focus on the finer dining experience. But I definitely feel like up here, food is a little bit more primitive in certain areas. But with that being said, we've got amazing seafood places. We've got a ton of amazing diners that you can't find anywhere else. We've got, honestly, we really do have a good mix of everything. Let me see. Is it... Hold on. Sushi... Restaurant Maine. Is it Suzuki? Yeah, Suzuki's Restaurant Bar in Rockland. Or sorry, Suzuki's Sushi Bar. My bad. It's, I guess, a Beard Award winner for something. I don't know what the fuck the James Beard Award is. But it's supposed to be a really good sushi place. My brother's been. Says it's phenomenal. I have sushi places that I enjoy. Otherwise, I haven't personally been out that way because Rockland is just in the middle of fucking nowhere. I don't really go that way much, but the chef's award. Okay, so is that just like guaranteed slapperoonie food then? Because maybe I do need to make a trip then. He's been telling me for literally years that I need to. Okay. Okay, well, maybe we have a new side quest. Fuck me. Because like, after Skull, it was kind of like a level of taking normal ingredients and just elevating them to a level that they, quite frankly, just like shouldn't be at. It was absolutely unreal how things that sounded so simple were just giving so much like depth and flavor and everything good. It was fucking nuts. You know, the origin of Michelin star restaurant has to do with the restaurant being sleeper / must visit, but it would be out of the way, so only way to get there would be through the Michelin tires marketing strap. Interesting. So they try to like space out the Michelin star distribution to get people there. Is that conspiracy or is that confirmed? Because that's kind of like a W marketing strat. That's had an impact on like the entire restaurant industry. Food is so much better when it's fresh. Yes, absolutely. And there were a lot of places out there too that I'm convinced would have had many awards and accolades had they not been in the middle of fucking, you know, middle of nowhere Iceland. When we were in Ísafjordur, there was a seafood restaurant where everything was all you can eat, but it wasn't like they prepare it, bring it out in bulk and set it under a heat lamp, right? It was locally sourced that day, like catch of the day stuff. It started out with a seafood soup of the day, and you could go up and get as many rounds of the seafood soup as you wanted. And then once they had the main courses cooked, because they did like timed seatings for each one. So we went for like the 8:30 seating. You start out with like bread and soup, and you're chilling with the seafood soup, eating your bread. They'll bring you as much bread as you want. You can get as much everything as you want. And then they just bring out these massive cast irons filled with delicious looking fish dishes. And everything's prepped fresh. They keep cooking until the service is done. And then as soon as service is done, they clean and they prep for another service. And that shit was absurd. We went out there because Haffy, our unofficial Icelandic tour guide who abducted us at a gas station, basically became one of us. He worked at the restaurant and was like, I can get you guys a discount. And then he kind of cooked himself because they said that he couldn't give the discount to his entire friend group. And so he was like, oh, I'll pay half your guys' meals. He was fine with it, but I felt kind of bad. But it was all okay in the end. Tell us about the airplane, kids. I don't want to talk about the goddamn airplane, zombie. I've had like 3 bad flights in a row. And like, if TwitchCon does not go well, the next dono goal for travel is gonna have a fucking Emirates like sleeper cabin flight for me. Like, I'm not taking any goddamn chances. I'm gonna like get a goddamn fucking massage during the next flight if this one goes bad for TwitchCon. I swear to God. What is the airline that has most recently duct taped a child to a seat? Because I'd like to support that airline. Like, whichever airline is willing to duct tape a motherfucker to a seat, and by a motherfucker, I mean a screaming kid that won't shut the fuck up, I'm probably gonna support them. I think that, you know, showing companies that their actions are for the better, it's very important. Putting your support where it matters, it matters. If you want a crazy good experience, go to Le Bernardin in New York City. Has a dress code, so make sure to wear a dinner jacket and tie. Oh, that sounds cute. Carla, take notes. When we were in Vegas, we went to a place with a dress code. It wasn't anything like too fancy schmancy. But like, it was really good. It was, the Sinatra. That one. Very, very, very yummy. Skull was better, but the Sinatra also slapped. It went hard. Oh, we know like chefs. Okay. Fubo's the man of culture. Fubo has to live like a fucking, I don't know, secret agent millionaire playboy cat life. This is my theory at this point. Fubo secretly has like the coolest life in human history. And it's just like incognito vibing. Okay, so where does your food expertise end? Like, how far northeast does it stretch? Because I think you were looking up places for Maine, right? So I don't think you have the Maine experience. Has a cat been to Maine? Have you interacted with our local cats? Because we have our own up here. I'll have you know. Make sure all legs and dumbass children are secured at all times. Like, it's not even a matter of like making sure the children are secured and not running around. As long as they're shutting the fuck up. Like, I understand kids get excited. It's their first plane ride, whatever. I had my first plane ride for TwitchCon last year, and I only screamed and clapped a little bit when we landed. It wasn't even that big of a fucking deal. I just wanted to clap because the pilot did a really good job. Don't shame me. And some of these motherfucking kids were screaming the entire goddamn flight. And at a certain point, the thought during one of my flights may have gone down, like, through my head as, would they be screaming louder or quieter if the plane were actually descending into a certain crash? And I was playing out some scenarios in my head. And none of the scenarios were good. Oh, the drops are dropping. Cool. I don't know if anybody actually needs shit at this point, but the drops dropping is very encouraging. Oh. Why is there a basilisk right there? Why? What do you mean? Got the score for Dusty retells the story? Oh, the story's not done. Yeah, the story's not fucking done. The story's nowhere near done. Also, you didn't get a full, like, recap of one flight. That was an amalgamation of many stories altogether. That was more of like a Cliff Notes version of many past stories. That's, yeah, I already heard it. No, you didn't. Those are multiple separate flights. That story hasn't been told before in that order. Find the VOD. The bingo is not approved by the committee. Two of them that you told it? Nope, I was talking about my last flight. When I told it. I haven't mentioned the TwitchCon flight in months. Because my TwitchCon flight, well, that one actually wasn't made the worse by kids. I mean, one of them was kind of like, they were a teenager that started crying during the fucking flight. But there was also, like, I was a middle seat on the flight to San Diego. And as soon as I sat down, one of the bitches next to me just starts coughing. And it wasn't even like a, you know, I have bronchitis level. What the fuck? It wasn't even like an I have bronchitis level cough. It was like one of those I took a bong rip before getting on the plane and can't take a bong rip. It was one of those like where they're not actually coughing because they're trying to not cough and be a nuisance, but they're coughing plenty loud enough for everybody to hear the fact that they're fucking coughing. So I wish they would just literally get it off their chest and get it the fuck over with. So that flight, oh hello, good day. Strike is group lead, and we just had one left, one leave. So you're up. But yeah, so that was the worst part of that flight. My flight back from TwitchCon was actually a fucking W. Because a lot of people were leaving TwitchCon. And so a lot of the flights were just populated with like TwitchCon goers. And I had like my TwitchCon backpack that I got out there and stuff like that. My TwitchCon lanyard was hanging off my backpack. So it was easier, for, you know, for people to tell that I came from TwitchCon. Whoop. And our entire backline just got like fucking phase plan 360 no scoped. But there may or may not have been a dude that brought Eddies on the plane. And I was talking to him like at the gate before we got on the plane. And I didn't know he had the Eddies. And then at a certain point in the flight, I'm just listening to music, I'm vibing. Cause I'm just chilling, I'm loving life. And he's like diagonal to me. And he's like, yo, you want an edible? I'm like, the fuck do you mean an edible? And he's like, oh, I got gummies. And I'm like, that's not something that should... Wait, how did that go off? How did that 360 us? No, this is so bugged. No. No! I hate this game. Oh, the tail smash. Oh, Zob's down. Okay, Gnome, you got 2 seconds. I think Meta can get a res out on me maybe, and I can grab the Basilisk. If Meta reses me, we're good. Is Meta running? Yo, Meta software, get the fuck back here and res. Jesus Christ. Brother hit the goddamn dip set. Look at him. He's so far away. What the fuck? Brother's going Cleric Roach. Oh my god. Oh my god. He hit a pirate, and because there wasn't a tank, Strike just got wombo comboed. And then he just walks off. Wait, no! 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 Oh no. Zyrus, you can tank it. Alright, Meta. Meta, I believe in you. The big heals. Zyrus with the iframe. Meta, I believe in you. We need the res. Soft. Soft. We having spaghetti today? Probably spaghetti or pizza, but I don't have any ranch for the pizza. I forgot to get some when we were at the store last. I don't think there's any ranch in the house whatsoever. Which, pepperoni pizza without ranch is significantly nuked. Ranch on pizza, heathen. Okay, like, not all pizza needs ranch, but I prefer ranch on my pepperoni pizza. Like, my go-to pizza is bacon pineapple, or, you know, many other things, right? But, like, a peppy pizza dipped in ranch, that's food, that's that good stuff. That's that good stuff. You're dead to me? Don't lie to yourself, don't lie to yourself. The void needs some positivity to balance it out. Without a little bit of light in the void, Nobody sees it. It turns into nothingness. The light is what refracts within the void and allows the void to exist. Ranch Def goes with a za. Thank you, Leon. W. Leon. Huge opinion, based opinion. Thank you, base god. Yes. Absolutely ranch, depending on the pizza. Depending on the pizza. Like, I'm not even a huge ranch glazer. The wings that I ate, or not the wings, but the tendies that I ate recently, because there's a place that has fucking phenomenal tendies. I don't really get tendies from like takeout places because I can make really good tendies at home. But when I get offered tendies from this place, oh my fucking god, yeah, I say yes. But they make a really good in-house blue cheese as well. And that is the only blue cheese that I fuck with on like a, you know, I will just shovel that shit level of fuck with it. It is a phenomenal blue cheese. So from there, ranch, blue cheese over ranch 1000%. But do you want me to run to the store? No, you do not have to run to the store to get ranch for my pizza. No, thank you for offering. I can just eat pizza tomorrow. We can put it in like a fucking Ziploc baggie or something to save space. Whee! That kills me on the PTR, by the way. Ranch belongs on one thing, chef salad. See, if I had a chef salad, I would personally... Hold on. Let's see. Country French dressing. Where is it? Oh. It says save image as. Whoops. God damn it. Open image in new tab. This. This is one of the GOAT salad dressings, in my opinion. If you were just having like a regular salad and you're just getting something that's like fucking not fresh prepared and you're putting together a salad for lunch, you need a little bit of dressing drizzle on it. Chat, I'm telling you, fuck with this. It is Insano style. It is so fucking good. Just take my word for it. Needs blue cheese crumbles. I like blue cheese. I like blue cheese quite a bit. Carla is disgusted by blue cheese in every way, shape, and form. I even like, you know, blue cheese like black and blue burgers. I had one when we were in Iceland because, well, people in the group wanted to stop at a burger place to have a burger in Iceland. Imported beef, probably from America. Anyways. French dressing is a lie. It's not French, it's American. Well, ranch is also a lie because it doesn't exist in other countries. Also, you know KFC in Iceland calls gravy chicken sauce, and they don't know what the fuck gravy is, and if you ask them for gravy, they'll look at you like you're on fentanyl. Chicken sauce. Yeah, it sounds kind of crazy to me too. But I guess that's their choice. But yeah, blue cheese fucks. I will say though, ranch for me, in like the ranch versus blue cheese debate, is the safety option of the two. Bad blue cheese is fucking inedible, like absolutely terrible. I'd rather eat ass than bad blue cheese, and that's with me not picking the ass. And like good blue cheese is like a thing from the heavens. Ranch on the baseline. You can give me the worst, wateriest, wingstoppiest ranch in fucking human history, and it's still ranch. It still exists. And it's like the baseline. There's some really horrid cheap blue cheese. Yes, and it took me years to actually like blue cheese because I grew up like food cupboard poor, right? So we didn't have any like good fresh blue cheese or like, you know, in-house made blue cheeses or anything like that. Like we were getting whatever was on the shelves that we could get. And a lot of the time, it was not good shit. And part of me like really wanted to like blue cheese, but with the cheap ones, it just had such a bad blue cheesy taste to it. And I couldn't like it. I wanted to, and I kept trying it, but I couldn't like it. And then eventually, I had this restaurant for the first time, and their tendies are like in-house breaded tendies. I don't know what the fuck their breading is, but it's phenomenal. Their sauce is made in-house as well, including their blue cheese. And that shit is unreal. Unreal. West Coast Rogue River Blue is super yummy. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's the first one? Blue Stilton. First blue cheese. Stilton is an English cheese produced in 2 varieties. Blue, which has penicillium roqueforti, added to generate a characteristic smell and taste. Something else. Okay, I feel like this exists in the cheese section of my local convenience store. Like, it's... How do you tell when blue cheese goes bad? Like, does it get a different type of mold? Cause like, this shit doesn't exactly look good. But blue cheese fucks. It's like an internal conflict. It gets a slimy feel and also turns an orange tint. And how does that orange tinted cheese differ in taste, Mr. Fupo? You seem like an experimental man. Something tells me you've tried the orange cheese. This is really bad acidic bite. Curiosity can't kill the cat because it's got 9 lives, baby. He's good. Feels like an acid battery. What kind of battery is your favorite? I feel like growing up as a kid, that was also one thing I didn't have a ton of opportunities with, different batteries. Been a lot of food. I mean, that sounds like a good life. I mean, I also have eaten a lot of food. Like, I don't know what your, like, food history is like, but I'm 29 now, so that amount of eating under my belt. Been doing it since I was born. Lots of food. Not a ton of notable food, but... So I feel like Fupo was like this... I don't know, I come up with lore for everyone in chat. And I've been intrigued by the cat for a while. My lore is now that you were this super successful food reviewer that eventually put out a review on the wrong restaurant. And now you've got to live a life of anonymity as Fupo Headhunter, because as soon as your name gets out, the restaurateurs that you've done dastardly will come to collect not just their reputation, but your life. I feel like that's kind of fire, no? Are we still farming that chest? I don't really think we're farming the chest as much as the chest is farming us. It's been a little bit of a process, to say the least. Basilisk is currently bugged. And, will sometimes Fade's Clan 360 no-scope everybody in the group with its case. So, was classically trained as a chef from 12 to 19. Wait, oh, that's huge. Wait, okay, so is Fupo attending TwitchCon? Because now I know who's cooking the first. Oh, I'm kidding. I wouldn't make you do that. I know most people, there's like a very small number of people who work like in food service as chefs that love doing it outside of work as well. But I feel like that's asking a stripper to keep shaking ass after they get off shift for the day. Not be at TwitchCon this year. All right, well, when you are, dinner. I'm cooking. And then you just have to watch over my shoulder and wallow in misery, as all of my knife skills are terrible and clumsy. All of my, oh god. All of my classical training started with Diablo 2. Does he make some mean barbacoa? Yeah, if you just don't ask me, like, to make anything by name, and you're just like, Dusty, we need taco meat. Like, the entire story of how I made a barbacoa that Carla bragged to her family about was because we were making tacos to bring up for the 4th of July for my family. And we were like, oh, we need a meat for these. And I was like, I got meat in the freezer. So I was like, do we want chicken or do we want beef? And she was like, probably beef. And I was like, cool, do you want it chopped up or do you want it like shredded? And she was like, probably shredded would be the, you know, how it'd be done. And I was like, all right, bet. So a pressure cooker roast that I had, seasoning that shit up. And overnight, after about an hour and a half, hour 45 in the pressure cooker, I let it sit in its own juices over the course of the night. Like in the fridge, of course. And then I took it out the next day, put it in a pot, shredded it in the pot, so the juices went back into the meat, kind of like turned into a gravy that just engulfed the meat with delicious goodness. And then took it out on the Blackstone, chopped it up, seared it up, added some lime. And I didn't know that I was making barbacoa. I just kind of thought that it was, we need shredded beef for tacos. This is how I would do shredded beef for tacos. And it apparently ended up being like authentic quality barbacoa, according to Carla. Like, she called her family and told them that when I come down, I will be making them barbacoa. And I wondered, because Carla's family is like from Mexico. Like, Carla came to the United States when she was 16. And like, they legitimately made meat with like the whole hole in the ground banana leaf method and shit sometimes. Not all the time. But like, what would they do when I just pulled out a fucking pressure cooker and made delicious barbacoa that takes them like hours upon days to make with the old method and did that shit in like a solid 2.5 hours of total time? Dusty's meat mixed with juices tastes so good. Puffy. Come on, you don't have to act like you don't know. You don't have to pretend to. Everybody knows, it's already out. You're not keeping it a secret from anyone, man. Join us! It's time. Not in the culinary industry now. So, okay, now that you can talk safely about it, what's your favorite thing to make, Fupo? Like, if you had to just cook something for fun. And I know cooking may not be fun at any point after you've worked in the culinary industry. But like, just something where you can throw on music, make that dish, and enjoy your time doing it, you know? What's your favorite thing to milk? No, that's me. That's me. We don't need to ask that. Some questions you don't need to know the answer to. And I don't want to make anybody feel bad. He dug a hole in the ground, picked banana leaves from trees he grew on his own. Banana trees aren't a thing, you fucking idiot. Jesus fucking Christ. Bananas are from an herbaceous plant. Holy fuck, you're so uncultured. Do you even, like, know? The entire trunk of a banana tree is fucking leaves. It's like she doesn't even know. Chat, can you believe this? Like, how do you not know that? That's fucking common knowledge. It's literally something I've known since I was a goddamn child. What? Yeah, it's an herbaceous plant. You fucking dummy. Gosh. We literally were just Googling this about 30 minutes ago. But yeah, the entire trunk of a banana tree, even though it's not really a tree, it's like an herb, is leaves. They're just kind of like tightly rolled leaves. Speaking of tightly rolled leaves, this is a BST drop. And then a celebratory bong or Pinsky. Which node is that pocketing? Hacriba. So it's like an MTV Hacribator every time we come out here. My keyboard, water everywhere. What happened? You squirt? Sorry. We've all been there though. The unexpected gush gets us all at certain points. You be fucking. I put water nowhere near your fucking keyboard. I don't even know your address. That is a false accusation. It would not hold up in a court of law. That shit could never be held up. You were absolutely gaslighting yourself. That's not me. Okay, well, I didn't spit out water on your keyboard. That would probably be assault and property damage. You spit out the water. I spit nothing. Wait. God, I'm going. All right, we're back. So chat, one thing I've always talked about is like, if I ever got, you know, to the point of streaming where I was, you know, at the point of like retirement and stuff like that, you know, say I'm just like fucking one day summit level big, but I'm just like, I'm 72, I'm old, I'm dried up. I'd want to go out with a bang. And I feel like that bang may very well be the lowest hanging fruit possible of the slur tier list. No streamer's done it yet. Nobody stood on that business. And I don't even say any of them. Like, Carla was educating me on them today. Because apparently when she was back in Arizona, people used to, like, call her slurs sometimes. Not in, like, a kinky way either, but, like, in a mean way. Which I don't really think is very nice. But I was like, wait, what, like, what? And she was, like, telling me, not repeating the words. She wouldn't do that. Yo, Meta, thank you for coming out and healing, brother. I appreciate you. But she told me one, and I was like, what? What even is that? It's like, that doesn't even make sense. And she had to, like, explain it to me. So apparently they go deep. So we need to compile a list from the community. So I'd basically give all of you guys a chance to nominate your favorite one. We'd send it along to the Intrepid team, let them throw a couple in there as well from like the dev side, just because of everything that they've done for us at that point. You know, at this point, Ashes is going on like fucking, what, 40 something years of success. So, you know, they're probably pretty happy and content with it. So I think it'd be a really cool community activity. And we're going to be doing some community events. Like we did New World Family Feud over in New World, where we sourced a bunch of questions from the New World community via Discords and stuff like that. And did like a whole Family Feud production, like content creator versus content creator and shit like that. It was wonderful. And like we could maybe even include that in the questions for like the final Family Feud. And then at the end of the final Family Feud, the team that loses just, I don't know, gets Hitmen dispatched to them or something. I don't know, just having something on the line. Oh boy. What, you got a good one cooked up, Blotto? You sound excited to nominate yours. That'd be fire. Okay, so I've had some really good TV ideas recently. So you know how Mr. Beast had his like Beast Games or whatever, where he was giving away a bunch of money to whoever won the Squid Game shit? So I was discussing the ramifications of like, you can get people to sign a waiver to dissolve yourself of guilt for pretty much anything. Like, Diddy probably could have got those hookers to sign waivers if he was a little bit more patient with the import process and been off scot-free at this point. I think it was probably a lapse on whoever was doing the waivers on that, and probably just didn't cover like, you know, I'm not liable for prostitution at this point. But that also raises the question, if it was prostitution that was recorded and there's video proof then it's technically just being a porn star and there's an IMDb for it. So either way, technically you're a director at that point. But waivers. So I've said for a while that Beast Games, like Mr. Beast Squid Games reproduction, he definitely could have got those people if he offered more money and went to more desperate people. Could have got enough people that would be willing to sign away their life for Beast Games. If anybody has the influence to do it, it's probably him at this point. And there were people that ducked out of Beast Games because during red light, green light, they got caught in a squatting position. And they were like, oh my god, I can't hold this squat anymore. The money's not worth it. And they ducked out. But would the squat be worth holding if you were going to literally fucking die? Bro could have knocked on my door. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. For that amount of money, like, I bet a lot of people would have taken that shit. And I also bet people wouldn't have been bitching out because the squat got a little hurty. If there's, I mean, personally, I was shocked to see that. Spoilers, if you haven't watched Beast Games at this point, well, then you're outside of the spoiler warning period. But in the red light, green light, one of the contestants, I'm trying to get nicer. I'm saying one of the contestants instead of some bitch to try to be nicer. So basically, one of the contestants gets caught, like I said, down in a squatting position. And it wasn't even like that long. It was maybe like a minute tops. And they were just kind of like, I don't know, like a free squat, like an athletic position in basketball. And they were in that position and they couldn't move. And it was like maybe 50 seconds to a minute. And they were like, I can't do this anymore. And they just like sat down. Why would you get in a position like that in the red light, green light game? I'm convinced it was a paid actor to probably get people like me talking about things like this. I think Mr. Beast probably set this up so somebody would start the movement for him to be able to set up a waiver to actually, like, you know, dispose of people during the Beast Games. I think this is all planned by Mr. Beast. Seems not smart. Yeah, people don't really have forethought with things. But, I mean, I guess, again, but like, there's apparently less on the line for that person too. Like, if they care enough to duck out because of the squat position, then they probably don't care enough to the point where they're not really fucking nervous. You'd think anyways. But yeah, I don't know. Like, an athletic position is not something that you're supposed to fucking maintain unless you're quad god. That shit is, that's hard. Some people could probably do it, but I think the average person, probably not, especially after a no stretch period. You know, you're cooked. Tech Pro Boards to champs. A little pat down, blow off with the air blaster, second pat down. Oh yeah, I have so at TwitchCon last year, I got a G Pro X60 wireless board from the Logitech event that they had going for free. I try to pretend that they sponsor me, and maybe someday they will, because I use all Logitech everything. I love G Pro wirelesses. This is a super light. This is a non-super light. I prefer the non-super light, like, skate pattern, basically, because it's much less surface area. This is the normal, like, non-super light G Pro wireless, which I prefer. This is a super light, which I use, because this pink G Pro wireless I got at retail and used it for years was a limited drop that's, like, no longer available unless you buy it third party for an insane amount, because it was years ago that it dropped. These are hyperglides on the bottom of it, which you can't get anymore because, like, Europe has a bunch of shit going on. So I went over to the super light, and the super light, when you change out the skates for it, the skates will come with the front skate, the back skate, the U, and then also like a center pad skate. And skate design by default is so fucking bad. If you put the center pad skate on, you need to take that off if you do get a super light. But this skate design, in my opinion, having this big friction point up here is bad. Having this is very good. So in an ideal world, I would get sponsored by Logitech, and then I would just be like, hey, y'all got any more of them pink super light, not super lights, G Pro wirelesses? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I wouldn't bother them for much, but just another, like, few of those mice. HG 503 has it, was frustrated with it. I haven't gotten anything else Logitech. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I got, like, the very, very baseline Logitech headsets. And I think Logitech has such a wide variety of products available that it's very easy for people to have, you know, bad experiences with a brand that wide as well. But I think that there's a lot of room for multiple brands. Like, I don't run Logitech headsets, although I probably would if I was sponsored. Right now I run Sennheiser's through a Go XLR. I run Logitech keyboard and mouse because I prefer those right now, and this keyboard was free. But before this keyboard, I ran a Vortex Poker 3 because it had a nice like metal frame. I got black switches on it, so it was nice and resistant. Every input was very deliberate, very few misinputs from like grazing keys, and it was great. I had a very, very, very wonderful time with that board, but after years of use and abuse, it finally started to die. I went to TwitchCon, and you know, I was full-time streaming at that point, but I was much less like secure than I am now, in a sense, much less consistent. And so I was very worried about funds and stuff. I hadn't been buying a new keyboard, and sometimes when I was playing New World Wars, like my keyboard was literally not responding to inputs, and I had to like just re-input until it would respond. I had to spam that shit. And then the cord, because it was a corded keyboard, this one is wireless, G Pro X60. When I play vertical keyboard like this, pretty much, kind of like this. So it sits on my desk like that, and that's how my hand sits on it. So anytime I go to type, I have to spin my keyboard like this to type. And so over time, the plug-in port just got very, very, very worn out. And anytime I would rotate it, it would unplug for a minute, and then it would like plug back in, so to say. And in Wars, anytime it would move whatsoever, it would do the same thing. So I'd be like mid-war, and then that shit would just unplug and then start up again. It was awful to play around for a little bit. So went to TwitchCon, went to the Logitech event. They had insane food there. Like, not insane in like a, you know, this is god tier food way. Insane in the sense of like all of TwitchCon, I was absolutely fucking blasted. And any food was good food, and that shit had free food, free drinks, and like free computer stuff. And there were Logitech people that were there talking about things. It was awesome. I don't drink, but if I'm going out to like something like TwitchCon or some shit, yeah. And by a little bit, I mean you only got the weekend to drink, so you might as well start when you get there and stop when you leave. Otherwise, it's just a missed opportunity. Somewhere out there, Stomps just perked his ears up. This motherfucker. Stomps got every day started in a very, very, very drinky way. I just learned a bunch about DustyWhy's mouse preference. Oh, I can yap your ear off about mouse preference. Part of the reason why I went to a super light and don't use something like this Final Mouse Air 58, which is also very hard to get now production, but they have newer mice out that are probably better than this. But this is kind of like an older Final Mouse model. So it's more of just like an eye candy piece, like a, I don't know, like a nice car or something, right? That doesn't really go that fast. But the reason that I don't use this is because it came out like when I was playing Fortnite stuff, so it was great for that. Super lightweight, honeycomb design. Great shape to it, fit my hand well, I have a larger hand. But the side buttons, due to the honeycomb design and like a lack of support in the mouse structure itself, I would press the side buttons so hard that they would just cave the fuck in. Now, Final Mouse has quite possibly the best customer support that I had ever worked with in terms of like an RMA process on a PC peripheral. All you had to do was send them a video of what was going on with your peripheral, like your mouse, and replicate the problem, and they'd be like, okay, yeah, send it back, and they would just switch it out for a brand new one. It was a beautiful process. But eventually, after me just kind of like being a little bit too rough with the Air 58s, and them having kind of like a, not like a flimsy design, but definitely liable with the honeycomb design and how lightweight it was to not take the abuse very well, I went dual PC during that time, and I was like, okay, this is sitting as a collector's piece. I got my G Pro wireless, the non-super light, the one that's sitting again as a collector's piece, as a retail drop when I was working as like the director of esports at the college, and I literally got it in my office as a drop and was so excited that I had to try not to like act like anything was going on because I was supposed to be working. but I was like screaming inside mentally because I was so hyped up about it. So that was a huge W because all of those mouse drops were completely botted, and it was near impossible to get anything retail for the G Pro Wireless, like the color drops for them. They did a bunch of different colors for the limited drops, but the pink one was my favorite, and I was very happy to get it. I didn't get a single one after that either. So I ended up getting Hyperglides for that too, which you can't get anymore. Hyperglides is the skates underneath it. I almost instantaneously changed out all of the default skates on my mice. But I've tried a lot of different mice. I went from, when I was playing Dota, I had the brick. I had the actual brick, boys. I had the legitimate Brickington on the G502. And I remember it like it was yesterday. I had more weights in that bitch. And then I switched to the glorious Model O minus. Actually, no, I switched directly to a Final Mouse. But it was the Final Mouse Cape Town, their Ultralight 2, which was like as heavy as 9 sheets of paper or some bullshit. Like one of the lightest production mice. It was the lightest production mouse at the time. But that thing felt like a toy in my hand. I have it behind me on the shelf, but it literally fits in like the palm of my hand. It's fucking tiny. So then I went like size exploring, basically. I became a size queen a little bit when searching around for the perfect one for me, you know, good grip, good kind of like side support as well. I want to be able to get my hand around it, get a nice grasp on it, but I also want to not like cramp my hand on it when I'm playing with it all day, you know? So it's like that shape and that size distribution are both massive things for me. So I went on a little bit of a journey personally, kind of shut out a lot of the outside world and a lot of people's opinions, and just did what was best for me, and I experimented a lot. So I went to Glorious Model O minus up to a Glorious Model O because it was slightly larger. Then I went to the Air 58. Then I tried a G Pro Wireless, and I started with a black G Pro Wireless, and I was like, wait a fucking second. This shit's kind of nice. And I tried a few after the G Pro Wireless, and nothing really hit as much as the G Pro Wireless did. So the thing with the G Pro Wireless was that I would absolutely fucking cook the scroll wheels. I am a scroll wheel abuser in a lot of games whenever it's bindable. Ashes doesn't currently have it bindable at all, which thoughts and prayers. But New World, for example, you were dodging a fucking lot. I was scroll wheel down for dodge, and then scroll wheel up for like regen pots. So you were doing both of those quite frequently. Regen pots pretty much off cooldown, dodging. Oh. Whoever pulled the basilisk. Was that Stragma? Wait, Nimble's huge. Nimble's massive. That was so unfortunate. That was like the worst timing for us. Careful. But the best timing for the basilisk. That shit went absolutely fucking crazy. How's Boostalisk Gunic farm going? Okay, sorry, I have to go jump on chat. Emu. It's not going well. Like, if I said Twitch Prime and one person realized they had their Twitch Prime in chat, then it would be more successful than our multiple hours over the past few days at Basilisk Farm. We're absolutely fucking cooked. Absolutely cooked. Now, maybe, because it's not the Basilisk that drops it at Zagrazoo, but Zagrazoo's been an absolute fucking dick. He's being an asshole. And it is what it is. I don't really expect it to just kind of give us handouts. It makes every drop feel special. But Jesus fucking Christ. Like, he's being an actual bag of peens today. Honestly, recently. Shit just doesn't want to be farmed. Yo, pretty yellow dubs, I appreciate you. G502 OP. G502 is the Honda Civic of mice. I will say, I drive a Honda Civic. Just paid that bitch off a couple months ago. Big W's. But if anybody is like new into PC gaming or anything like that, you're trying to get somebody a first setup, you have somebody who wants to upgrade from a fucking office mouse that still has like the egg yolk, a G502 is always a solid option, especially since they've upgraded sensors and shit like that. They have wireless options. G502 Hero SE is on sale at Best Buy for 30 bucks right now. That's not a promo. I just Googled it and saw that pop up. So honestly, that's a pretty banger deal. 30 bucks for a G502. It's a wired, but you can use the 30 bucks you save to get a nice mouse bungee. Because if you're using a wired mouse without a mouse bungee, you're a fucking actual Satanist in the bad way. So I think definitely like G502 got me a lot of years. I played a shitload of Dota on that and some Fortnite. But when I transitioned to shooters, I was like, I would love something just, I'd love something just a little bit fucking lighter. Mouse bungee is a thing? Yeah, mouse bungee is a big thing. Also, hello, Vithar. We're trying to farm Basilisk skin tunics out here, but we're not having much luck. Message Strag if you want to come through. So, mouse bungees will essentially... Also, Maximus. Hello, sir. Been chronically offline the last couple weeks. Hope you're doing well. Dude, I was in Iceland for a good part of the last couple weeks. Just got back the past few days. Corla's up here as well. She came back after the Vegas trip, and we were here for 10 days. Went to Iceland for 2 weeks. Did IRL streams in Iceland. They're all in the VODs if you want to catch them. And then from there, I came back, and we've just been on the Ashes grind. A lot of people have been on like summer vacation break from Ashes because there's like less than a month until phase 3 start. This server's cooked in that time, less than a month. And they also expanded private test realm access to every single playtester that has access to playtesting. Like everybody that has access is now on the private test realm instead of it only being like, you know, those long-term key holders. So everyone can now check out the future potential changes in like a very advanced manner. For example, over on the private test realm right now, the movement system is entirely different than it is on live. They're changing the momentum carry, they're changing how a lot of movement abilities feel, and in my opinion, it feels better over there than it does here, but a lot of people have their, you know, their tweaks for it that they want to see thrown in or considered. I personally think a couple things could be improved with it in terms of like scaling the, and kind of like, I don't know, smoothing the curve, so to say, on how quickly the brakes are applied once you hit the point where they want you to slow down. It feels a little like a bungee cord being pulled when you do go to slow down, a little unnatural. But I think that it is much for the best to have that movement system over on the PTR in place. The Nakua as well as the Pyrai, 2 new races, are active over on the PTR. And we may very well be testing dynamic griddying on the PTR this week too. If everything goes well, we might. We won't know until it goes up, but if we're hitting the dynamic griddy, my fucking god. Boys, we'll be up tremendous. Even if we're just testing on PTR. Summoner will be over on PTR before it's deployed on live. Summoner will not be ready for August 4th, but will be deploying in the first little bit of August 4th, hopefully. So, have mouse hang off the back of the desk and it will always pull down without the need for a mouse bungee. Wait, what do you mean pull down? No, you don't want your mouse cord to pull down. No, that's not the purpose of a mouse bungee. The mouse bungee is to remove the friction of your mouse pulling down. Yeah, that's the opposite of what you want. Because if you're like aiming or trying to move your mouse around in like a, you know, a consistent manner, having the extra kind of like drag from the top side of your mouse will make your aiming non-linear based on the force that you have to apply like direction to direction. With a wireless mouse, like how hard I have to move my mouse to move sideways is the exact same as up down, so everything feels extremely fluid, extremely natural, and extremely consistent. Whereas if I had this mouse, my wired Air 58, that little bit of cord drag when I move up down is going to be different than a side to side movement, making aiming very inconsistent without a bungee. So with a bungee, it essentially sits like this, and you feed your cord up through here, and then it like clamps onto your cord, and then you create a little bit of slack in your cord where it's not pulling up, and the cord's just kind of like floating there and hanging down. So that way you have less friction on everything. My mouse cable has no effect on my movement. Maybe my sense is too high. So like, it has very little outward visual effect. Like, it's not like you're going to be noticing that you have to apply 10 kilotons of force to up-down move and like a featherweight to side. But if you were trying to like aim on a very high level or anything like that, or just trying to have a more fluid feel with your mouse, it is a difference in feel to have the friction of any sort of mouse cord drag. That's also part of the reason why I change out my mouse skates, because different like materials of mouse skates on different pad consistencies and materials will have different levels of like drag created, so you want to use different materials of skates to go with different pads. There's a lot to it. When I was in the shooter scene, video games, not anything else, there were a lot of people who were very into like, you know, the hyper aiming side of things. And I did like an hour of Kovacs a day, and then I did an hour of creative, and then I would go into just like playing, right? But even with that, I could definitely tell the difference in my aim using different types of mice. Like when my pad would get worn out, I'd switch it for another pad, and my aim would be better off of that. My scores would go up. There is definitely something to be said about maintaining a proper setup if you're trying to do things on like a higher level. But it's also the difference of like, do you want to drive to the store with a Lamborghini, or do you want to drive to the store on, you know, an e-bicycle? Because I'm also not doing anything on a high enough level where I made any sort of money gaming professionally whatsoever. Any money that I made from gaming has either been working in the esports scene when I did, or streaming. I was good enough to pub stomp and everything that I was in, bad enough to be shit on by any professional player I ever ran into for the most part. So, I'm kind of like in the point of, okay, Dusty, is this all necessary for what you're really doing out here? And the answer is absolutely fucking not. Do I need a dual PC setup to stream an alpha MMO? Absolutely fucking not. Do I have one and love every moment of it? Yeah, this shit's gonna allow me to ramp up quality. I also applied for higher than 1080p streaming. It's a beta, but I've got to see if I get into that, because since I'm a partner, I have the guaranteed transcoding. So people can essentially select what quality they want everything to play at, in terms of like the video. Whereas like non-partnered streams don't have guaranteed transcoding at all times. It's kind of like prioritized for all the partners that are available, and then trickle down gets handed to affiliates, and then non-affiliates are not likely to have it at all. So I applied for the higher than 1080p streaming, and if we get that, that's going to make stream look fucking insano style. Absolutely sicko mode, no Travis Scott. And I'm very excited because I love stream quality for the people who do want to push it up being unreal. And I'm hoping that we get into that so I can keep pushing it with the setup that we do have. Cord bundle is a way for companies to make more money for 99.999% of players. Do not think it's a factor if they just have some slack on the cable, if they don't use wireless. Oh, I agree that for most players, they're probably not going to have a life-changing experience getting a bungee. But depending on your mouse, depending on your cord that you have, weight of your cord, depending on your setup, you very well may notice a difference, especially if you're playing something like shooters. For shit like an MMO, I absolutely agree. Nearly every player in an MMO will likely not notice or care about anything to that extent. But you'll always have the weirdos who come over from a mix of other genres like myself and Drewski, we'll be constantly discussing mouse tech, new pads that come out, new skates that come out, what skates we're using since hyperglides are cooked. Like, we'll be discussing all of that. Because all of that for us, it's like, I don't know, Pokemon type shit. Like, we collect the new drops, we see what fits, what doesn't, what works. Our friend Oreo is also a freak about that shit. So, to me, the delay of a wireless mouse would have more effect than the minuscule drag of my mouse cable. I don't really think with modern tech that the delay of a wireless is actually any slower than what a wired gives. Now, you could potentially find a source to, like, contradict me on that, and if you do, GG's, I'm wrong. But I'm pretty confident that a wireless, like a very high-end wireless, like a G Pro wireless, you know, or comparable mouse, maybe like one of Razer's super high-ends, would probably have the same or potentially even lower than a wired, because with wireless sensors you can kind of like increase like the speed or the, I don't know, the responsiveness over time. But with a cable, there's always a static level of distance that it has to travel. Of course, cables also increase over time, like cords increase over time. But I feel like wireless mice, especially high-end wireless mice now, are incredibly snappy. And I was actually worried when I got the G Pro X60, the keyboard that's wireless as well. This one. I was worried when I got this that it was going to be super laggy. Because my Vortex Poker 3 was not laggy at all. My Vortex Poker 3 was a fucking amazing keyboard. I love that shit. So I switched over to the G Pro X60. And I almost like tried to gaslight myself into thinking that it was slower at first. And then I plugged in my other keyboard and I was fucking up my movement even more because I had gaslit myself. And then I plugged in the G Pro X60 again and it just felt phenomenal. So I just kind of like full sold. Most important thing is if it has an analog stick. Yeah, you're out here dual wielding the Azerons, right? It's like cyberpunk. Yo, honestly, what are your ceiling heights in your house? Do you have the capacity for one of those like scorpion type setups where you're like Doc-Ocking, right? So it's like you're in the chair, you've got the armrest here, you're on the double Azeron, so you've got like your command center. Monitors come over with like a where you could split them, where you put them together. You've got like the full setup where you're kicked back. There's a full like gerbil tube feeder that comes around with like a Camelback style bag of whatever beverage you choose. If it's not Dr. Pepper, then fuck you, you can't steal this idea. But I have 4 monitors. Okay, well you could just have 2 on each one. You can basically bring them like over when you sit, and then they could go like this, kind of like a pec workout too. So if you're in queues, you just kind of like, you hit this a little bit. Do you have any Dr. Pepper stock yet? Checks E-Trade inquisitively. What the fuck do you mean, Dr. Pepper stock? What the hell? Wait, is Dr. Pepper actually IPO'd? Isn't it like a Coke subsidiary or is it independent? DrPepper.com. Can I buy Dr. Pepper stock? Keurig Dr. Pepper Inc. KDP. Get down with KDP. Yeah, you know me. Wait, Keurig? Wait, is Keurig like Keurig? Investors in Keurig Dr. Pepper have seen respectable returns of 31% over the past 5 years. Fuck, chat, wait. Oh shit, do we buy Dr. Pepper stock? Wait, I can't say that out loud. I'm manipulating the market. Oh, fuck. Oh god, I'm gonna have to go into politics now. I'm gonna have to run for office. Anyways. Wait, but like, how fucking quirky would it be if I bought some Dr. Pepper stock? GG Insider Straight. Yeah, honestly. So there's a rumor that Max actually is Dr. Pepper. So we do have a little bit of insider trading. Any Peppy in here? Any Dr. Peppy in the cave? I've heard this is Dr. Peppy production facility. Run on the platform of Dr. Pepper and the water fountains. Wait. But what if it was just like a multi-tube design? So like, you know how they have those bottle fillers, right? So it's a water fountain in the bottom, but it's like the Dr. Peppy filler in the water bottle area. So that way you get that nice fountain fresh Dr. Pepper in a reusable bottle. So you're not like missing out on the carbonation of a room temp Dr. Peppy. Dr. Pepper tea will drive stock price up if you try it. Does it get flat when you tea it? I have an extra Dr. Pepper. I do. I went to the beach with my mom, my gram, and Carla today. And I did manage to steal all of the Dr. Peppers that my mom brought and bring them home. She was like, do you want anything like to drink on the road? As I had a Dr. Pepper in my hand, like quarter consumed. And I go, oh yeah, I might grab a Dr. Peppy. And she literally, like, it was a scene in Step Brothers where he asked Nancy to make him a sandwich. And they're like, they'll look in your right hand. And he had the sandwich in his right hand. Like, my mom looked at me, looked at the Dr. Pepper in my hand, didn't make a movement whatsoever, and so I walked over to the cooler bag, unzipped it, and took the rest of the Dr. Peppers and just kind of like put them in my car. I don't know if she wanted me to consume those Peppies, but those are mine now, commandeered. Absolutely Columbus those hoes. And as a result, I believe I've consumed, I think this is Peppy number 4 today. But like, I want you guys to know, this isn't like an I like Dr. Pepper level thing that you're witnessing. This is the equivalent of like, I don't know, a fent addict getting a pharmacy to himself. This is bad. You guys aren't witnessing like a haha funny quirky moment. You're witnessing like a breakdown of a man. I have no fucking self-control when Dr. P comes in. If I have a 12-pack of Dr. P in the house, I will drink a 12-pack of Dr. P. I'll brush my teeth after. Double Good will keep you in check. No, she likes Dr. Pepper too now. Dude, she's a fucking enabler. Like, she's like, I don't like soda. And then up at my parents' house, she's like, let me get a Dr. Pepper. And I'm like, do you just want a sip of mine? She's like, no, I want my own. Like, I'm fucked. It's all going downhill, man. I'm gonna, like, I brush my teeth frequently. We're fine. I brush, floss, rinse. We're good. But like, we both like cooking. We both like eating good food. And we've also been visiting my family a lot. And they also cook a lot of food. Like a barbecue at my mom's place is not a barbecue if you do not leave with a shitload of leftovers. The fridge is fucking full. Like, it is overly filled. We have too much goddamn food. And today we went to the beach again, and we left with more leftovers because we got a pizza at the beach. Not like on the beach, but like at Old Orchard Beach, there's a place called Bill's Pizza, and then there are pure fries. It's an American and Canadian classic. Any of my Quebecois in chat, can I get a wee wee? But basically, every Quebecois in chat has probably been to Old Orchard Beach at some point and has probably had pure fries and Bill's Pizza. Those shits go fucking hard. So we got a Bill's pepperoni pizza. We got some pure fries that I'll throw in the air fryer later. And we'll be absolutely vibing. Absolutely vibing. Past that, we've got barbecue stuff. We've got leftover tacos from the 4th of July because we brought tacos up to my family's 4th of July party as like a haha funny, but they were actually insanely good, unironically good. We have leftovers from the barbecue portion of that as well, like the American portion of the 4th of July. Ah! That wasn't me. What else? Oh, we have pasta with sauce that we made before the 4th of July that we need to consume. We had like a little bit of sauce left. Not like a little bit of sauce, but like the base of the sauce was very like meaty and peppery and stuff like that, right? There was a lot in it. It was a hearty sauce. And so the sauce out-ratioed the pasta of the initial batch. So we went to make more pasta and like add the sauce to that new batch of pasta. And I was like, oh, I'll just make a pound of pasta. How much can a pound of pasta be? And I underestimated how much a pound of pasta was for just like, haha, we have a little extra sauce. So then it ended up me doing, may or may not have supplemented the amount that we have with a jar of pre-made sauce that we had in the cupboard just to add more sauce to it. Pasta? Pasta? No! You don't touch my other Dr. Peppy. That Dr. Peppy's reserved for science, you Dr. Pepper stealing whore. If you want Dr. Pepper, you can come in here and take a hit off this one. This one's still fresh, this one's still good. If you were fiending, you can come share this one. I need that Dr. Pepper for Dr. Pepper tea. Fupo has been asking for Dr. Pepper for a while. Or Dr. Pepper tea for a while. And I've been telling him that I will consume the Dr. Pepper tea, but I have yet to consume the Dr. Pepper tea because I'm a failure and I'm a dishonest man. You cannot steal the entire Dr. Pepper. I'm just waiting for her to like round the corner and just take a fucking haul off my Peppy. Sharing Dr. Pepper is gross. We literally saw a mother bird feeding her children at the beach today, and you said this could be us. I'm gonna go lick the other Dr. Pepper so you can't get it. Because then we'd be sharing it as well. What the fuck is that? Dr. Pepper's gross, Max. Max. You know, ever since you've fallen out of majority shareholder status, your opinions have become way fucking worse. Genuinely way worse. Disappointingly bad. I know, like, you're not like a soda guy in general, right? But Carla also wasn't a soda gal. Like, she detested soda before she got up here. And I didn't even, like, push the Dr. P on her. Like, she tried it a couple times in Vegas. Because, like, they didn't have ice. And so I was getting my Dr. P room temp. And, like, the RTDP is... It's just something that's, you know, once you've tried it once, you can't really go back to anything else. And it's like a whole experience to it. It's a feeling that you can't replicate. So, I drink Dr. P on occasion. You've been drinking Dr. P as much as I... Not as much as I have. I've had 4 Dr. Peppers today. But you've had a Dr. Pepper, like, each occasion that I've consumed Dr. Pepper. It's just like, you're sipping and I'm just, like, crushing these shits. Like, I think the last time I drank water was that sip of water that you offered me at the beach. Where I was like, oh, I don't need this, I'll get a Dr. Pepper. And I turned it down. And then I was like, nah, I should probably hydrate. Oh, what's going on over here? I'm so sorry. My bad, I didn't know you guys pulled this. Yo, chat. Do I get Cyrus? Cyrus, look out! Oh, he dodged it. All right, Cyrus is up. Cyrus passed the test, boys. Maximus. The 7. The 7. Brother, I appreciate you. Up to 271, boys. The resurgence is happening. They said, DustyWhy, you've fallen off. DustyWhy, the sub count's down. DustyWhy, you won't be able to pay rent this month. Boys, look at us now. The return of the goats all in one place. People are back from their summer vacations. People are spreading the love, and people are starting to get hyped up for P3, and I fucking love it. Top 5. Hey, you can never be number 1 if you're not top 5, baby. Screw that Shockums guy. Shockums just spent all his money on an Iceland vacation. You're safe. You're safe. I know the economic state of the shareholder battle. We're good. Don't worry about it. GG wants to know if you want to do scrims in NA, bring whatever, and they'll mix teams. Oh, word. Messy Timbers? Yeah. We can definitely do that. I feel like scrims would be very fun if we have scrimmingtons available. Can never be number 1 until I get access to Hoopsy's bank account. Well, what if you just... I don't know. There are many steps to that potentially, but like... I don't know. Hack him? Kill him? In-game? I don't know. It's a lot. Or... I don't know, you have houses. Just like sell more houses. You could marry him. You could marry him. So fun fact, Carla and I have been discussing how like in the event that, you know, say she doesn't murder me and like someday we did get married or something, it would definitely be streamed because A, the ad revenue probably in like the weddings category would go hard. B, people that weren't able to attend the wedding could gift subs for the wedding gift. And C, get fucked the entire group. We were also thinking about doing like cascading sub goals for the wedding, where the highest sub goal would basically be that like chat picks somebody in attendance for me to marry with the disclosure that it can't be my family member because that's illegal in Maine. So it'd have to be one of like the actual, you know, attendees from the community, but we were thinking about a lot of shit. Like we were just thinking about one that like cancels the wedding as a whole, but then we were thinking about how venues are expensive. So that probably wouldn't be the greatest, and people would probably be really mad about that. Like, I would have to marry somebody. So we're thinking about some things. Yo, Salted, what up, my friend? What changes are coming for P3? I feel like it was so slow I couldn't get into it yet. Yeah, so in terms of like phase 3, the most simple way to describe it, and I'll elaborate on this after, is the rest of the game. So in the simplest way, shape, and form, like phase 2.5, the one that we're on right now, was May 1st to August 3rd. August 4th is when P3 starts. August 4th doesn't have that like August 4th to this date. P3, phase 3 is until it's done. So their development cycle has, as of right now, been focused on the like alpha end of things, right? So P3 is going to start out adding in, very likely and very hopefully ready will be the starting area here in the Anvils, our next map expansion. And that's going to add in the Riverlands as a starting zone, the Anvils as a second starting zone, and will also give the team, keep in mind, everything once they've done it once becomes easier to replicate the next time they have to do it. So putting up a second starting zone means that starting zone 3 will come in better than starting zone 2, and then starting zone 4 will come in better than starting zone 3, right? So everything kind of like cascades and improves. They're switching over to Unreal Engine 5.6. So 5.6 will add a lot more like performance buffs on our side as the consumers, a lot more tools and capability buffs like on the dev side for them to make content better and quicker. And then in terms of like just a summary of immediate things, I think I might still have it pulled up. Let me pull it up real quick and I can go over it for you once this name mob goes down. Because the last dev stream covered a lot of info, a lot of very, 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 very pertinent info. Some of which we're already starting to test over on the private test realm, which every playtester has access to. So, okay, no drop again. Let me see. Ash's Reddit, notes from the live stream, wrong one. Oh no, that's the right one. Here we go. Okay. So, basically... Oh god, why are there so many mobs over here? In terms of the last dev stream, which we just got in June, so end of June, they do their monthly dev streams. We've got Unreal Engine 5.6 is currently on Intrepid's dev branch of Ashes. The PTR will play a large role over the coming months. Every playtester is in that already. This has already happened. Contests and rewards available on PTR, mounts, and cosmetics. Visual NDA is still in effect for the PTR itself, so don't share anything from that. July 14th through August 3rd, the PTR will be up 24/7, the PTR being that private test realm. You can create a character there, and you can log in and basically just insta-level your character through the vendors that they have outside of the starting zone. You can acquire gear very quickly, too. So if you want to test things before the August 4th launch, but you don't want to put in the work to level an entire character, go through that whole process, or you just don't have the time for it, the private test realm is a huge form of, like, accessibility there. Let's see. 13.1 update is the last version of the game to be updated on the production environment. That was a previous update, so we're on that. The production environment, which is what I'm playing right now, that will not be updated until August 4th, other than maybe some quality of life stuff. Margaret confirmed that there will be one NA and one EU realm starting on August 4th for P3. More community events and direction for testing given by Intrepid will be done going forward, so kind of like more focused test stuff. And then in terms of specifics, we've got the Anvils. Anvils will be a second starting location with 2 paths akin to the Riverlands. First-time user experience has been improved with crafting and node tutorials. So to elaborate on this a little bit, they talk about this in the econ changes too, but the first-time user experience for crafting and the early crafting experience receives significant buffs because they are also doing 3 sub-tiers of each, like, gearing tier. So basically you'll have good, better, and best gear, or like bad, good, best, whatever you want to call it, in each tier of gearing. The lowest sub-tier will be very, like, craftable with accessible materials, and will be an extremely, like, you know, accessible way to get gear, barring server progression is on the level that allows you to craft those things. So, like, oh, someone just asked if these drop something, and then we just got a Lumadon earring drop. Cool. Anyways, so, like, the lowest tier of novice gear will be very acquirable through crafting, through early gathering and all of that shit. So the introductory experience for new players is also going to be redone, hopefully improved through that. Anvils will have 8 pocket dungeons, 28 quests, and 15 events. The quest lines within the anvils will revolve around discovering what happened to the abandoned dwarven forges and what lies within, significant revamp of overland populations for NPCs, pathing and patrolling for mobs. So we'll notice instead of mobs just kind of spawning and being stagnant in an area, that there will be more like dynamics to how mobs exist in the world. Some monsters will interact with the environment in different ways. Steven had talked about like bears scratching their backs on trees, potentially just, you know, quirky things like that. In terms of new races, character models will receive improved visuals. Pyrai and Nakua will be 2 new races on August 4th, and those are active on the private test realm as of right now. Econ and stat changes. Added tiers of gear within profession tiers, low, mid, and high tier of gear within one profession tier. Low tier will be extremely easy to acquire and make by crafters, so everyone has access to them. Dynamic spawning of gatherables using a logic-based spawning system. So mining nodes are more likely to spawn in caves, weeping willows along freshwater like riverbank areas. So those are still on the way for P3 launch, but those will be in. Revamp of gear UI to give more info, including the ability to lock gear in slots. Gear set bonuses will be more diverse and may have proc effects. Drops will be more plentiful for low tier gear and much rarer for high tier gear. Commissions in general will be tuned to give higher rewards. Cosmetics will be rolled out over the course of P3. And then they redid the crate system in a very fucking heavy way. So the crate system is receiving an entire rework where they are implementing 5 different types of crates. There's also a caravan UI rework to have pretty much all of the info available directly above the caravan as an interact. So like the caravan would have a right click. I could right click it and then bring up an attack or defend option. And then each caravan would have the info right above it. And there's also a convoy system that'll be added to the caravans themselves. What are the patch notes? It's from a Reddit post. I'll link it real quick. Copy. Kind of larger layer. Fair. Yeah, much less of a redo and much more of a, like, crates actually becoming functional. Yes. Thank you, Pupo. So, crates can give node currency, boost node reputation, which I'm really excited for node reputation systems. Extremely excited for that. Or crafting materials as well as gold. Crates can act as a pack that your character will carry. You can buy them from the hunting lodge. I would assume in the future those would go player to player. Solo carrying the crate will not have an extra PvP system tied to it. So it's like regular open world PvP. So if I'm unflagged and I'm carrying a crate just as my character, and you kill me without me flagging up, you'd corrupt. But if I flag up to hit you with the crate, then, you know, it's fair game. With that being said, the UI will be receiving a rework over on the PTR. They changed, like, the character UI to include a crate slot right here for the crate that you would be carrying. The wiki has 3 different types of crates listed. So they had small crates, which would be the personal size crates that you could transport yourself. Keep in mind, they're also going to be adding mules, which are mounts that specialize in transportation of crates and shit like that. Medium crates, which would be transported by caravans. And then large crates, which would be merchant ships. So, different incentivizations for different things. Economic regions will be introduced, and you'll gain bonuses if you sell to different economic regions than the one the crate or commodity originated from. With that being said, they also talked about how they're implementing diminishing returns on certain routes. Like, not certain routes in particular, but like if a route is commonly ran and you have, you know, more of a commodity being delivered from point A to point B, then there's going to be more of a supply and less of a demand for that commodity. Therefore, your caravan would have diminishing returns and less of a payout. So there's no longer going to be like one meta caravan route. It's honestly going to be a meta of finding the caravan route that people are not running and trying to take that. So it'll be very interesting to see how that makes the, like, heat wave distribution of something as simple as people choosing where to run their caravans instead of just this, like, beaten path. It'll be a lot more of a kind of like dynamic event. How much is it to buy into the alpha right this second? It is $100 to get access to every phase of development up until the launch of the game, and you also get a 90-day period where you can get a full refund. So it starts on the day of your purchase, no hours limit. So if you're unhappy with the playtest for any reason, you can just get your $100 back anytime within 90 days of your purchase. You can play as much as you want to within that time. So the $100 pack gets you immediate access to the playtesting environment here, the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd, but is like the forward-looking build. So we have the new movement system over there. We're testing that out. We have the Nakua as well as the Pyri, so 2 new races over there. UX reworks, like it's kind of like a look into some early things that may or may not be implemented to this production environment long term. So you get access to that for the entirety of development. That'll very likely continue in some form past launch too, if I had to guess, but it's been announced that it'll exist until launch at the very least. You also get access to every single phase of development. So right now we're in phase 2.5. We've kind of like deemed it within the community. It's a 3-month stress test that goes May 1st to August 3rd, 4th, technically, whatever. But the new server for phase 3 starts on the 4th. So say you were to hop in right now and you didn't want to level a character from scratch, you wanted to kind of like hop in, see which archetype you wanted to play, see how the spells were handling, and see, you know, what it was going to be like. You could go over to the private test realm on the uptime days. This week it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, and then after that on July 14th it goes to 24/7 accessibility. And over there you can level a character just like instantly from the vendors that are right outside of the starting area. And then you can also get the gear crates, so you don't have to like farm up your first set of gear. So it's very frictionless to be able to hop in, make a new character, kind of like check it out, see what you want to do. And there are options to level everything from your trade skills to your character level, really everything. So you get access to the PTR, all of the future phases of development when the game launches. You'll also get your first month of game time, so there will be a $15 a month sub that does start when the game starts, like when it launches. That sub won't be active during playtesting, during development, anything like that. Your first month of sub time is covered with your purchase, and then you start paying your sub that second month. There will also be an in-game store where it's transmog only. Ashes will never have pay to win, pay to progress, or anything like that. It'll just be transmog and drip that doesn't impact power scaling in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. So with that, you get $15 in that in-game store. So $30 worth of kickbacks there. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, dog. Hope you're having a good birthday. I will not give you an Ash's key as a present, though. That'd get us both in trouble. You're drunk? I hope it's good drunk. I don't like drinking much. I won't lie. I'm not a huge drinker. But when I do drink, I definitely choose to check my Twitch Prime. Happy birthday. I got you some potentially really cool free emotes for your birthday. Make sure you're not driving. Get an Uber, because your birthday with a DUI would probably be way less cool. Are you hungry? Caps. Actually, I lied. I just want pasta. I'm not hungry. I'd take pasta. I don't think you have to shame yourself for wanting pasta. Pasta goes crazy. Why not drive drunk? I don't know. A lot of people are idiots. I can't just assume that people in my chat are not idiots. I just remind people because sometimes people forget, especially if they're drunk. And they're like, I'm not that drunk, I can drive home. And then they die. Don't die. Don't die. Hope it's been a fun birthday, though. What have you got up to for the birthday? Was the food, like, having something cooked for you, or was it going out to a restaurant? My birthday dinner this year was Carla making me tacos in Iceland, because when Carla makes tacos, I get extremely happy. They were delicious. We kind of like team cooked some tacos as well for the 4th of July to go up and see my family and bring up there. Absolute slapper tacos. Like, Carla, what if we just clean up the tacos, and then when we run out of tacos, we make more tacos? Like, just hear me the fuck out for a second. And, like, then more tacos. No, so, like, we were in Iceland for 2 weeks, and my birthday this year was out in Iceland. So, Carla asked me what I wanted for my birthday dinner, and I said tacos. Because Carla is from Mexico and makes insano-style tacos, and I'm sure other things. But I've been too hooked on the tacos to let her venture out of the realm of tacory. So, that sounded racist. I don't know. It was. Yo, have a beautiful one, brother. I hope your birthday's good. If she volunteers for it... Borderline, kind of. Like, it sounds it, but it's not. Because... What happened? I don't know if I should repeat it, but I said that I'm sure you make many other delicious things, but I haven't let you escape out of the realm of taco-ri. And then I said taco-ri sounded kind of like racist. You celebrated in Iceland, so you need to celebrate again in the States because USA birthday is different. Oh yeah, so like, we went up to see my parents shortly after I got back, and Carla got like, we just bought a chocolate cake like from one of the bonuses in Iceland, one of their grocery stores there. But Carla did make like all the tacos and stuff from scratch, absolutely fucking delicious. The Airbnb that we stayed at, the host claimed that Carla like ruined his stove, which barely worked in the first place, and that he was lucky that she didn't burn the entire place down. Nothing was burning at any point. We're roasting peppers, so the fire alarm went off at one point, but it was very like short-lived. And I don't think the stove suffered much damage whatsoever, but closer. I don't think the stove actually suffered much damage whatsoever. And the guy left a really like weird review on Carla's Airbnb profile. So anyways, aside from that, the cake was store-bought, the tacos were homemade. Those were delicious. It was a great night. The cake was good, but I went back up. Like, we got back up to Maine, and we went up to see my parents. And when we got up, my mom had, you know, my actual birthday cake prepared. And my actual birthday cake, and the one that we got at the store, like, I'm a big just chocolate cake, chocolate frosting. I double down on that shit. I think a nice contrast of, like, chocolates can be a fucking phenomenal flavor contrast. And it can add so much to it. And also that shit just goes hard as hell. That basilisk is looking at us funny. I don't like that. Airbnb hosts are so cringe sounding in every story here. Okay, I will say, for that one Airbnb host out in Iceland, we did also have multiple, because we ended up staying at multiple Airbnbs because the weather was against us and half our group didn't know how to camp or prepare for camping in any way, shape, or form, right? So we ended up staying at more Airbnbs than projected. But some of the hosts were actually incredibly cool. A lot of people in Iceland in general were just very chill. But that one Airbnb host was kind of like weird in the first place. 4 days in Airbnbs out of 14. That's so bad. Wait. What was our original plan? 2? Like the one for my birthday and then one maybe towards the end? Oh no, it was one the first day, one for my birthday, and then maybe one towards the end if everything went wrong. So I mean, I guess it's not egregious, but I also feel like 2 in and of itself is more than enough. Either way, I still think if the decision wasn't executively made, without me by the way, to use the waterproof canopy part for our tent as a tarp to put over bags on top of the vehicle because people in the group decided to bring extra bags and, you know, complained about being able to fit stuff on their lap, then our tent probably would have remained much more waterproof than it did. Think I walked in at the wrong time? Well, then don't walk in. Very simple solution. What you doing, Douglas? Are you living on a bender now that you found your wallet? Man thought he lost his wallet for the last, like, I don't know, probably solid 24 hours, right? Like, he full slept on it. And it turns out that in our little smoking area, like, we have... Are we getting fucking corner peeked by a basilisk? I'm getting fucking Valorant jitter peeked by a fucking basilisk right now. Oh my god, wait, the Petri, look away! It just re-upped it on me. No, I'm getting chain petried. Nah, there's no shot.
Like, why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now? Why did Fire Staff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use?
Okay, we're fine.
Why the fuck did I lose my grit?
We're fine. Everything's fine.
Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
Maybe I can grab it. I cannot grab it. Okay. Well, might I recommend moving over to this side? It's like red light, green light, but way more fucking inconvenient. Way more inconvenient. But yeah, so turns out his wallet fell out of his pocket where we smoked. It fell into an old, like, empty box of Coke, like a cardboard Coca-Cola box. Fell into that. And brother never saw it there for like nearly an entire day. Nearly an entire day. And was about to have the bar that he goes to, like, check the camera footage to see if he left it at the bar and someone yoinked it. He was about to walk down to that bitch. I should reset all these mobs if I had to wager again. Or sorry. I do have a couple extras, but we're chilling. Everything's fine. Just focus down the basilisk. I'll try to get threat on everything else. Maybe. Maybe. So what are you doing tonight? Did you bar again tonight? Did you get tendies? Did you eat your tendies yet? Because if you didn't eat your tendies, like maybe I do, haha. Ho ho, like if you're not gonna eat them. Because like I've heard that tendies go bad after like 24 hours in the fridge. Lunch, you ate them already? Fuck. Well, it's worth a shot. I'm glad you got to them before the timer. Spaghetti or tacos? We should really eat the spaghetti. I'm giving food to you at 11. Well, so I was... Hear me out. What I was thinking was like, if we do spaghetti now, then that means after stream, I can also do like a light 7 or 8 tacos again. I feel like... And then maybe a little ice cream. No, that's what I had last night after stream. I said that I was... Okay, hold on. That's what I did after stream last night. I got off stream, and I had 4 tacos, and then I had a glizzy from the 4th... So this is all leftover from the 4th of July barbecue. So I had 4 tacos, and then I had a glizzy, and then I had a couple, like, pieces of chicken breast. So probably like half a chicken breast equivalent. And then I made 4 more tacos, but Carla took one of the tacos because the tacos are really good. So I only got 7 tacos instead of 8. And I didn't even throw up last night. You're getting food at 11 for bed. You can have some dessert. You can have a little bit of food for NW, for New World? What do you mean? Oh, now. Oh, if I'm getting like, I didn't get a single taco. Good, you didn't pay for tacos. Taqueria di Dusty is open. Nails, I can't type. Spaghetti now, and then later I'm gonna hard fuck some tacos, like with my mouth open. So, like, hear me out. Instead of a little now, like, instead of a little now, what if I do a normal amount of spaghetti now? And then I do a large amount of food later. And then a dessert after that to make my tummy settle from all of, like, you know, the main meal stuff that I had. I think I bring this into the corner so we stop getting fucking corner peeked. I'll come up this way. I don't think that'd be a bad idea. Also, I have to eat the rest of that pizza. Because you already got your hands on a slice. And if you get your filthy fingies on the rest of my slices, then I'll be out of pizza before I know it. So I've got to contest the pizza while simultaneously making the selfless play to consume the tacos and the things that are gonna go bad. Dusty, no, well, you're not getting all the pizza, you pizza ceiling. Come on, you. I've got to contest the pizza. The pizza's a valuable resource. Chat, you guys don't realize I eat a lot. It's like, you know the whole, like, work hard, play harder saying that people have? Mine's like, eat hard, shit harder. Like, I will be up at 3 a.m. saying prayers in languages that I never even knew that I knew. But my God, I will eat some food before I go to sleep each night, or I will die trying. You're gonna get sick? I've only thrown up because of overeating one time since I've been home. You don't know my fucking life. You know nothing. I've been almost completely in control of the situation. I predicted last night that we were gonna be late because I had to take a dump. I took my shit at 6 a.m. like a smart man. We were later because you tried to wear all black to the beach twice. And how'd that work for you? My belly was fine. Completely fine. Almost completely in control? Yeah! I was vibing. And like, the night that I threw up, I kind of deserved it. I was doing some shit to myself. Not like a freaky nasty way, but more like just punishing my stomach. That doesn't make it sound better. That does not make it sound better. It's true, tall men eat lots. Yeah, and like, I got a lot of place to put the food. I have a very long belly. It's one of the only things that's long on my body. Trash day is tomorrow. Don't touch my rocks. Carla, remind me after stream. I have to bring out all that cardboard and stuff so they take it. Or Doug, are you taking that? I don't know if you're taking that or if I should set it beside the road. But if I set it beside the road, they've always taken it in the past. Like, I feel like they don't ignore it. Because it is their solemn duty. Third Monday? I'll put cardboard out there before and they've taken it. Fuck the third Monday. They'll do it any Monday. They'll do it any Monday. The third Monday is fucking propaganda. They are trash men, and they will take what's beside the road. I think the third Monday is when it's specifically sorted into recycling, instead of it just being like put in the dump. I think you can still put cardboard and shit out there, but the third Monday is when it's like used for recycling. If we want the... I'm going to fucking come through my... Anyways. Third Monday of every month they do recycling. Yeah, but like, what if it's just trash? Then it's just trash. I feel like if disposal is called for, then disposal is disposal. Post-Christmas, for example. After New Year's, I was still putting out boxes. They took those jits. They took them. Happily. They also drop off recycling behind Home Depot every day 24/7. Or I could put my goods that are trash into the trash. I do recycle all bottles though. Also, you can't recycle milk bottles. So I also do the god service of picking out all the little things of milk that end up in our bottles. Third Monday for First World Recycling. I feel like I feel like the recycling wave has lost its clout recently. Yo, Rack, how you doing, my boy? What you guys up to? We are currently trying to farm. Yes, just watch milk out. Wait, no, bottles are milk bottles are non-returnable. Because if you rinse the milk out, it doesn't get all of like the milk fat fibers out. Hold on. So milk bottles are generally not included in deposit returns, primarily because milk is considered a basic essential food item. Wait. Practical difficulties. Reusing milk bottles requires significant infrastructure for collecting, cleaning, and sterilization. Let's see. Container deposit legislation. I thought it was something about like milk fats or something. I heard that shit in science one time. Single overriding reason. Oh, okay. So it just takes more of like a sanitization process and everything as well. Recyclable but not deposit. I.e. cardboard. You can still recycle it, but you have to wash it. Oh yeah. You put milk bottles in the returnables before. Run a line. If you need some help, invite me. Done across the basilisk. Hey, pull up, brother. Pull up. I don't know how long everyone's planning on hanging out, but we've needed it for a while over here, and our luck has been fucking terrible with it. Strag is lead right now, but if I get BSC, I'm gonna be sitting just under 8k HP. Gonna be pretty happy with how the build's turning out, but learning that a ton of recycling gets burned killed a lot of motivation for me. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I will say, I think recycling is great, but I'm also not convinced from a realistic standpoint that an individual choosing to turn in their cardboard on a different day is going to have any form of impact when a massive corporation could shift what they do by a metric of like 0.00001% and have more impact than an entire town worth of people being conscientious of their decisions. That's a big thing where I'm like, well, if they're not doing it, why the fuck do I go out of my way to do it? Because my impact is incredibly fucking small. A couple of cardboard boxes, that's nothing. I agree, fuck it. Yeah, let it burn. Set couches on fire in the streets. No. Wait, why no couches on fire? We need the couches on fire. I don't know. I don't get like IRL-y much. But yeah, I don't know. I think like recycling the third Monday of the month probably doesn't have much of an impact. And if like one singular product from Amazon in their entire catalog was shipped with something more environmentally friendly over the course of one day of existence, that product's change would probably have more impact on the environment than me recycling for a month. But that shit's not changing. And I'm also not gonna be the one to change it, boys. I mean, I think like I'm not a fucking socioeconomic major or anything like that. I don't pretend to be Mr. Money Man and know what's going on with everything, but recycling is a corporate scam and a bunch of it goes to the same place. Yeah, and it just gets fucking burned and shit anyways. And as a result, I have to hold on to it for an extra fucking 2 weeks. Putting the goddamn cardboard beside the road tomorrow. Fuck it. It's not getting recycled anyways. The 99% recycled cardboard is the 1% of the cardboard that made it. Does this basilisk spawn there? No, we're being fucking trolled. I still recycle, but I'm not under the delusion it helps. Yeah, I mean, I live in Maine, so we do like the bottle redemption, like the bottle deposit and stuff like that. So Keep some people employed. Yeah, that's a huge W. But at what point will garbage trucks be automated? Sam's Club already has the little automated like inventory takers, and surely garbage trucks could be synced up with town trash receptacles, and the town trash receptacles could mimic a Roomba where they essentially scan, yo, Meat Baffler, thank you for the follow, where they scan the area that they're in and they basically like plot the layout of it. And the, like, collectively, you have a garbage truck that goes through on trash day. Your trash cans kind of like Roomba their way out beside the road. And then the garbage truck comes through, kind of like the inventory taker robot at Sam's Club. And then it just scoops up the trash bins, throws them into the back, and then drives to the next house, which has the automated trash bins. And if you don't have automated trash bins, you can't use the city garbage. And they just have it synced up so it doesn't target anything except for the city trash bins. Boys, I've just cooked up the entire trash infrastructure of the future. You heard it here first. Be kind of fire. Like, at this time each day, you know your trash is going to go out, and it's just like a little Roomba trash can type shit. You can pay for more trash cans? I would assume that'd be expensive as a motherfucker, though. Yo, how you doing, Fade? What up? Hope you're having a beautiful day. It's already a thing. You show me Roomba trash cans. I call Kizzy. That's more cap than a goddamn lid store. I'm a visionary, a genius, and I won't be told any fucking differently.
Is that actually a thing, though?
How the fuck did I just get... Anyways. What are the Diddy's doing over here? He's researching right now, chat. He's trying to find the answer. I don't think there is one. Me, I think this is fucking genius. I don't think anybody got cooked by that. We're so up. Blessings on blessings. It feels harder. I always saw as the future went on, technology would make life easier. It feels harder. A lot of new tech just feel like capitalism needs brain rot. I mean, I think that people just worry about more nowadays because a lot of what gets people's attention, thus making money online, is like shock and awe and gasp and wow. And even from a content creation standpoint, this applies, right? There's a reason why you see so many Atch's content creators on YouTube over like with clickbaity videos just trying to get a couple extra views and saying that this is fucked and that's fucked and nothing's going to work and dooming for this and that. And it's because that moment of like, wait, what? Is a lot more attention grabbing than someone like me who just goes, yeah, everything long term is gonna be great, and like is very optimistic about a lot of shit. And I think a lot of people have kind of like grown accustomed to that, where you've got access to so much all the time, so much information at your hands, and over time people adapt to constantly browsing and seeing the doom and gloom and the shit that doesn't really fucking matter to them. Like, motherfuckers care about international political elections and have never even been to the country that they care about the political election of. I'm not even a political person. I don't stream politics. But I think what some motherfuckers care about on a day-to-day basis just, like, doesn't concern their daily life whatsoever, and they should probably just, like, focus on things that make them happy instead of things that scare them and worry them. And if you're reading something that gives you a bad feeling, just stop reading it. I think it's very simple. And if people stopped trying to be so involved in everything all the time and just unplugged and realized that nothing that we fucking do matters in the first place, then I think your lives would be a lot less stressful if you are stressed about shit that's out of your control. Genuinely, once I realized that, like, and I got extremely lucky because for a long time I was just on a constant grind of like working corporate job 50 plus hours a week, streaming and trying to make that happen on the side whenever I had the hours. And it was a, ooh, I hit for 1,000. It was a soulless grind and that shit drained me. And I got very lucky to be able to stream full time and like do that over the course of the past year and a half plus. And hopefully I'm able to continue it for, you know, a long time into the future, right? But how depressed were you? Oh, dude, I was miserable. I was miserable. It was bad for my health as well. But, like, I tried to do... Like, I wasn't depressed in a sense of, like... not being happy with where I was in the state of life, right? Because I was still working a job that brought me satisfaction. I had a team there that... Like, I was a store manager for Starbucks. And, like, I didn't have an assistant manager or anything, so essentially everything fell to me. I had a really new team because the manager prior to me left on an unexpected medical leave, and he was supposed to train up, like, the shift supervisors in the core of the store before he left. So, essentially, like, I was supposed to come into a much better scenario and came into absolute hell over there, and everything was, like, directly up to me on the chain of things. So, for me... Ooh, another 1,000, Jesus Christ. It wasn't really a matter of, like, I was depressed and unhappy. Like, when things were going well, I was extremely happy. But the invasiveness of that structure, like, I would try to have the outlet of, okay, it's a super long week. I'll put in 60 hours, whatever it may be. Store's going to shit. Let me unplug and throw up a stream. And I'd try to throw up a stream, and you guys know me. This is a short stream because I went to the beach with my mom and my grandma and Carla today. But normally, my streams are 8-10 hours, sometimes longer than that. And I stream like 60, 70 hours, sometimes more a week. And with that, it was always my way to, through everything that was like stressful and shit, just kind of like, I don't know, unplug, yap to whoever decided to come in. I wasn't always this size of streamer or anything. I still think I'm quite a small streamer. But I didn't really have that layer of enjoying my time and having my time to me in a certain extent. And I didn't really, like I said before, ever expect stream to be a full-time thing that I was able to do. And I kind of expected to just be, you know, caught up in that back and forth bounce of, I'm at work, I'm streaming, I got a call from work, I can't stream, I gotta go to work. Bye guys, have a good night. Come back home after work, throw up another short stream. Like, I would throw up 3 streams a day sometimes of just like an hour here, an hour there, an hour there, right? So basically, when I went full-time, I got, like, yo, Paulo, thank you for the follow. When I went full-time with stream, it was very hard for me to even get to the point where I could, like, settle down and enjoy the time that I now did have. And, like, this is the first summer where I've actually been able to kind of have that mentality of, like, okay, it's fine. You can breathe, you've got some time, and you're all set. Even though I'm still putting in, like, 60, 70 hours a week, just the difference in, like, the invasiveness of everything, right? I think is a massive part of it. So it wasn't really a matter of like depressed in a sense, but really just in perspective, I wasn't taking enough time to myself in a sense of just like setting boundaries in the corporate world and being like, okay, I'm not available for this. And like prioritizing myself. I was very just like, something's going wrong in the store, I will instantly come in, help this out, fix this, fix that, like. And it kind of like wore down on me, and I just kind of like wore myself down very, very hard over time. So doesn't matter, but it doesn't at the same time. Relative, it doesn't, but at scale, it does. I mean, I get that, but like, I don't necessarily think me playing video games on Twitch is ever gonna change the world, right? Maybe like to a certain extent, right, where people's lives are impacted by it. And that's great. That's great. And I think it all just depends on what your perspective of everything is and like what changing the world is for you. And see, that's part of why I kind of enjoy my perspective on things and being able to do what I do. I'm a small streamer. I'm not relevant. I don't pretend to be relevant or important in the scheme of the internet or anything. Like, I'm not a fucking influencer in any world. But I do know that quite a few people come into chat each day and are happy to be here, enjoy their time here, and hopefully it makes some people's days better. And so, in a sense, like, something that doesn't matter at all, like me just sitting here playing video games and yapping, does matter a lot to, you know, a lot of people in the, you know, in the small relative scale of it. Not a lot of streamers can have this size of community. But it's weird in the balance of, it literally quite fucking matters, quite literally matters none. Although, who knows? Somebody could, I don't know, work in the medical field and then come into stream and be having a shit day and then have a better stream and then get called in for a surgery on Harambe and they could have been able to save Harambe if they had found this stream, and then the world wouldn't have descended into fucking post-Harambe madness. Who knows? Maybe, if the parents of the kid that let their kid fall into Harambe's enclosure checked to see if they had a Twitch Prime available, their kid wouldn't have fallen in. I learned shrooms aren't as strong today as before. I don't do shrooms. I don't consume those. I smoke weed, that's about it. It's actually, I don't even drink. I like my weed. That's about it. Glad I found the stream. I'm glad you found the stream, dude. Can you send me a key to this game? So it is against terms of service, like the TOS, to actually transfer kind of like ownership of accounts. So as much as I would love to do giveaways for the community, I'm actually unable to do those without the accounts that we give away quite literally getting instantly banned. So it would be a little tough. Now, my hope is that someday, potentially, Intrepid, through the content creator program that they offer, may be ever so generous to open the door for content creators to do some community giveaways. That just depends on the route that they want to go, how much legal's involved with everything. But it's not something that I'm expecting. It's just kind of like a maybe someday that would be our big hope. I have applied for the content creator program. I haven't got in yet. TM. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. But if that ever does become available, you know there will be giveaways here. But if you do ever see an account being given away, just know that there is a very high chance that that account gets Thanos snapped. Because terms of service are not very accommodating to transferred accounts. At least publicly ones. Someone cures cancer because they got the right amount of chillax in here? Yeah! I mean, low-key though. So, I heard someone... I don't even know where this bullshit came from. It was some like Confucius level shit. But they were basically talking about how this hypothetical, right, where someone's walking through the fucking, you know, the offices of whatever large business you want to name, right? And they're talking to a janitor there, and the janitor's happy as fuck. And the person is like, well, how are you so happy? You're just a janitor. And the analogy that they used was like, this person works at NASA, right? So you're walking through the fucking NASA headquarters, and you see a janitor there, and the janitor's just like always super happy, just enjoying what they're doing, having fun with it. And so you're like, how are you so happy? Like, you're just a janitor, you don't really do anything important here. And they're like, don't do anything important, I'm helping get people on the moon. And the perspective of just like, you know, a cascading event into another event has always been a really cool thing for me to consider. Like, someone's having a dog shit day, you hold the door for them, or I don't know, stick a finger up their butt while they walk by you on the street. And something small like that can turn somebody's day around to the point where they're then, I don't know, in a better mental state to not get in their car and get in a fucking accident that ends up in somebody getting hurt because they're driving pissed off, or I don't know, they help somebody else that day and that person ends up being Albert Einstein. Like, there's a lot of cool shit that can happen with cascading events and kind of like a ripple effect. And there's also a lot of bad things that can happen with it. And it's kind of one of those like divergent timeline type things where it's like, how would my interactions, if at all, be different, like if I had been different to other people? What if Ashes of Creation gets canceled? Then you guys will probably be helping me look for jobs. Yeah, I mean, we'll go through my resume. I'm assuming that there are some people in chat who would be really kind of like in the management level of things. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I was streaming full-time before Ashes. So I did stream New World full-time. Yo, cats with half-apps would be insane. Emu, cats with half-apps is the greatest fucking late-night snack in history. Actual goated. But yeah, so no, I was streaming New World full-time. And the thing with New World and why I ended up in Ashes was I just didn't really see a long-term future for it. And I really got lucky seeing such a long-term future in Ashes and enjoying what I'm doing so much over here in the community over here so much. So, like, I consider myself extremely, 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 extremely fortunate to have kind of, like, ended up in this scenario. But say Ashes, you know, launches 3 years from now, and flops. And it's like, I'm down to 20 viewers in the directory, whatever it may be. And there's just like no hope for it. Steven comes into streams and he's like, brother, why are you still here? Then at that point, I would just probably try to find something else to transition into and keep streaming. So like, for me, as much as I do like being able to focus on one game and like, you know, just make Ash's content full time, I do try to build a community that goes past the game itself, because with a lot of smaller content creators especially, you get this element of like people watching for the game and not for the content creator. And what I'm very happy about is with how much we stream, you know, streaming over 2 days in a row without a single day off, streaming 60, 70, sometimes 80 plus hours a week. Like all of those things combined, we have a community that kind of like transcends just the game that we are a part of. And as a result, I think if anything like that were to happen, we would see kind of like a carryover of people wherever we go. So we have people from New World that were, you know, community members over there, friends over there, other New World content creators that are going to be getting into Ashes, that were members of the community, you know, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years ago, and came back at a certain point and they were just like, yo, Dusty, you're still on Ashes, how is it? And all of that carryover, I think, will like, you know, eventually lead to a very consistent community throughout. And I'm not someone who plans to hop around directory to directory. I don't really enjoy that level of variety streaming and inconsistency. I'd much rather find something that I can have fun with, that being my, you know, my primary thing. You know, mixing it up here and there with a community day isn't bad, like a day off here and there, whatever, just not burning out, that's always a huge prio. But, like, my, basically, I guess, like, relationship with Ashes right now is extremely good. It's something that only becomes more available, only becomes more polished, only becomes more established, and I'm already in a spot where I'm enjoying it way more than I probably, oh, we got it. Like, where I'm enjoying it probably way more than I should be. And I think the community supports me probably way more than the community should, right? And I'm extremely thankful for that. But in, you know, just the hypothetical that Ashes were to get cooked, I think at that point, I would just kind of take it to another MMO. MMOs for me are definitely where I want to end up streaming, like the genre that I want to end up streaming. I think that MMOs provide a very particular community-based gameplay loop, especially certain MMOs. And as a streamer, that's very fun for me. That's something I look forward to a lot. And different genres, MOBAs, shooters, things I've played in the past, don't really provide that same opportunity for community interaction, building the community, and especially building a community that's there for more than just the gameplay itself. And I don't know, I think that this community has a good mix of like, people are here for the gameplay, people are asking build questions, stuff like that. But people also stay for like the actual community aspect, which I really, really am grateful for. Know that I like maining one thing, even though I do variety stream will always. Yeah, and like I said, like not burning out and enjoying what you're doing is always the biggest thing. And I consider myself extremely lucky to have found Ashes, primarily because there's not a lot of risk in me burning out with Ashes, because I enjoy the gameplay loop, the interactions, the systems, everything there so much. And I'm already enjoying it in this current state, and Ashes is only going to continue to improve from this current state as it goes to launch. So, it's great for me. It's just kind of like a really good happenstance that all lined up, worked out at the right time, and you know, I'm super grateful for everything. I just hope it continues to grow, and I hope I can keep pumping out content that people enjoy, because it's genuinely been a life-changing thing. But Caleb ditched our wait. I didn't get to read that. Caleb ditched your Civ game to go play Pal World with e-girls. Who are we talking e-girls? And make sure that they're not asking him to send money. I don't trust modern hoes. I simply don't. Please make sure they're not taking advantage of Caleb. Because he's not even T3 sub to the channel. VTuber e-girls. Yeah, they're definitely sending him an Amazon wish list. You should check on him. They can take advantage? Wait, no they can't, not till I get a T3 sub. Yeah, no. No. I veto. You can play Summoner. So when Summoner, not quitting until Steven calls you crazy for staying. Okay, hear me out. Even if Steven calls me crazy for staying, I probably wouldn't quit anyways. Because Steven has already talked multiple times about how, like, content creators will come and go, and he doesn't hold that against anybody. Like, streaming an alpha is genuinely incredibly hard, especially on an everyday basis. And, like, I don't pretend to be somebody important or anything like that. But to act like Steven doesn't, you know, at least know that there's someone in his directory that rain or shine is here every single fucking day. Even when I was in Iceland, quite literally rain or shine. I don't know. I think that would be an ignorant take. So I don't necessarily think it's a point where, like, I would leave even if he was like, y'all are crazy for staying and doing this to the point that you're doing it. Because I'm pretty sure he probably thinks I'm a little crazy. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people think I'm a little crazy for sticking it out with Ashes as much as I have. And honestly, being so positive about it the entire time because I'm enjoying it so much. But sometimes being just a little crazy is enough to make you stand out from everybody else. So I don't think I'd really switch up. But yeah, I plan to play Summoner when it's out. When that comes out on PTR, I will be relaying every single ability, every single combo. I'll give you an MS Paint diagram of what the Summoner looks like, how the Booba sliders are on it, you know, just really what's going on well. So, you know, I'm just super excited to get the info out. Your eyes are red and your head is bald. What do you want? What are you trying to get at here? No, we saw a shiny head motherfucker at the beach. Carla called him out, like, not like to his face or anything, but we're chilling and Carla was like, wait, that guy's head is so shiny, it just almost blinded me. I still think bald dudes should go back to, like, well, I guess bald women too. Bald people should go back to polishing their heads like they were, like, with turtle wax in the early 2000s. I feel like the most polished, like, slickest head, some bowling ball type shit, is probably the meta that people are ignoring. You need big booba and a cute girly voice for him to T3 sub. I can have booba. I think you're kind of crazy. This game is not that great right now. The most interesting part of your content is how intuitive you are. I mean, so this is the thing. As a game, Ashes is not that great. It's still better than a lot of live service MMO deployments, in my opinion. So, like, if Ashes were to launch right now, I think it would be a 6 out of 10 MMO. But with that being said, Ashes is not launching right now. I'm into this fully knowing and acknowledging that this is a playtest and that it's not a fully launched product. And as a result, I'm sitting here saying, game-wise, 6 out of 10. Alpha-wise, 10 out of 10. Especially knowing what's still left to come. Like, genuine 10 out of 10. I think in terms of an alpha and what I would expect, like, out of alpha progression, and like alpha replayability, alpha time, just everything that we can put in over here, and the actual feel of the gameplay being fun, I'm really impressed. What are you most excited for concerning what's to come? So I have a few things that I'm pretty excited for from the dev stream specifically. I really look forward to the PvP battlegrounds, like those dynamic areas that are going to be going throughout the world. But I also think that I'm more excited about those because of the potential of, like, incentivization. Are you talking like immediate or long term? Either way. Immediate stuff, the PvP battlegrounds are going to be really nice. Oh, long term. Okay, cool. So long term, different types of nodes coming in, and the actual, like, node evolution process, node death process, like the full node system in its entirety. The lifestyle system, like your gathering, crafting, refining skills being fully implemented with, like, your housing system all intertwined with it. I think that's going to be a huge gameplay loop for people to really immerse themselves in a rewarding gathering loop that a title hasn't done in a very long time. Not just gathering, but like gathering, refining, crafting, like the entire loop, the integration of that with the rest of the PvX gameplay loop. And definitely, like, in terms of my personal excitement, a more built out world and loot table, as well as the addition of secondary archetypes. More variance in like what people are doing, what people are building. And keep in mind, with a more built out world and world systems, no two servers will be in the same point of evolution whatsoever. Say, you know, we're on server 1 and everybody else is on server 2, and we level, I don't know, we all go anvils as our start instead of primarily going in the Riverlands. So as a result, Miraleth actually doesn't really get leveled until later because our entire server heads out this way. So if Miraleth doesn't get leveled, you may not see Oakenbane keep becoming active because certain points of interest within certain nodes already don't open up until certain nodes reach certain levels. So with that, you always have the chance that, like long term, something in the late game could be inaccessible, right? Just in the first place. Different nodes will level at different paces, different nodes on different servers will level in different areas. So then you have, they're previously called story arcs. They renamed them to something stupid. So I'm gonna keep calling them story arcs. Why am I yawning? It's 10. So anyways, with story arcs, those are essentially like large dynamic events that happen on a server that influence points of interest, and they can do different things throughout the server. One, for example, is Carfin. Kind of like makes the corruption flow throughout Carfin, puts it in a different state with different mob spawns, quests that you can do in the area, and story arcs can be ended multiple different ways. So if server 1 ends a story arc option 1, and then server 2 ends it option 2, different story arcs down the road could be impacted by that decision to end the first story arc in the way that you did. So different servers will be on different timelines in terms of story arc progression, what their world lore is, like the world building itself. So between the node systems and story arcs, you've got completely unique servers. Then from there, in the node system, with your different types of nodes, you've got the divine nodes. Divine nodes are my favorite type of node. Those are won by the person who does the most quests during the election process, so it's like a grind, but we're also going to set up raids to make that happen. But with a divine node, if you hit a metropolis, which is the highest tier node, then you will get a procedurally generated dungeon underneath your node that has access to unique mob spawns, boss spawns, loot tables, and since it's procedurally generated, it is only available under your node. That's unique to your node, unique to your area. No other node will have that. So you have potential for, even without the secondary archetypes being accounted for, unique metas entirely to each server. Modules are the name they call them internally.
It's a stupid fucking name.
Fubo's gotta be the cat that like walks around the studio and just gets to hang out and stuff. You know too much. Summoner out yet? Summoner is not out yet. It likely won't be out for the first few months of phase 3. But when it deploys on the PTR, I'll have all the information about like what the abilities are and shit like that. We do have PTR access, as does every other key holder, like every other playtester. So once it's out on the private test realm, we'll be able to check that out. Summoner estimated date, I believe, and keep in mind this is estimation, so everything can like change constantly, right? But I believe they were talking about like October-ish for it, on the later end of things. Steven had thought potentially September, I believe, according to the dev stream, but Maggie had said October, if I remember correctly, in terms of its like rough timeline. But with that being said, the private test realm will very likely receive it before the production environment, right? And every playtester did receive private test realm access starting on July 1st. So if you have, you know, playtesting, key holding, whatever privileges, then you're able to hop into the private test realm right now. We have a new movement system that people are testing over there. Rumor has it we may be testing dynamic griddying here soon. So that's going to be very exciting. As of right now, it's Tuesday, Wednesday this week, and then starting on July 14th, PTR goes to 24/7 access. And then on August 3rd, that ends. August 4th, our phase 3 server starts up, so that's like a fresh server where everybody will re-roll, and phase 3 is going to be the start of that long server. So, summer will be huge. Any other MMOs you're looking forward to? Not really. I don't really follow other games. I'll be completely honest. Yeah. I don't really follow games with the intent to kind of like jump ship and excite myself for other things, right? Like, as much as I love streaming a single game all the time, I think if I were to follow a lot of other titles very closely, it would add an element of like, wow, I want to go play that, and then an element of like, well, you're a full-time streamer that's not large enough to go play what you want to play. You play what pays your bills, and then it would be this like internal battle, right? But I genuinely play exactly what I want to play, and if I wanted to look for other things, I would. Example, me leaving New World to come over to Ashes. I lost over 100 average viewers when I came over from New World, and I've been like rebuilding since then, rebuilt to a really good spot like the last 2 months, and then with the Ashes hype kind of like dying down after P2.5 launched on May 1st, the last month and a half or so have been pretty tough in trying to build back up. But I'm not really looking at anything to jump ship because I started streaming Ashes because I believe in it long term. I think the soonest that I would look for something else, like, would probably be a significant portion of time after Ashes launched. Primarily because of the fact that while something is in development, being in a spot where you and your community can provide feedback to that in development product and kind of like have your opinion heard, even if it's not even directly considered, but know that the devs are looking for that feedback and have it valued and heard, is fucking massive. So that alone, and the level of communication that they provide, the level of transparency that they provide, like the level of everything over here, plus how supportive the community is in keeping me here doing this, I'm really convinced that Ashes, over the course of its development process, continues to improve really consistently. So I'm not too worried about like other MMOs or anything like that. Say Ashes launched and every decision was just like bad for the player base, bad for the player base, bad for the player base. I don't know, they sell to EA and they just add in a bunch of like gacha loot boxes, right? That are real money gacha loot boxes, not gold gacha loot boxes. Then I'd be like, okay, well, the direction of this is changing a lot. It's not really what what it used to be for me. Just like with New World. They didn't sell to EA, but Amazon Games pretty much became EA, just in a different sense, right? And when all of those things happened, plus, a 3-year period of them not valuing community feedback whatsoever and literally telling their community that they were wrong and didn't know what they were talking about, I just hit a point where I was like, all right, well, it's been real, it's been fun, it's been real fun. I'm gonna go take a chance on something else. So, say that were to happen, that would probably be the soonest that I would look to, like, jump ship. Or, I mean, I guess I would be kind of forced to if something just, cataclysmically occurred that made it so I couldn't pay rent, didn't have money, anything like that. But at that point, if it was that bad, I'd probably just get a job. Like, realistically. That's always an option. So, like, I don't necessarily think that it would be a huge thing in between now and launch. I don't think anything will really happen that forces my hand to go elsewhere. I think that community-wise, it just continues to grow on a, not even like a month-to-month basis, because I'm not worried about month-to-month, but if you look back from, 3 years from now, you look back at these streams, you'll be like, oh damn, I understand why Dusty was so confident even when his viewership was dropping to 50% of what it was 2 months ago. And it's not because I'm just like fucking blindly streaming and winging it. It's because this is something that is confirmed going to improve. There will be more eyes on it, guaranteed. There will be more people interested in it, guaranteed. Intrepid hasn't spent a single dollar on marketing yet. It hasn't brought in a single sponsored streamer, nothing. We're nowhere near the launch. And it's only going to continue to get better as we get closer to the launch. And I think that if people do believe in something like that and stick it out, eventually you're gonna get that little bit of a combination of like lucky and in the right place at the right time and also working hard, and something good will happen along the way. So we'll see, hopefully. Wouldn't be spoiled playing another game and suddenly realize any complaints would fall on deaf ears compared to Intrepid and Ashes. Oh yeah, yeah. Anytime content creators were unhappy, like keep in mind when I first came over to Ashes, it was a huge narc drama, and chat had me watch. Yo, Rack, welcome. Chat had me watch his, like, video and his big crash out and everything. And I was like, brother, if you think this stuff is bad in an alpha, go play New World 3 years post-launch for 6 months and let me know how you're feeling. And like, he's gone now. His accounts literally don't exist anymore, which is fucking phenomenal. But genuinely, it was a little absurd to me how quickly people forget that they have it extremely well over here, especially for an in-development product. I've been through the crucible. I've been into the fire. I've inhaled the smoke and I've puffed it back out, and I've done cool tricks with it. Like, this is peachy. This is great. If I wanted to, I could stop farming this piece of gear and do literally anything else. And it would probably be more productive for me to do those PvP scrims and go out there. It'd probably be more entertaining. But this chest hasn't dropped in a lot of hours. And at this point, I need it. It dropped once and somebody else won the roll on it. And that broke me. I hate you. That broke me a little bit inside. So, I'm pretty committed to staying here and making sure that this bitch becomes mine soon. I think that anything else is simply a lack of commitment, and it's not about even like getting the best set of gear, it's about the fucking principle of it all. And if you let the Basilisk win once, then the Basilisk wins all the time. Luck equals when opportunity meets preparedness. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people can create their own luck in a sense, right? And lucky breaks are more likely to happen if you're giving yourself opportunities to get lucky. And in content creation especially, like, because that's kind of where I like break everything down to. Because my like normal gameplay loop is a lot different than people who aren't able to stream and yap to a community the entire time, right? Like, I'm not one of the people that pretends that it's the exact same thing. If I'm bored, I can literally sit here without moving and I can yap to you guys and people will stay and yap and hang out. And not everybody will be able to have that as their fucking MMO gameplay loop. I totally get that, right? But in terms of content creation, I feel like a lot of people underestimate the value of simply being here and making content. Not everybody that makes content now is globally the favorite content creator. Kai Cenat's the biggest streamer on Twitch. I guarantee there are people in here who will say, I don't like Kai's content. I don't understand why he's so large. I guarantee there are people here who will like Kai's content. But if Kai's content wasn't available everywhere, accessible everywhere, and always around, then he wouldn't even be in the discussion. Same thing with SumSum. There are people that don't like SumSum. There are people that don't like Shroud. There are people that don't like every content creator. But at the end of the day, a lot of those content creators have been there for so long, sticking it out and building and doing what they believe in, that it's kind of like worked out for them. Lucky breaks mixed with always being there means that you're set up. ADU abusing. I get why Kai's popular, but it's just not for me anymore. Yeah, I agree. I mean, and we have to think as well. People said the same thing about Ninja when Ninja was having 100K plus viewers on Fortnite. And at that point, like, that was unheard of, right? When Ninja was like the all-time Twitch sub holder without gifted subs, with just primers, like, that shit was legit. That was insane. But that era of Twitch and content creation is gone. IRL is king now. There's a reason why the former, like, kings and queens of Twitch have all gone into IRL content creation or politics. So, feels very parasocial to watch, Kai. Feels very parasocial to watch a lot of IRL content creators, in my opinion. Not like IRL content creators, but like, you know, when fucking Pac was streaming making a sword, it didn't feel parasocial at all. That was cool as shit. He was just chilling in his backyard, smoking some butt and making a sword, right? And that was great. But like watching somebody that has like 100,000 viewers and they're like not even acknowledging their chat or something like that. I mean, I get that it's like a reality show, right? I 100% get that. It's the most popular content in the world. Like, IRL streaming is absolutely the meta. Like, React content, IRL streaming, just all of that, right? Undeniably. And I think, like, the era of gaming content being the prevalent form of content, it's not quite there. Wait, was there gear on that? I thought I saw a beam. Maybe not. Either way, I'm seeing things now, but when are you gonna share your political views? I don't have political views. That's a secret. If you simply don't give a shit about anything that happens, then it's wild how many people you can be friends with without anybody getting super offended about things. Very simple. My political views are that people care about politics too much, and the world would probably be a better place if people cared about it a little bit less. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Can't see the chat beyond a little ruffle times 100. No, I agree. I think the one thing I talk about a lot too, maybe not a lot, but I've talked about it multiple times before. It's cool in this community that chat moves at the rate that it does while having a lot of genuine conversation and just kind of like hanging out, right? There are different types of streamers. There are like hype streamers. There are the ones that are yelling. There are ones that are doing like super short streams that are like these super cool events and stuff like that. There are people who focus on a lot of different things. I consider myself kind of like the Netflix of streamers in kind of like that category, right? And with that, it's a lot less this big hype, like short-term burst of stuff. And it's a lot more like a long stream each day, right? It's kind of people come in, it's a little podcast with some gaming going on the back end. And everyone's just hanging out, everyone's contributing. And, you know, it's interaction between me, the streamer, and you guys, the community. And I like that a lot. I don't necessarily know if I would succeed as the type of streamer that was just ignoring my stream entirely, like not reading chat or anything, and just kind of like dropping witty one-liners to myself and being loud and yelling random things and being a nuisance. But it's all just different for different types of people. Being president is like 90% of the appeal of this style of social MMOs. Looking at Eve, looking at Ashes, like recognizing players in game and knowing they have a story and reputation is pretty big to the health of any MMO community. Oh yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And Ashes is an MMO that will certainly have people's reputations precede them. You will know who's an asshole on the server. You will know who the well-liked people on the servers are. Like, guilds already have their reputations that follow them. And that can impact the type of content that you get, the type of reciprocation that you get. And keep in mind too, in terms of being present from a content creator standpoint, that can also be detrimental to a lot of people in these types of games. Sometimes the more people yap, the more trouble they get into. And that can happen a lot. Yo, Abusey. Thank you for the C1, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. Much love. So, I'm very fortunate that, like, we tend to stay in a pretty neutral spot. Like, we aren't aligned with anybody in a formal alliance, but we're friends with just about everyone. We just kind of try to bring as much content to as many people as possible. And that's worked out really well for us so far. And hopefully, like, you know, like you said, the reputation kind of continues to kind of like get out there, right? Mr. Juan Restrepo. Okay, Trepo. On the real though, on the real. I made barbacoa. Not like dug a hole and stuff. I made it in a pressure cooker. But it was so good that Carla, my Mexican girlfriend, of course, called her family to talk about how good my barbacoa was. Trepo, are you proud of how far I've come? Brother, what are you doing now? Are you still baristaing? Because I've been on a massive cappuccino kick the last, like, I don't know, 5 or so years. Your Ability app is 11 out of 10 in this pool. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think there are a lot of streamers who try to yap non-stop, and a lot of people kind of wish they would just shut the fuck up and sit there for a little bit. And I'm thankful that, of course, there are always going to be people who, like, do wish that I would shut the fuck up. But I think overwhelmingly, like, people show up expecting the yaps, looking to engage in the yaps, and just kind of like, you know, come here for that. It's also one of my favorite things about you know, doing Twitch instead of YouTube shit. You'll notice, like, whenever I'm posting on YouTube, I have to be, like, convinced and incentivized to do so. And really, I love streaming so much because it's interacting with the community and the chat in that live manner. It's what I call, like, managing the chat, right? Having 7 different conversations going all at one time, remembering where all the conversations are going, making sure, you know, you're addressing everyone without jumping too far forward to the next person, making sure you're not taking too long so people think that you're ignoring them and, like, missing their messages. Like, there's, oh, that's a debate. There's just, I feel like so much. I feel like so much that goes into, like, Twitch in general that I can always get better at, that I'm always trying to get better at. And it's nice. It's nice that I have a community that also, like, reciprocates that, allows me to yap so much, and just kind of, like, enjoys that vibe. Carla's lit, you're valid within our community. Hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I tell Carla that I can say the words, but apparently when we're in public, I'm not supposed to. I don't fucking understand why, but... Never ignore me, bro. Listen. I try to read every single chat, and I always tell people, if I'm on a rant, and people, or I, like, miss a message, right? I just tell people to repost that shit. You have good vibes most of the time? Yeah, and honestly, okay, hear me out. This will make a lot of sense. I have good vibes most of the time, a lot of the time. And I have the whole, like, untiltable mountain of positivity thing, right? But realistically, I stream a lot. I stream more than most people work their, like, full-time job. And to think that, you know, if you work a full-time job every single day for more than 2 years and 8 years total, like, with breaks and stuff, right? Eventually, you'll have some grouchy moments. And, like, I don't hide things. I don't sugarcoat things. Like, if I'm angry about something, someone's gonna know. If I'm feeling disrespected, someone's gonna know. And I think that I'm very transparent with things. I don't try to, like, put on a fake face for stream. And I think me showing that I do get pissy, I do get, you know, whatever it may be, annoyed, short-tempered, whatever people want to call it, just shows that this whole, like, enjoying things and being so positive isn't just, like, this super fake thing. It's not a Freudian mask slip. This is just how I am. I'm just a normal human being that also gets angry and flustered and confused and misunderstands things at times. And I also have moments where I'm like, damn, I was totally an asshole. But I also have a lot of moments where I'm extremely happy and grateful for everything that I have, from, like, my community to the fact that I'm able to sit where I am with the computer that I have, that when I was a kid growing up asking my parents for a computer that wasn't the office PC that, you know, I never would have thought I would see. So just everything that I have gives me a lot of reasons to be happy. But I also don't try to, like, sugarcoat things and hide things and act like everything's perfect, because it's not. So that's just kind of how I am. You have good vibes until someone starts mob training? Well, fuck mob trainers. It's very simple, I think. Fuck all them hoes. Yo, Mr. Restrepo. I appreciate you, brother. Much love. Much love. I hope you're safe. I will peep the Discord convo. I absolutely will. John G. I hope you're having a beautiful night as well. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. I had a beach day today. So, who's on the juice? One of the fucking Mark McGuire Barry Bonds corked bat did I just see? Like, fucking excuse me. Got some fucking enhanced games bards out here. Fucking Brian Shaw with a fiddle. So, boys, what are we getting up to the rest of this evening? The sun has drained me like a proper handy. And I'm struggling to stay up, but I just want this shit. I just want this chest. I made a video, put on my X, send you a DM if you want to watch sometime after stream. Wait, can I watch it on stream before I get off? Wait. Hold on, let me peep. The Fupo updates? Oh, fuck yeah. Buy a small black cat. I love this. I will absolutely watch this. Yeah, I'll watch this before the end of stream. Wait, I look forward to this so much. Need that music? Oh yeah, yeah. I'll watch it with the full experience. I got you. This will be great. Once we end the mob farm and kind of like, you know, go and chill out for the night, this is gonna be fucking epic. This will be a good end to stream too. I'll have food. I'll have Fupo VOD. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a blessing. I love this. So, would community people be able to stream Ashes at all? Because I know you've done like some streaming shenanigans in the past. Is there like a conflict of interest, or are you just able to just pop on? Sure. Oh, that'd be cool. I feel like it would be cool to get like a community team together of both like Intrepid official people as well as like community moderators, and do like, I don't know, just little pop-up things in game where you're like, oh, we're doing this, we're running around going to the different PvP battlegrounds, stuff like that. But generally don't want to take from Ashes content creators. That's fair. That's fair and admirable, I will say. I'm also a firm believer though, instead of a scarcity mindset, that more people creating more content brings more total eyes to the directory, which supports more content creators. So say you run an event with the community team and bring in, you know, Maggie and a couple other people that have gaming experience, and you guys run around as like, you know, developers or community team members and like, I don't know, kill players in the PvP battleground areas. And then you guys post that on your socials where you're like, we've been undercover for the last week, collecting bounties on some of our very own playtesters, and that shit pops off on YouTube because developers simply don't play their game anymore. That would bring so many eyes in that would benefit the Ashes content creators as well, like the organic content creators that are always here. That would be like a net gain. So I understand the level of like, oh, I don't want to take away stuff, but the idea behind making the Ashes Remembered video series, this part of one we'll be doing for each part of the game. I love that. I love that. Oh my god, wait. The pasta. How long ago did you start on this? Oh, okay. I thought you said you were gonna cook at like 9:30. I've been hungry. A spoon?
Eat it with your stupid spoon.
You want to hit a Dr. P? Good, don't touch my fucking Dr. Pepper. Did you drink the other Dr. Pepper? Don't touch my Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper's the only whore. Chat, I'm being thieved. You're awful. Maybe the Dr. Pepper opinion would change if your terrible fucking attitude changed. Thank you for dinner, I love you. Just a personal project is not a Intrepid thing. Yeah. I love the little personal projects. Doesn't play and are good at their own game or huge draws, such as Morton Teamfight Tactics. I feel like there's a certain level as well of confidence that is instilled not even specifically by developers like playing and being good at the game necessarily, but more so just like developers being present. I don't expect the people that are working 40 plus hours a week to put the game together to necessarily be the most mechanically gifted beings in the world. But if a developer is present in any way outside of their required capacity, that shows me that they're doing it from a passionate standpoint and not just to, you know, collect the check because it's an opportunistic employment opportunity. And more of like, they want to be there, they want to be bringing their best contributions, and they want to inform themselves as much as possible, right? It's like if you were a fucking basketball coach or something like that. You see one of your players in, like, getting shots up after practice. You're like, okay, this motherfucker's committed to this. For me, it's the same thing. I don't necessarily expect developers to be able to get on and just beat me in 1v1s. But how present the devs are from Intrepid, and the fact that they are so in tune with a lot of community pain points that before the community even makes them like outwardly known, Intrepid's like, oh yeah, we understand this, like we know this is bugging you guys, we'll get this all taken care of. That is amazing to me. That makes me unbelievably happy as a playtester, as a content creator, as everything. And I think that is step one to just like maintaining a base of trust within your community on that mutual bridge that a lot of MMOs and live services in particular have struggled to do lately, you know? Certainly didn't mean MLG. Well, hear me out. If whatever is, then that's fucking nuts. Like, if there is ever a dev that's genuinely, like, playing a game at a high level, that would be a massive drop. Absolutely massive. And I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are quite a few devs that can play Ashes at a pretty serviceable level. They have people who play incognito in different communities. We may have some in COTS that we don't fucking know who they are. We may have someone in here right now. You never really know. Any super secret devs in the chat that want to swoop down and use your zero clip and be really cool? Probably none. It's late, but they could be lurking. You never really know. But the level of commitment is definitely something that I think is a very strong point for the Ashes community, from devs to playtesters to really everyone involved, man. And I think that is going to power the long-term development process in a very strong way. Because at the end of the day, if you have a gap between those two sides in any way, shape, or form, I feel like it just widens. It doesn't really narrow at any point once it's created. And it's incredibly hard to try to kind of, like, you know, redefine what that gap is. Oh, my movement's also fucked up. So as long as Intrepid's able to just, like, not have that massive point of shattering. New World had it. I mean, fuck. WoW's had about 17 of them. But they managed to keep holding it down because there's no other MMO to play. I just got breadcrumbs all over my mouth. Now they're on the floor. I got a carpet though, so it's still clean because I can't see the breadcrumbs anymore. Chaz, it's a pretty good strat, right? Because, like, then I can just vacuum the carpet later this month. And then there won't be breadcrumbs anywhere. Like, really, breadcrumbs are in the vacuum. I could save that. And if we ever get down tremendous, I have a snack. Always important to keep snacks on hand. Toasty was having some blood glucose stuff earlier. Had some gummy bears. Didn't die. If Toasty didn't have gummy bears, might have died. You stockpile? That is true. Do you remember the days where Texas Roadhouse would just let you throw your peanut shells on the floor? I need that, but like breadcrumbs and like ramen and shit. Like non-perishables. Like the emergency stash fries. Those are my fries. First of all. Carla took my fries. I'm kind of pissed. That was like 3 fries in the bed that I could have had. I hope Ashes does come out giga amazing. Also for the sake that this game is also one of the pioneers in having the responsibility to answer questions. Think Kickstarter MMO will actually be successful? I think it will at minimum be decent. My expectation for Ashes is not that it comes out revolutionary, S tier, you know, groundbreaking like a Rolls-Royce Phantom driving through. I want Ashes to be more akin to a Honda Civic. Because I think in the modern age of gaming, everyone is trying to be the Lambo, the Rolls-Royce, whatever it may be of gaming, right? But with that, there are also the upkeep costs, and they aren't able to maintain the upkeep. They're spending it all on the purchase of the car, not realizing what has to actually go into maintaining the car. And what I hope for is that when Ashes launches, it's a very low maintenance vehicle. Now, there's going to be maintenance, right? But instead of massive things going wrong that are very expensive, very timely things to fix, I hope that there aren't a lot of problems. I hope it's nice and consistent. It gets players from point A to point B to point C to wherever they want to be. They get a ton of miles out of it, and they don't really have to do anything too flashy to accomplish that goal. Now, there will be a ton of incredibly deep systems, incredibly diverse systems that are all available to players. But I think, very simply put, when Ashes launches, I want Ashes a creation to be finished. And it sounds crazy to say, but I bet we can look at a lot of titles that have launched unfinished and have suffered a lot because of that decision. And I don't think Ashes would actually like force an unfinished launch. I think that's probably the last route they would go with everything at this point. But genuinely, that's my biggest fear. If they start rushing, if they feel like we need to have it out by this time, like, I don't know, say someone steals all Steven's money and he's like, oh shit, we got like 4 months left, boys, we gotta cook. You know, that's like my biggest fear. But providing they have the sustenance to make it through the entire dev process in the way they want it to, I just hope it launches in a finished state where they can implement on it in a progressive manner. And if they do that, I think they launch as an 8.5 to 9 overall game and a 9.25 to 9.5 MMO. Because most MMOs fucking suck right now. I think there's a lot of potential. Now, it could even go much further than that. Simply based on the depth of systems, like how many different gameplay loops there can be for so many different types of players, but not 9.3. It's in that range. 9.3 is in the range. EDU, Mr. Crackle. How are you, my friend? 9.E. That's probably a mathematical equation somehow. By far great community vibes in the alpha. I think overwhelmingly, yes. There are always going to be outliers and shitheads, but I think overwhelmingly Intrepid does a great job of setting expectations for what, you know, is going to happen. And I think they're also very good about, like, standing their ground when people are like, oh, why is this way, blah, 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 blah. And they're, like, making a big fuss about things. Intrepid's just like, well, because we want it to be. Get the fuck over it, play it or don't. And I really, 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 really like that. Just in terms of my own personal standpoint. You literally meet people, how many people have met someone cool / befriended someone playing League of Legends? Carla met a couple friends playing League, and I wouldn't quite say they're cool. But they're friends, that's alright. Yo, Crackle, I'm amazing, dog. I went to the beach today with the family. Got back, getting a good stream up, getting some food in now. I'll get some more food in after stream and hopefully not make my belly hurt. Oh. But almost definitely will make my belly hurt. So, you know, it's just, it's a natural cycle. Do we need to re-invite Rack? They're my best friends. So, didn't you meet them when they were like 12? Carla is an outlier. Now, I met friends playing Dota 2, but Dota 2 is a superior form of MOBA. Nin, hello. Bad time to say penis. We're talking about how Carla met her 12-year-old friends when she was 15. But to each their own. Welcome back. What are you getting up to today? Other than dodging the accusations now. Fuck me. 30 seconds food. At what point am I doing it on purpose? I do not want to imagine what two 12-year-olds and a 15-year-old would sound like in ranked. Oh wait, no, you guys can't talk, can you? Oh. Is the whole group diddied? Well. Spend time. Okay. So I blame Diddy. I very much blame Diddy. I'm going. Help me. Yeah, these the basilisks are kind of buggy. It's a little fucky. What? Wait, did I just get one more combo? Wait, what? What the fuck do you mean? Nah, Emu's going so fucking hard right now. Emu actually just... What?! There is no way. There's no way in fuck. Emu, I'm sorry! You didn't deserve this! Alright, boys, I believe in us. Alright, I think we're good. Holy shit. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Wonderful. Man, I hate this farm. I hate this farm a lot, chat. I hate this farm so much. I love Basilisk Roulette. The roulette part is if it's gonna fucking bug or not. It feels so out of my control. I get anxiety about it. You really came here? Yeah, because I need my fucking chest. I don't even like need my chest. More DPS help. I mean, if more people want to come through, then yeah, absolutely feel free. We can kill it now. It's just there's a bug with the Basilisk that causes it to like full 360 stun everybody for 30 seconds, and that is less than ideal. Makes things a little hard. This is the best pasta you've ever had. I made the pasta. DustyWhy, Bish Chef. Chat, you heard it here first. I'm bringing my bowl out. I'll be right back. Good day, soldiers. Oh god. You ate your last double chocolate. Wait, did you have Domino's? Not Domino's, Subway? Subway cookies? Did I tell you my Subway story when I was coming back from Iceland? Because we got like 35 Subway cookies for free. And that shit went hard. It was a beautiful set of circumstances. Fupo. Has anyone asked what the cat's favorite cookie is? Because I feel like it's always Fupo, can I has cookie? And never Fupo, what about your cookie? That came off wrong. All cookies are good. I'm not a cookie racist. Okay, fair. Fair. If you had to make one, what would it be? That's a trap. That's a trap. You can't bitch out on that answer. If you had to make a cookie from scratch, where are you going? I would probably go with like one of the, I don't know, like gooey, like brown butter chocolate chip type cookies. I don't know that I would whip out a double chocolate chip very safely in a homemade stance, but like Subway double chocolate chip goes crazy, right? But I think like a brown butter chocolate chip. My mom also makes delicious peanut butter chocolate chip cookies. And I know someone in chat's gonna be like, oh, I've already had your mom's cookie, shut the fuck up. Oh, literally lick your butthole at TwitchCon. So just be aware. Actions have repercussions. You're on the list now. Hope it was worth it. Cats are cool too. Wait, yo, we got hype and global. Someone called us cool. We're up. The perfect cookie for everyone, and it can change. Depends. Maybe today you want like a chip. Maybe it's oatmeal cranberry. So, is oatmeal cranberry better than oatmeal raisin? Is there ever a time for oatmeal raisin? Or is oatmeal cranberry just a... That's up to you. So there is truly no bad cookie. Okay. Fubo encourages all cookie consumption. What are your thoughts on cake? Because I've got a mind bender for you to follow up on this. Oatmeal chocolate chips. Oatmeal chocolate chip is the best of the oatmeal variants, yes. Fubo has been coached on PR responses. I think Fubo is PR. Fubo's just a cat, man. Don't bully the cat. Cake plus pie equals pake. Okay. I raise you one. Open image. How do you feel about Toll House Pie? Is cookie, is pie, is chocolate chip, is delicious. I gotta have my mom make me a Toll House Pie soon. God fucking damn, these shits go so goddamn hard. Oh my. Chat just started breathing heavier. I can feel it in the room. Yeah, this used to be a frequent at family functions, man. You guys wonder why I have a sweet tooth? My mom was whipping up shit like this for me whenever I asked growing up. And my mom was a delicious baker. She would do it with like a peanut butter chocolate chip inside. Oh my god, it was so good. This is a large cookie sliced, so it's okay. Okay, fair. Fair. I put on 2 pounds looking at it. As you should. As you fucking should. Alright. My next question. Here you have a whoopie pie. Now, whoopie pies are a Maine and I guess some other Northeast area treats, but they originated in Maine. And whoopie pies are essentially 2 cakey chocolate cookies with a very light whipped, like, very light whipped frosting in between them. That's 2 cookies getting to know each other really well. And you approve of these cookies, right? Because these are delicious. Chad, if you have never had a whoopie pie and you're going to TwitchCon, remind me closer to TwitchCon and I will literally bring whoopie pies with me. Like, whoopie pies go so fucking hard. Yeah, I grew up eating a lot of sweets. It's a miracle that I'm not like Dusticado avocado before the big like re-reveal. Thanks, Foop. Okay. So I wasn't gonna know, I wasn't sure if you were gonna like, you know, acknowledge these as cookies or not. And I'm glad that you do, because whoopie pies go hard. Have you ever had a whoopie pie? Or a Toll House pie? Have either of these been consumed by the Foop? Like, surely. Yes? Aren't they just divine? Aren't they just fucking phenomenal? Oh my god, Foop. They are just... like... certain things, you're willing to eat them until your stomach actually hurts. And those are a couple of things that I would genuinely eat until I felt sick. I would not stop. Nin, thank you for the 3-day streak. I'm sorry for whatever I did 4 days ago. I find myself liking food like that, / baked. Versatile Bevy's receiver. Oh yeah. Yeah, now keep in mind, if like somebody buys me fucking fudge rounds, I'm probably gonna eat the goddamn fudge rounds. I like fudge rounds. But like, my preference would absolutely be like, you know, fresh baked stuff. And like, my mom is a phenomenal fucking baker. Like an insane baker. So I grew up just chowing on everything that she was making. It was, fuck! Man, pain and suffering is all I know. I don't even want that shit. Man, sometimes I really wonder, like, is there a God? And nearly every time I ask, I'm reminded, you're on your own, buddy. Get used to it. Have you ever had a cherry blossom chocolate? Googling. Cherry blossom chocolate. Nope. Wait. Are those like cordial cherries? Or cherry cordials or something like that? It's like a maraschino cherry with some fake ass dumbass cherry filling inside chocolate. I think those fake ass red cherries are the equivalent of olives, and I hate olives. Never met a fucking olive that I liked. Now, fresh cherries, the ones that have the pits in them and stuff, they go hard. They go so hard. I could eat those day in and day out. But those like fake ass red cherries, I don't even know what they are. Like maraschino cherries or some shit. I have a mild fear of cherries. Like, that you're gonna go to eat one, crack the, like, choke on the pit and die? Yeah? Just don't be bad at eating cherries. Like, realistically, my dad would always, because my dad's a very logical man. He was in the military, he was a Marine. When I would go to him with concerns, he would literally just be like, well, don't fuck up and you won't get hurt. Like, I'd be operating an excavator at like 8 years old on this steep slope, and I'd be like, what if I start to like flip over? And he's like, don't fuck up and you won't flip over. And I'm like, oh, all right, sweet. And so, honestly, my advice would be just don't fuck up and you won't die. And as I got older, he reminded me that at a certain point, there are things that you're doing where if you get hurt, you're like, well, I guess I kind of deserve that at that point. And like, if you're eating a cherry and you quite literally fucking die from like fumbling the bag that hard, maybe it was your time a while ago and you just kind of like evaded a car crash or something. Like maybe it's just like you've gone through like 4 attempts already and they're just like, fuck it, this is the opportunity, and they just whoop, flick that shit right down your throat. Like sometimes the Reaper has to get creative. And like maybe you're just gaming, you're just playing your fucking life like crazy. You've got the consumes, like they've tried to get you multiple times and just boop. That's how it ends. Kilimanjaro with an Ashes question. Will they remove the commodities that you currently with caravans and just have crafting ingredients and products? I always thought they would, and have artisan stuff distributed differently through the map. So in terms of the commodities, they did talk about it a little bit in the last dev stream. Let me pull the notes up again. So basically commodities, I believe they mentioned would be going to player made. And there would be like different types of crates and commodities that will be tied to like different types of progression. So the notes that this person took for the subreddit said that crates can give node currency, boost node rep, or crafting materials as well as gold. Now I think crates and commodities are being kind of used synonymously here. But with that being said, in terms of like the removal of current commodities, it's more of an addition onto like this system as a whole instead of a removal of current existing things. The functionality to make gold will still be there. I believe that it's going to be going to player commodities instead of just like purchase from the hunting lodge. I think their emphasis is to try to slowly shift everything player to player once it's in and tested, or at least most things. So you'll be able to have crates that give node currency, boost node reputation, give crafting materials, gold. There will be harbor crates that can be bought, sold harbor to harbor, and those can give unique crafting materials. So there will be a lot of variance in like the crates and stuff that you can do. Emo said, I hope the crates we can put on our back will be big. Just like comically large. I kind of want them to have like a movement debuff with them, where it like disables your movement abilities or something, but at the same time that would be a massive inconvenience, although there has to be some form of like risk reward with it, right? Although I do like the option for an not incredibly low reward, but like a lower reward for the lower risk to accommodate for everything and balance it out, right? But if you don't flip with it, I mean the fall damage is gonna do that already. What do you mean the fall damage fucking breaks your legs when you step out of bed in the morning? You wake up with fucking fractured shins because you went to move in the middle of the night. Holy shit. It's insane. Fall damage is fucking dangerous, Emu. But yeah, so in terms of commodities to Kilimanjaro, like in terms of the caravan escorts, they do plan to have essentially like a dynamic diminishing return setup for any routes that are being commonly run. So say there's like a hot route on the server where everybody is just going through because it's the most efficient area. There would essentially be like a system that takes into account the supply versus demand of the materials for the node that they're being transported into. And then from there, that would determine like the diminishing return or like how much of a, you know, how much of an incentivization there was for that particular commodity on that particular route. And so you'll be incentivized to do like more dynamic routes instead of just like one set thing. So commodities and everything will just continue to get much more diverse. Luxardo cherry. Googling. Luxardo cherry. Those are maraschino cherries. The maraschino cherries are poo-poo, right? They're made from sour marasca cherries, candied and preserved in a rich syrup. Unlike the bright red, artificially flavored maraschino cherries often found in grocery stores, Luxardo cherries are dark, decadent, and have a real cherry flavor. Oh, wait. So those are actually like cherries instead of being like, okay. Huh. That makes a lot of sense. Because I don't like that super like fake like sugary like omega sweet flavor of maraschino cherries. But I love the flavor of like real cherries, like fresh cherries. And these would be, that makes sense. That makes sense. These would be more akin to like the fresh cherries. Do these have pits in them? How expensive are these hoes? 14.1 ounces. So a little more than this Dr. Pepper can. For $24. I bet they're worth it, but holy shit. That is, that's like 3 Subway footlongs after tax. Honestly, might be around 4. Like, it's 4 before tax. God damn. And $6.99 delivery. Although, I have Prime, so it'd probably be free delivery. But god damn. Them's them bougie cherries. They're a high quality preserved cherry with a richer flavor and better texture than standard maraschino cherries. They're quite expensive, says the Reddit answer directly underneath the Amazon post. Crazy how that works out. Yeah, I bet they'll slap though. I have a ton of fresh cherries in the fridge right now. So why don't I just candy them and then get like cherry juice myself? And then I make like Dustardo cherries. That doesn't... I'm gonna rethink the name. Do it. I feel like a sub-goal cooking stream would be fire. We have a setup that could, like, get out there and do it. I've had a lot of Lux cherries. They're great. They were in cocktails. Yeah, but like, so what if I don't drink much? Like, I'll drink at TwitchCon. But like, I don't really drink much. So like, what if I just like snacking on cherries? You can eat them just as is. Word. I'll have to see if they have them at TwitchCon. I'll get a vodka cran with some Lux cherries. I'll sound so fucking official. Holy shit, I'll sound so cool. That's fucking sick. That's like when you get out of a car and just like toss the keys to the valet because you know they're expecting them. Like, that's a level of confidence. Oh fuck, why'd you get me out of this TC? I was enjoying my time. That's a level of confidence that, you know, you gotta really calculate to have. Cause what do I do at that point if they're like, we don't have Lux cherries? Or they're like, what the fuck is a Lux cherry? You know, what if they're rude about it? I'd be like, I'm sorry, I don't drink. I'm just here for the video game convention. That's James Bond vibes. Yes! That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying. And then we like slide a blicky onto the calculator. What the fuck? Why did the calculator come into my mind? Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. I just went down a completely different route of progression, like mentally, into a conversation that I was planning, like, after this one. So we're not gonna let that all blend together. Anyways.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Oh, god damn it. God damn it. So I meant to say the counter. All James Bond style. Oh, steel scepter recipe. Anyways. You laughing, Rich? Okay, wait. So, Carla, when we were at Skal in Iceland, made me laugh at one point, but I had food in my mouth, and so when I laughed, it was like, I don't know, an augmented don't choke laugh. And she told me it sounded like one of those like rich golf laughs, where it was like a ha 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 ha. And I was trying to not like choke on my fucking food, but apparently I had like one of those like laughing in rich moments. Except I did not look rich. Dude, I look like I wandered up in that shit. I hadn't showered in 2 days, and I was in a Michelin-starred restaurant for 4 years in a row, voted the best restaurant in Iceland. I was not prepared, but they were incredibly welcoming. The head chef and like other like members of the staff were coming over and just like shooting the shit with us, yapping with us. I was asking them questions with the menu because they just brought a new menu in. It was wonderful. I've been to TwitchCon before. Last year was my first TwitchCon. So last year for TwitchCon was actually my first time ever flying, ever. Well, I guess like when I was less than a year old, right? But I have no recollection of that. I wasn't a fucking human being functionally for that. So like last year was my first time flying, my last TwitchCon, or my first TwitchCon. So it was a blast. Pros and cons. I've thought about it, but I don't know. So pros and cons for me. I would say that pros, you get to, if you have a community that you know that is going as well, that you like people from, much cheaper to get housing and stuff like that, right? Going with other people. Also gives you a group to explore with, because I was someone who, and you can ask Stomps this, I was not the most like in-person social person. Like I'm not exactly the most like outward social beacon in the world outside of the internet, right? Like I like having the wall of the internet. I've got much better since last year at TwitchCon, and actually I'm very extroverted now because of it. But like prior to TwitchCon last year, I was very introverted IRL, despite being very yappy on the internet. And TwitchCon for me, like I was pushed out of my comfort zone and like forced to interact with people to get anything out of the actual event. So if you're comfortable with that, then that can be a huge pro. Like if you're excited to talk to people, excited to meet people, then you can get a lot out of it. Even just talking to like the vendors at the booths, the people that are working the booths, the people that are working the event, like it's a fun time. With that being said, you have things from, you know, brands that are set up to different demos from games, large areas that are dedicated to games, different events throughout the day, meet and greets throughout the day. You have the Artist Alley, which is like a bunch of like independent small booths that get like rented out where people make their own stuff and bring them in. Everything from like stickers and pins to like full custom keyboards. So there is a metric fuck ton to do, and that's just at the convention itself. Another pro is that it's in the middle of San Diego in the Gaslamp district, so there is an insane amount of good food. There's an insane amount to do, like to the point where if the timing lines up, it's in October, so like the Padres probably wouldn't be playing. But, you know, if they happen to be playing, you could always do something in the city revolving around going to like a sporting event or whatever it may be. The Gaslamp district was incredibly fun to be in last year. We stayed in the old City Hall building, and it was like right in the middle of everything. So we would walk to the venue, we would get food, like breakfast. We went to the Breakfast Republic multiple times because it was delicious. And we got different food like every single night. So there's a ton to do at the event outside of stuff in the city. There are also through the Eventful app. What apps is it? Let's see. It's like Partyful and Eventbrite are the two apps that you'll want to have because they post tickets to everything on there. But there are a ton of like no cover like events at different clubs, bars, whatever you may want to call them, social venues. Where they'll have like Twitch DJs, different like, you know, non-Twitch DJs, but a lot of like no covers just to get people in. Fun to go out and like shake your booty thing with all of your friends. There are also a lot of outside of like the DJ stuff, brand events where you go out, you can like do things that the brand will set up, hang out for a little bit, talk to people from the brand, meet other people there. A lot of the time streamers that are like represented by that brand or like, you know, partnered with that brand will pop out to those. But I think if you are someone who wants to meet up with the community, talk to a bunch of new people, do a bunch of new stuff in a new city while also having a group of people to kind of like bounce around and do that with, while also having the potential to have a really cool experience like I had last year, like meeting up with Summit randomly in the convention floor and having like a 20-minute conversation, then it's pretty cool. I got way more out of it than I was prepared to. I traveled solo and I met up with Stomps, one of our friends Archie, Ewog, Hostility, one of our friends Winning, that is a TNL streamer, and it's a few other people out there, and I didn't know a lot of them before I got out there. I knew a few of them, but it was kind of like a, you know, group of friends of a friend, right? And so I knew a few of the people from New World stuff, but I had met none of them IRL before. And it was like my first time traveling, my first time flying. I didn't know how an airport worked in terms of like actually going through the airport, getting to my destination. The only reason that I was not fucked in San Diego was because Stomps recognized me because I was taller than everyone and like fixed my hair by like going like this, right? And I went like this, and then Stomps walked up to me in his fucking Luffy cosplay and was like, Dusty? And I was like, oh shit, yeah. The reason that I would have been fucked is because I took my phone off airplane mode. Because there was a crying child on the flight. And my phone was dead by the time I got there because I hadn't flown before, and nobody gave me the tip that there would be chargers underneath my seat, so I should keep my charger in my personal item. And plug my phone in on the flight. So I arrived in San Diego with a dead phone. I fucked up. So I would say like the pros, there will be a lot to do. You will not be able to do everything. If you want to, every single night you will be able to go out to different like parties, different events, different types of music. Like, you don't even have to like go drinking or anything like that. I have, let me find the archive in my Discord. I have a lot of pictures from last year. Let's see. Most of these are like barely safe for most things. I didn't post as many as I thought I did. Let's see. This is me and Sergeant Stomps last year. So this was at the Blurpy pre-after party. This is Vega. Ewog, Stomps, me. So this was the Blurpy pre-after party where they had Jessu and some other DJs that like stream on Twitch and are absolute fucking banger DJs doing sets. This was, in my opinion, the most lit day of the entire event. Now, this was before the convention even started, right? But basically, this was the day that everybody got there, which was the day before the con. I would recommend getting there early the day before the convention, going over to the venue, picking up your badge, and making sure you're all signed up for events and giving yourself time to settle in and then meet up with your group, which will honestly probably, if you're planning on going, probably be us. Carla and I are going to make sure, and by that, I mean Carla's going to do all the hard work and I'm going to claim all the victory points for it. But we're going to do a lot of work to make sure that we have a very fun schedule. So if anybody is feeling a little lost and wants to tag along, then it'll be a good time. Blurpy Party was super controversial last year. Blurpy Party was a fucking blast last year. I don't know what the controversies were. Maybe people were just jealous that they weren't getting this shit. But Blurpy Party was insane. It was so fun. It was incredible. Let's see. We had the Logitech event. This was me kind of blasted at the Logitech event. It was Logitech and Stream Elements event. So I wasn't like absolutely blasted at this point, but I was a little blasted at this point. This was in the point of like playing my life a bit. This is me and everyone's favorite Deadlock streamer, Ido. So he's gonna be coming over and joining Cats and checking out Ashes as well. So he's the tall 6'8" king, don't worry. So that's my dog from the New World days. Let's see. This was at the Logitech event as well. So this was after I got my keyboard. I also got a little Bluetooth speaker from it. We were up tremendous. We fucking hauled. Then this is me and Archie. No, yeah, Ido's already set up in the Discord and shit. Ido's one of the homies. Yo, Bromo, how you doing, my boy? How do you fix black screens when you load up your game off the client for AOC? Keeps crashing / not loading. Looked up multiple fixes. So off of the Intrepid client. Oh shit, Strike. I mean, I typically don't get black screens. When I do, I task manager close my like launcher itself. And then just kind of like reopen it. I try to task manager close, wait 3 minutes, and then reopen after 3 minutes. Past that, are you getting like a crash error code or anything like that? Because there is a way to get your logs from recent play sessions, and you can send those over to Intrepid if you're not able to get it figured out through the Discord. And they've been looking for logs of people that are getting like replicatable crashes, so that way they're able to get the logs and shit like that. Kind of like diagnose the crashes. But black screens, I would say, if you haven't tried the very simple, like, give it a full 3 minutes from a task manager close to the launcher, that's my first go-to. I'm not sure how far along you are in, like, the troubleshooting process, though. But yeah, that's me and Archie. And then, let's see. This was me and Sum. So, we had just talked at this point for, like, 20 minutes. About Deadlock, because everyone was playing Deadlock at the time. No drop from Zagrazu again, by the way. So, he basically ended up asking me a bunch about, like, my channel and what I was doing with stuff. And he was very, very, very incredibly cool about it. Some also came over to check out Ashes at one point. So he was playing with Envious. Envious has since dissolved. If he does come back over, I may try to snipe him for cats as well. We're just gonna try to keep improving and doing what we can. So that was great. Got hit with an ad. I can't hear anything. I got you. Tell Bromo to remind me when he's out of his ad. This is me and Esfand. And Oreo was in Esfand's chat and recognized me. So Oreo started yapping in Famous Man's chat about me. So that was cool. Because I was just a lowly affiliate at the time. I didn't have a super cool partner badge. I got partnered directly after TwitchCon because I was pissed off about not being partnered. So I literally was like, fuck it, I'm just grinding viewership for the next 3 months, getting partnered, and then switching games. And that's exactly what I did, boys. It's exactly what I did. And then this was the venue itself. It was gorgeous. Well, this was from the back of the venue. It was absolutely beautiful. So, pros. There will be so much for you to do constantly. You can do things at the direct venue. You can do things outside of the venue. You can do things anywhere within the city. If you have a group of people that you plan to go with, meet up with, hi, probably us, then that makes everything more fun, especially if you have a good planner in the group. Cons. Price. If you do not already have like Airbnbs, hotels, whatever it may be, you could end up either paying a lot to be extremely close to the venue, or you could end up paying less to be further away from the venue. Either way, that will be probably the largest thing as it continues to approach closer. What would you say is a safe budget? It depends on like if you plan to stay with people or not. I mean, I budgeted like 2,000 for most things while there. It's 330 something for your ticket because you'll want the 3-day plus the block party. The block party, they close down the entire gas lamp district and they have like concerts and shit out there, food people out there, drinks out there. So it's really cool. They shut down an entire part of the city for it. Really, really, really fun. So I would say getting that's going to be like 330 something just immediately. And then from there, you're going to want accommodations for Carla, is it 4 nights, 5 nights? In terms of your housing accommodations, flight from wherever you're from, food while you're out there, because you're not going to be like chilling at the Airbnb cooking. I mean, I guess you could, but you'll very likely be eating out very heavily. I would say plan on 2 meals a day eating out, and then you can usually snag free food or something at the venue. Like they usually have samples, small things set up. The World of Tanks tent was a fucking banger because apparently that's a massive ass game that I slept on, but their tent was not their tent, but their setup was an absolute banger last year. They had like a pastry chef that kept bringing in fresh pastries, and they had hot chocolate and stuff. So I just kept going over and I was like, hey, can I like grab some of this? And they were like, yeah, of course. So W World of Tanks would definitely work together for a collab stream at some point. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. World of Tanks is a huge dad game. Yeah, apparently, dude, they had a massive setup, like, center floor at TwitchCon, and it was lit. It was lit. It was always popping. That shit was awesome. They had hot cocoa. They had fucking, like, fresh pastries. Like, it was unreal. It was the best, like, game display that there was out at TwitchCon last year. And honestly, like, Tarkov had the main stage, so to say, for a lot of, like, the promo time. World of Tanks took it, the hot cocoa. So, I don't know, I would say overall, like, depending on where you are coming in from, what you're looking to do for housing, we do have people in the community that are also going or looking at going still that may be looking at housing stuff too. And stuff could always fall through with other housing slots. I actually got my housing slot last year about a month before TwitchCon because if somebody else's slot fell through. So I was able to just kind of like slide in, and things could always happen with that. So with that, I would say like 2,000, 2,500, somewhere in there if you want to like buy shit while you're out there too. But enough to Get yourself drinks if you want to drink. Drink safely out there. Don't put your drink down and shit. Enough to get yourself food, eat comfortably, have a little bit to like buy merch, buy some stuff from like the artist alley, because all of the stuff that they make out there is awesome. I would say the biggest cons are that if you're out there solo, it's probably going to be intimidating and hard to find a lot of stuff, because it will be very like social. I mean, you could just go into the venue each day and fuck around and go to the different things. Like, and if you're someone who's interested in streaming or anything like that at all, they also do a lot of like streaming workshops that you can sign up for, where like they'll have people come in and talk about like certain topics and like how to grow your community and like this Twitch guild and that Twitch guild and stuff like that. So they do a lot of really cool stuff during the events, during the event itself too, where you can kind of get like different experiences and go out, party, do this, do that, and you can use it for a lot of productive stuff. They have different vendors in there every day. They have a lot set up. So I would definitely say though, the biggest thing is the community aspect of it. Like, I think it would just be cool as shit to have a big like ball of people just walking around together. And I kind of use it, at least last year, used it as a double down. So like Stomps and I were walking around together because whenever we weren't with our group, I would wander off anyways. So like Stomps would walk around with me, and I set up a few meetings and stuff with different brands, different people from brands, to try to be productive while I was out there and, you know, spread the word a little bit. And there are so many like booths set up where people want you to come up and just kind of like learn about their product and talk and stuff like that. And everyone's always like so excited that you're just pulling up. So there's a lot of giveaways, a lot of free stuff, fun stuff. But I would say cons would be going out without a group. If you don't like walking, it's a lot of walking. It's expensive. Like, it definitely is. It's a lot of money up front. I probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Like, definitely wouldn't have been able to last year without chat. Probably wouldn't have been able to this year without chat. So I'm just immensely grateful for chat. But overall, I think that the biggest con would be if you went in not knowing what to do to get the most out of it, which was my biggest fear last year as well. But we had someone in the group, Ewog, who helped our friend Archie a lot with like the back end of his streaming stuff, that did a lot of the planning, a lot of the like, oh, we go to this event, that event. And Carla has been extremely proactive and amazing, and is already trying to like, you know, pick their brain and figure out, you know, where the best spots are to look out for signups going up, so we can get the most tickets, we can get everybody in there, and just, you know, just trying to like think proactively for all of these things. So we gotta keep an eye out for the signups. Yup, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. So as soon as those go live, I have the Discord from last year. Yep. So as soon as signups go live for a lot of those things, I will be getting as many tickets as I can. And even last year when I was an affiliate, I was able to get a lot of tickets for these events, and a lot of them were no cover charge. Some of them were, but we didn't really go to those. And honestly, we went to one cover charge event that was so fucking bad, we swore we'd never go to another cover charge event at TwitchCon. So we won't be going to any cover charge events this year. Everything will be free to enter. We'll have extra tickets, because you went. I did go. Haas talked me into it. It was so bad. It was a cover charge, and I got baited into like a $4 Jello shot. They had a waiter coming around with like a little tray, and it wasn't even a waiter. It was a shirtless man. Pretty sure Hostility brought me to one of those bars. So like, we're basically chilling, and I'm like vibing and dancing with Hoss, and I'm chilling, and like we're not like grinding up on each other. We're like, and they're also. Were you with Aphasia? Yes, yeah, Aphasia was also out there, and we met some dude that was like a professional trick shotter out there too. I think his name was like Trick Shots or something. We were like flicking quarters and stuff. It was cool. He was like some super viral TikTok guy. So basically, it was super awkward because if you went into the dance floor area, because it was the only like cover charge event that was in the area at that night, there were like 6 people on the dance floor, and the event was being like streamed to the D-Day's Twitch as well. And anytime it switched to the angle where it was like the camera looking down, it was like one guy on the dance floor just like it looked like a Sims club out there. Anytime that camera angle came on, I was just like, I'm gonna go back out here and flick some quarters with the TikTok guy. So, yeah, we definitely know a little bit more about, you know, which events are gonna be good, which events are gonna be bogus. And I think, honestly, if you're worried about, you know, what do I sign up for, what do I do? Anybody that's going to TwitchCon with the group can just hang out with us and do whatever we do. We'll have extra tickets for everything. We'll also be making a channel in our Discord where we can get everything organized. People will be able to post about TwitchCon. We'll kind of like drop our agenda there once we have like a confirmed group of people. We need one more for our B&B. Wait, is Kier out? Or did we need one more other than Kier? Oh no. Who died? R.I.P. Kier. We'll miss him so much. Alright, well, I was saying, sometimes things open up. Looks like we need one more for our Airbnb. I have a couple of rules if you would like to apply to our Airbnb.
Apes together.
Godchi. Thank you for the 4 months, Captain Godchi. When's the dynamic gridding testing? Potentially this week on PTR. Tuesday, Wednesday is PTR uptime this week. Next week it goes 24/7 starting on the 14th. So hopefully this week if everything's gone well. But the big Narnia fight in the sky. Somewhere out there K-gliding among the angels. Interesting? You're interesting. We also have the new movement system over on the PTR as well with less momentum carry. I would highly recommend checking out the PTR. Nakua, Pyrai, both live over there. New movement system with less momentum carry, B-hopping gone over there. It feels really good though, in my opinion. It does need a little bit of work to kind of like iron it out, smooth it out, but I think it's a really good step in the right direction. Past that, potentially dynamic gridding testing, as well as there is something else that was rumored to be this week as well. We won't know until like patch notes drop, of course, but per Steven, it was like dynamic gridding testing potentially this week, as well as one other thing. I just can't remember what the one other thing was because I'm so excited about dynamic gridding. But yeah, I would recommend checking it out this week. Plus, I'm streaming PTR. Not the visuals from it, but like you guys get the audio from it as well as my yaps about it. And let's be honest, most of you guys just play and listen to the yaps too. So with that, I stream the PTR days now since everybody has access. And we usually do like PvP, just testing shit, yapping about shit, so I'll be here. You'll have somebody to watch the entire time. I just want Summoner. I am also excited to level Summoner. I play tank in every MMO that I play, except New World, because tanking in New World was awful. I play Summoner in every ARPG that I have ever played, and I'm actually very excited to see what Summoner can do in PvP here. Because I remember back in the day of me being a kid getting into duels in Diablo 2, and when LOD was around and I finally got my Enigma and I had all of my skeletons out, I could tele-stomp people. In Diablo 2, there was a mechanic where basically an item called Enigma that you could make would give you a sorceress's teleport, which had no cooldown, and you could just blip, 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 blip wherever you wanted to go. When you would teleport, it would essentially line up the attack time of all of your minions because it would reset their attack, you know, their attack speed. So they all hit, and then you teleport away, let it all reset, and then if I wanted to kill Naughty, I would go in on Naughty, teleport, all my minions teleport with me, they all swing at the same time, and just chunk, and then people just get one-shotted. So that was how I learned how to PvP in games, was literally just tele-stomping people. And I'm excited to see, like, what it feels like to play a Summoner a little bit. I'm excited to see what the level of support available is, and like, I love tank and Ashes, but I am by zero means set on playing tank long term. If something else does come along that pokes its head out at me in a very kind of like, you know, peculiar way, I will play it. With that being said, I haven't played anything other than melee in a long time. I am very, 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 very notoriously a melee enjoyer. So I don't know what could shake me off of that, but it would take a lot. At the very least, I'll be leveling Summoner. Can't wait to get Ranger and Mage to 25 so I can flip-flop classes again, all OP3 till dual spec. So, when the full, like, class system comes out, Skull, are you going Ranger Mage or Mage Ranger with that? Which primary set do you want? Excited to get to do cosplay at the Renaissance Fair this Saturday. Wait, what are you cosplaying as? Luffy, how could I have fucking guessed? Is it the same cosplay that you wore to TwitchCon last year? Have you washed the vest? It's the full cosplay. Instead of just a shirt and a hat. I mean, you had the full cosplay last year, but you bitched the fuck out. You got a little, like, self-conscious, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna wear the cosplay. I don't want to wear it to the venue. It was cold. Suck my fucking 2-inch penis, it was cold. We were in Sandy fucking Ego. Jesus Christ. You bitched out. Just admit it, you bitched out of wearing the Luffy cosplay because you knew you were gonna get the attention of too many women. It was 60 most nights. 60s, my nipples aren't even hard. What do you mean it was 60s most nights? 60s fucking beautiful. You have hair? Not on my nipples. Oh. Not a lot on my nipples. The fuck do you mean? You have a hat on with the cosplay. Like, they don't make roofs for houses out of hair, they make roofs for houses out of straw. You have a straw hat. That's legitimately more of a roof. I got more meat on the bones this year. Like, from hard work at the weight room or hard work at the buffet? Bread from Texas Roadhouse. Wait, so like, how much meat on the bones are we talking, Stomps? Because last year, Stomps was hitting like breakdancing and like full death drops and shit on the dance floors. And like, are you gonna hurt yourself? I was 135. Yeah, you were so submissive and small. Yeah, you were teensy weensy. I'm starting some training. What, competitive eating? Gonna take down Joey Chestnut? Or like, what kind of training? Like breakdancing training? Texas Roadhouse honey butter does lap. Oh, it goes fucking Insano style. I'm pretty sure Stomps works at Texas Roadhouse, right? I still have a 6-pack, and yes. How many beers are left in it? It doesn't matter if you just bought it earlier today. 2. It's on the way out. Gonna level up my mage when Summoner comes out. I can get... Yeah. Pre-gearing for Summoner when it does drop is gonna be massive. It'll probably be a few months in as well, so it's not like just ignoring everything and not playing at all and then popping on Summoner and expecting it to work will be the big play. I'm fatter than I've ever been, but I also hit my PR deadlift, so that's how it be sometimes. Like, higher percent body fat, or just like way more? Because the heaviest that I ever was and the fattest that I ever was were two different things. Both? Oh, so you're just one of those dudes that like rounds out like a mound when you're lifting heavy, huh? It's just like you cultivate mass. It's not like you're fat. There's like muscle underneath. He's like Uncle K. Yeah, literally. Literally. I believe the term that we use is brick shithouse. Like just... I'm 260 right now. How tall? Because, wait, are you talking kilograms or pounds? What's 260 kilograms in pounds? Crowther assistant PRs. 6'4", 260. Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. You pick me up and hold me like a baby. So, 275 kilograms is 600 pounds. You lifted that? So, we are right around the same height, but for perspective, I clock in before my morning shit at like right around 190. So, why is everyone in the stream a Viking? Okay, listen, hear me out. I am still the smallest out of my 3 brothers, right? Like, both of my older brothers are larger than I am. And keep in mind, if we get a lot of these big-ass motherfuckers out of TwitchCon, and then we're also going to have Thogli and, like, some of the Dunehold lads, right? Thogli is, I can't say a literal dwarf IRL, because that would sound like a derogatory comment, but, like, Thogli is the closest thing to a Dunier that you can be without being a Dunier. Like, in not, like, a derogatory way. In, like, he is probably going to cosplay a Dunier dwarf at TwitchCon. So we could just have a bunch of these Goliath-ass motherfuckers, and then Thogli just, like, cosplaying a Dunier, just, like, walking along behind us. Because Carla's really short, too. So we could have Thogli bring multiple helmets, and... Woo! I'm gonna lose the roll. I'm gonna lose the roll, chat. Chat, what do I roll? Chat, what do I roll? Do I roll more or less than 50? 99 on the roll, 69. If anyone guesses it correctly, I'll give them VIP. Boys, 3, 2, 1. 46, no! Shady rolled a 97. Shady rolled a 97. Hey, yo, Shady, what are the odds you'd trade that for an Iron Wing? I'm just throwing that out there for your consideration. 6 hours of farming. No, honestly, it's probably better on DPS than it is on me. Congrats, Shady. People just ignore me. Dude, I suck at rolling. Fuck. I'm just glad we saw one drop tonight. Like, at least we fucking saw one. 6 hours of farming. We see one drop. But we got one. Boop, boop, boop. I cry every time. I know. Mitigation test on DPS, how do you figure? DPS are typically the focuses in PvP right now. So a lot of DPS will be going, supports as well, will be going either max HP or mitigation on a lot of spots. With that being said, it's more of a relative thing on chest because there are options in both physical power scaling and magic power scaling. So a lot of the time DPS will use their chest piece for like a black feather tunic or Dustpaw Warhide if you're Fizz DPS, or Calidars or Red Frayed Robe if you're caster DPS. But it all breaks down to like what people have. Oh, hello. Do you want the mitt one? So if people don't have like good chests and good legs and stuff, do you need those? If you need either of those, you can have those. Word. So basically, a lot of casters and Fizz DPS will go the route of mitigation and max HP on certain slots, but it's typically slots where they kind of like have fewer options available in terms of their direct power scaling, and they try to efficiently go about it, right? So part of the reason for that is because I am a tank, I'm big and beefy. Like, people aren't going to realistically look to focus me much, and they'll be more likely to CC me over and over and over again in fights. DPS, if they're getting jumped, a little bit of extra HP, a little bit of extra mitigation, could genuinely make all of the difference in the world in you living, getting healed, or you just getting blown up. So there's a little bit of a balance to like getting up to the break point that you want for like for power scaling, and then kind of diversifying from there. But Mostly wondering because Iron Wing drops me to just under 200 Fizz power with Iron Wing, but 40% Fizz Mitt, 30% Magic Mitt. I mean, that's really not bad at all. Depending on what you feel you would benefit more from. Like, for perspective in duels and everything like that, I'm 199.5 Fizz power. Like, I'm a tank, not a fighter. So, it'll be a little bit different in the scaling, but I scale up a little bit of Fizz crit power, stuff like that. But I have the benefit of my grit always being active. So, with my grit up, and with Basilisk skin on, I sit at 48% Fizz Mitt and 39.5% Magic Mitt. So I'm still sitting just under 8k HP, 7936. And having those mitts up all the time, I'm able to just be a walking ball of fuck. And I have enough damage, even with being at 199.5 Fizz power, without buffs up or anything like that. I have enough damage still to be very, very threatening. Strag, what if I told you I had it? I made him an offer he couldn't refuse. I gave him Iron Wing chest and Rosarium guard legs. So he's up tremendous. Would you ride a bicycle to the con every day if it was half the cost of Uber? I mean, just imagine the drop rate's gonna be worse soon. So I don't mind the drop rate being worse. For us, it's just kind of a spot of like, the crafting isn't available yet for this, and we don't really know when it will be available. So instead of just being happy with finding the materials and then getting our shit ready to craft, right? Then that's kind of Ayo Bungus. Alright, thank you for the follow. But I think at that point, in a long-term server where crafting is an inevitability of getting up, not an inevitability, but to a certain extent will be. I think it'll be a lot less, oh, we have to get the raw drops from this, and a lot more like, let's get the recipe, let's get the crafting mats, and then let's prepare for the long game of crafting that, and then get as many PvP reps in. So instead of everybody farming out here trying to get the raw drop, it would just be like, we get what we need to for crafting mats, and then we kind of like stockpile those. First month of P3, I imagine is going to be the same feel as 2.5s. Oh yeah, any name drops that you do get during the process are fucking massive. If you kill a world boss and you get that heroic sword drop before crafting is available for anything like 20 plus, I mean, depending on if Flesh Ripper gets nerfed, of course, like, it will be massive. If you get the longbow from Firebrand, that'll be huge. If Tumont gets a reworked loot table, that'll be huge. A lot of things could be absolutely massive. But I definitely think it's going to be a scramble to get as much gear as you can in terms of the 20 plus, and we don't even know when 30 is set to come. So I think it'll be a scramble right now to get that 20 plus gear going, prepare for the crafting, and hopefully with the new reworks to the tier system for nodes, having T4 available, and having the, you know, increased number of plots available, I'm fucking pumped. Absolutely pumped. Not entirely looking forward to the Steel Bloom shit show. I'm hoping the Steel Bloom is cooked a little bit differently in terms of like the elite mob damage changes. I'm hoping there are some changes that come in that kind of help bring Steel Bloom, excuse me, into a reasonable spot. Okay, I didn't realize it was midnight already. If I want to be on time tomorrow, boys, we have a video to watch. We have video from Frand. Fupo made us... Boop. Well, not us. But... Fupo Cat made a video. So we're gonna watch Cat video. And then... I must prepare for a long stream tomorrow. I think... there's popular demand for one more attempt. I don't know how long until the respawn. Do we know, like, how long until next respawn? Because I'm fucking dead. Oh, God. That little girl that was going to stay on until 11:30, and I yapped for an extra half hour. The beach murdered my shit. Anyways, video from Frand. Boys, enjoy. Wait, the intro screen's so cute. A small black cat. Wait, this is cinematic as hell. This is so emotional. There's gonna be like a wild snorse in here. Do we get a Fupo reveal? This is so sick. I love this Fupo. And the mounts on display? Okay. Was that a firebrand shield? The hippo jumping off looks unnatural. The big splash. Oh no, is that for a video? I think it's for a video. I love this. This is gonna be so cool to see how it shapes up as well. Because you could revisit in like later phases and hit these same areas. I love that. You could hit these same areas a few months from now and they will be entirely different. Fupo, that's sick. I love that. Just like a tour through everything. That was so relaxing. I like that. Very well done, Fran. That'll be so cool too, because you said you were planning on doing more of those kind of like as development continued, right? Just popping around to the areas that are prevalent in each, kind of like each phase. I like that. I like that. It gave very like, I don't know, very just like relaxing vibes. Fun video? Yeah. It'll be one of those things, I think, that when you do the master cut, so to say, of the entire development process leading up to launch, I feel like that would be like a Steven watches it and then cries on a dev stream watching it type thing. I feel like that would be very, very, very cool to see. And I could also definitely see Steven crying to that shit. 100%. Chat, do we know what time the next spawn is? I also have Alpha 1 and other stuff. I love that. Oh, goodness gracious. Me oh my. Oh, I can't wait for castle sieges. Castle siege testing is going to be great. Castles are going to be so fucking hard to own, though. But with that being said, maintaining a castle in guild castle nodes will also be a full-time job for people. So I feel like communities are going to have to decide if they want a node or a guild castle on the top end. Already tested castles? Shut the hell up. I bet you got farmed just like you do in every other test. Sorry. I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous. You have to be a really big guild to run a castle? Oh yeah. Yeah, you will have to be one of the top 5 guilds on your server. At least at that time. Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a massive thing, but I also think that long term, like on the road to launching, by the time launch hits, there will be multiple servers for each region. There will be plenty more than just like 5 guild castles total, right? But with that being said, I think a lot of... Yo, Gnome! Thank you for the gifty. I appreciate you so much. Bungus, welcome, brother. So, Gnome. Or, not Gnome. Jesus fucking Christ. Bungus. I think that long term, you'll see a lot of communities that end up merging together towards launch and try to kind of like solidify, right? In between now and then. And I think... Oh my god, so sorry. Excuse me. I think that as future phases and launch approaches, we'll probably see after, you know, playtesting is done, a few communities come out of this as like the long-standing survivors. So it's already kind of happening. I just hope there aren't too many servers. I mean, it's all populace dependent, you know. Competition's fun, I agree, but I also think that, like, I come from New World where there was a lot of server-to-server movement to match competition and shit like that, right? Intrepid has discussed somewhat the potential of some cross-server, you know, viable modes. With that being said, too, I think that in terms of MMOs, as someone who dealt with the plague of New World for 3 years, not knowing, or honestly, knowing everyone that I was fighting against all the time and like what all the comp was no matter where I was, it kind of made it boring as fuck. And competition is great and all, but people forget how fun organic competition is, where you don't know everything about every player that you're fighting against. And to a certain extent, like, planned out mega server is super fun until it's not, because everybody's just fighting the same group of people over and over and over again. And I think in a healthy MMO environment, which, keep in mind, is something that hasn't been done in an MMO successfully in a pretty long fucking time. But in a healthy MMO environment, you would have your top level of competitors basically inviting lower levels into that content, expanding their communities, which then naturally people will always leave communities, people will make new communities, communities will die, communities will dissolve, whatever it may be, right? But there's a certain evolution of players from a first-time player to a casual player to an everyday player to a competitive player to a top-end player, right? And in an ideal and in like a healthy MMO community, you have that constant influx of new players while also offering the means for existing players to develop and get up to the level of those, you know, more competitive-minded players. And a lot of MMOs have struggled with that, like, those transitional phases for a lot of players, and people kind of get, like, lost along the way. So I'm hoping that Ashes is able to I hate this game. Provide enough for a lot of different types of players to kind of like stay excited and stay developing. Guard chest, I did, yes. In terms of what's next, or what's left, I could switch out the rings for steel rings if I really wanted to. I would lose about 600 max HP, a little over, but I would gain a shitload of attack speed. Always a potential thing. Attack speed's nice because it reduces those cast times, but it's also not like a massive must-have thing, right? So it all just breaks down to like what I want to shape up with for the remainder of this phase, but I'm pretty happy with the way things are at right now. Having the little bit of extra HP just means that all of my shields are going to be that little bit more impactful. My HP bar is going to have a little bit more play to it. I'll be able to self-heal a little bit more, so I'm pretty excited. I'm happy that the gear set is at the point that it is, especially with me taking 2 weeks off. I've come back and honestly I had some really good luck acquiring some of the pieces that I was missing to make up for the time that I like wasn't here. And without the RNG and a lot of help farming the pieces, I would not have had them. So for me, I gotta help other people farm their pieces now, so everybody gets their sets together. And then we just keep trying to get as many reps as we can for people for PvP, try to keep people learning and try to keep people prepping. And then once PTR's up, it's all PTR testing. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Honestly excited for Vassal System. Baron needs to stay at Guild Halls. Yes. Yeah. The estate system will be sick. The interaction between like guild halls and guild-owned freeholds in the areas as well, where like if freeholds are in you know one of their final forms with the crafting implications, you can see guild halls giving like a carryover benefit to any guild-owned freeholds that are in the immediate vicinity as well. I can't wait. I think there's still so many systems that like people can look at and kind of say that they are not in yet or not functional yet, right? But we have so many pieces to the total puzzle that are kind of like shaping up, and as that continues to come together, we're just gonna see so much of the gameplay kind of like instantaneously click. Final form freehold is supposed to be level 50 only. Yeah, I mean final form and being able to like benefit the most out of everything, right? Because limited crafting and everything there, right? But even like a more functional freehold where people are incentivized for it past just like rooting balls currently. And patron guilds, religion, families. There are so many fucking systems. People are never going to be able to do everything in Ashes, which is fucking crazy to think about. Why is this one incognito right now? Sometimes I forget how much shit's in the game. How much shit will be. It's not all in yet, but yeah, there are gonna be so many systems. Like a metric fuck ton. Hey, old bear, how you doing, my friend?
I miss the good days. It's back when a bruiser was a bruiser. Clumps were clumps.
The good days are now,
Everything
brother.
was simple.
The good days are now. It's all a beautiful day. Oh god. Oh. Hey, old Gravon, also have a good night, brother. I appreciate you coming through. Thank you for the farm. The good RNG. The good dice. Brothers up tremendous. Alright, surely we have a boss up, right? My ass tired shit. And I still need to eat tacos and then ice cream before bed. I'm a man with a very, very strict meal plan. Dude, the tacos are so fucking good. Like, they are legitimately unbelievably good. Okay, nobody AoE, I'll go check the boss. You get out of the gutter. Brother, you can't even reach the gutter all the way down there. Strict about having that meal plan. Listen. We made these things from scratch. Down to the goddamn salsa. Carla roasted the peppers by hand. Excuse me. Pardon me. Someone order him T-Bell. Nah, talk about sacrilege. We can make it cheaper at home. I promise. And it's better. I apparently make a mean barbacoa. I've been bragging about this a lot lately. But Carla called, like Carla's family called her, and she was bragging to her family about how good the barbacoa I made was. And I didn't even know I was making a barbacoa. I just went to make like a shredded beef that would be good on tacos. And apparently I went absolutely sicko mode with it. So I consider that a massive W. And I'm pretty sure that when we go to see her family, I'm just going to be greeted with a barbacoa. So I can't wait. It'll be fun. I'm apparently supposed to cook them barbacoa now. And the traditional method is like digging a hole in the ground and covering it with banana leaves and stuff like that. And they're probably gonna ship bricks when I just pull out a pressure cooker and have barbacoa done in an hour and 45 minutes flat. Do they call you gringo? Not to my face. At least not that I know of. Boop. One more for the boys! Oh my god, a blue! Holy shit! I'm also doing it for science. Holy shit. Rolling 59. I rolled a 57. I already have a green. I was just gonna do it to give the green one to Strag and say haha. I think Emu's also just doing it to make Strag panic. Wait, Stragma, that's gonna beef him up so much. That's like 20% of his HP. Oh my god. 746 is huge. Oh my god, the back-to-back. The back-to-back to end the night. Alright, you guys stay here and get a heroic next. That would be, that'd be quite nice. 4 big gold. All he has is little gold. Look at those pockets. Look at those small pants. Look at the rabbit's foot. I'm pretty sure I get gang stalked and have a dev that's following me around cucking my loot. I won't lie. It's a tough life out here, boys. All right. I think it's a sleep POV, boys. I gotta get myself some food. I gotta ball out. I gotta vibe. And we'll be back tomorrow. It'll be a fun, beautiful day. And I can't freaking wait. I'm finally done gear farming, so I can actually live my life. I legitimately cannot wait. Gonna get ready for the week. Large week ahead. A lot of PTR testing. Hopefully some very productive PTR testing as well. Maybe even the potential of dynamic griddying coming in, my boys. I'm so fucking pumped. So, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll get a bangaroni stream in. And I absolutely can't wait, man. I'm gonna get a little bit of food going. And we'll be back soon. Boys, if it's your first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through. My name is Dusty. I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. Today's day 738 in a row, and I will be live many, many more days on the way to launch and beyond that. So if it's your first day, make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live daily. Boys, I will see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST, right around that time. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.